But you were right, dear. Bill's attitude about paying for air reflects his wrong-headedness in general. So I've discovered. We sat in Old Dome and discussed many things. Richard, Bill has the socialist disease in its worst form. He thinks the world owes him a living. He told me sincerely, smugly, that of course everyone was entitled to the best possible medical and hospital service. Free, of course, unlimited, of course, and of course the government should pay for it. He couldn't even understand the mathematical impossibility of what he was demanding. But it's not just free air and free therapy. Bill honestly believes that anything he wants must be possible and should be free. She shivered. I couldn't shake his opinion on anything. The road song of the Bandar Log. Excuse me? From a poet a couple of centuries back, Rudyard Kipling. The Bandar Log. Apes, they were, believed that anything was possible just by wishing it so. Yes, that's Bill. In all seriousness, he explains how things should be, then it's up to the government to make it happen. Just pass a law. Richard, he thinks of the government the way a savage thinks of idols. Or, no, I don't know. I don't understand how his mind works. We talked at each other, but we didn't reach each other. He believes his nonsense. Richard, we made a mistake, or I did. We should not have rescued Bill. Wrong, honey girl. No, dear. I thought I could rehabilitate him. I was wrong. That's not how I meant you were wrong. Remember the rats? Oh. Don't sound so miserable. We took Bill with us because each of us was afraid that if we didn't, he would be killed, possibly eaten alive by rats. Gwen, we both knew the hazards of picking up stray kittens. We both understood the concept Chinese obligation. We did it anyhow. I tilted up her chin, kissed her. And we would again this very minute, knowing the price. Oh, I love you. I love you too, in a sweaty, vulgar fashion. Now? I need a bath. We can bathe later. I had just retrieved Gwen's other baggage, temporarily forgotten outside the door, and happily untouched, and we were getting ready to bathe when Gwen bent over the little tree, then picked it up and put it on the shelf table by the dumbwaiter so she could get at it better. Present for you, Richard. Goody. Girls or liquor? Neither, although I understand both are readily available. The desk manager wanted a cut of my fee when I bought Bill a key here. Bill is here? Overnight in the cheapest single. Richard, I didn't know what to do with Bill. I would have told him to find his own doss in Bottom Alley if I hadn't heard something Rabbi Ezra said about rats. Darn it all, there did not used to be rats down there. Luna City is getting to be a slum. I'm afraid you're right. I fed him, too. There was a sloppy Joe up the line. He eats enough for 4. Perhaps you've noticed. I have. Richard, I could not abandon Bill without feeding him and finding him a safe bed. But tomorrow is another story. I told him that I expected him to shape up before breakfast. Bill would lie for a fried egg. He's a sad sack, Gwen, the saddest. I don't think he can lie convincingly. At least I gave him something to think about. He knows that I am angry with him, that I despise his notions, and that the free lunch is about to shut its doors. I hope I have given him a sleepless night. Here, dear. She had been digging into the potting soil under the little maple. For Richard. Better wash them. She handed me 6 cartridges, Skoda 6.5mm longs, or monkey copies. I picked one up, examined it. Wonder Woman, you continue to amaze me. Where? When? How? Praise made her look sunnily happy and about 12. This morning, in Kong. Black market, of course, which simply means finding which counter to look under at Sears. I hid my Miyako under Treeson before I went shopping, then stashed the ammo there in leaving Chia's place. Sweetheart, I did not know what sort of search we might have to stand if things got sticky in Kong. And they did. But Auntie got us loose. Can you cook? I'm an adequate cook. You can shoot, you can wrestle a Raleigh, you can pilot a spacecraft, you can cook. Okay, you're hired. But do you have any other skills? Well, some engineering. I used to be a pretty good lawyer, but I haven't practiced either one lately, she added. And I can spit between my teeth. Super gal! Are you now or have you ever been a member of the human race? Careful how you answer. It will be taken down in writing. I decline to answer on advice of counsel. Let's order dinner before they shut down the kitchen. I thought you wanted a bath. Do. I'm itchy. But if we don't get the order in soon, we'll have to get dressed and go out to Sloppy Joe's. And I don't mind Sloppy Joe, but I do mind having to get dressed. This is the first completely relaxed, quiet time I've had alone with my husband for, ages. And your sweet and golden rule before that silly eviction notice. 3 days. As little as that? Truly? 80 hours. Fairly busy hours, I grant you. The Raffles has a good kitchen, as long as you stick to chef's choice. That night it was meatballs with Swedish pancakes, honey and beer sauce. An odd combination that worked. Tossed fresh salad, oil and wine vinegar, cheese and fresh strawberries, black tea. We enjoyed it, but an old shoe, suitably sautéed, would have been acceptable, so long had it been since we had eaten. It could have been fried skunk, and I would not have noticed. Gwen's company was all the sauce I needed. We had been happily chomping away for a half hour, making no attempt to be elegant, when my darling noticed the brass plate in the rock. Too busy before then. Understandable. She got up and looked at it, then said in a hushed voice, I'll be a Hollywood hooker. This is the place. Richard, this is the very cradle of the Revolution. And here I've sat, belching and scratching, as if this were just any hotel room. I said, Sit down and finish your dinner, love. 3 out of 4 hotel rooms in Luna City have signed something like that. Not like that. Richard, what is the number of this room? Doesn't have a number. A letter. Room L. Room L. Yes, this is the place. Richard, in any nation back dirt side, a national shrine this important would have an eternal flame, likely a guard of honor. But here, somebody puts up that little brass plaque, and it's forgotten, even on Free Luna Day. But that's loonies, weirdest mob in the known universe. My word. I said, Darling girl, if it pleases you to think that this room is truly what that sign says, fine. In the meantime, sit back down and eat. Or shall I eat your strawberries? Gwen did not answer. She did sit down, then kept quiet. She merely toyed with the fruit and cheese. I finally said, Sweetheart, something is bothering you. I won't die from it. Glad to hear it. Well, when you feel like talking, I'm all ears. Meanwhile, I'll simply fan you with them. Don't feel hurried. Richard! Her voice sounded choked. I was surprised to see tears slowly creeping down each side of her nose. Yes, dear? I've told you a pack of lies. Stop right there. My love, my lusty little love, I have always believed that women should be allowed to lie as much as they need to, and never be taxed with it. Lies can be their only defense against an unfriendly world. I have not quizzed you about your past, have I? No, but... Again, stop. I haven't. You volunteered a few things, but even so, I've shut you up a couple of times when you were about to have an attack of pernicious autobiography. Gwen, I didn't marry you for your money or for your family background or your brains, or even for your talents in bed.
Not even for the last? You haven't left me much.
Oh, yes, I have. I appreciate your horizontal skills and your enthusiasm, but competent mattress dancers are not uncommon. Take Chia, for example. I conjecture that she is both skilled and eager.
Probably twice as skilled as I am, but I'll be damned if she's more eager.
You do all right when you get your rest. But don't distract me. You want to know what it is that makes you so special?
Yes. Well, I think so, if it's not booby-trapped.
It's not. Mistress mine, your unique and special quality is this. When I'm around you, I'm happy.
Richard.
Quit blubbering. Can't stand a female who has to lick tears off her upper lip.
Brute. I'll cry if I goddamn well feel like it. And I need this one. Richard, I love you.
I'm fond of you too, monkey face. What I was saying was that if your present pack of lies is wearing thin, don't bother to build up another structure filled with solemn assurances that this is at last the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Forget it. The old structure may be threadbare, but I don't care. I'm not looking for holes or inconsistencies because I don't care. I just want to live with you and hold your hand and hear you snore.
I don't snore. Do I?
I don't know. We haven't had enough sleep in the last 80 hours for it to be a problem. Ask me in 50 years. I reached across the table, tickled a nipple, watched it grow. I want to hold your hand, listen to your snores, and occasionally, once or twice a month.
Once or twice a month?
Is that too often? She sighed.
I guess I must settle for what I can get, or go out on the tiles.
Tiles? What tiles? I was saying that once or twice a month we'll go out to dinner, see a show, go to a nightclub, buy you a flower to pin in your hair. Oh, oftener, I guess, if you insist, but too much nightlife does interfere with writing. I intend to support you, my love, despite those bags of gold you have squirreled away. I added, Some problem, dear? Null program? Why the expression?
Richard Collin, you are beyond doubt the most infuriating man I have ever married, or even slept with.
Did you let them sleep?
Oh, you mother! I shouldn't have saved you from Gretchen once or twice a month. You set me up for that, then sprang the trap.
Madam, I don't know what you were talking about.
You do so? You think I'm a sweaty little nymphomaniac.
You're not too little.
Keep doing it. Go on. Push me hard enough, and I'll add a second husband to our marriage. Choi Moo would marry us. I know he would.
Choi Moo is a dinkum cobber too right, and I'm sure he would marry you. He doesn't have sand in his skull. If you so elect, I'll try to make him feel welcome, although I hadn't realized that you were that well acquainted with him. Were you speaking seriously?
No, damn it. I've never made a practice of plural marriage. Coping with one husband at a time is complex enough. Certainly Captain Marcy is a nice boy, but he's much too young for me. Oh, I won't say that I would turn him down for a night of bundling if he asked me gracefully, but it would be simply for fun, nothing serious.
I won't say that you would turn him down either. Well, let me know ahead of time, if convenient, so I can gracefully fail to notice. Or stand jigger. Even hand out towels. Ladies' option.
Richard, you're entirely too agreeable.
You want me to be jealous? But this is Luna, and I'm a loony. Only by adoption, but nevertheless a loony. Never a groundhog banging his head against a rock wall. I paused to kiss her hand. My lovely mistress, you are indeed small and not massy, but your heart is big. Like the loaves and fishes, you are a rich plenitude for as many husbands and lovers as you choose. I am happy to be the first, if I am first, among equals.
Is this a dagger which I see before me?
No, an icicle.
Really? Let's grab it before it melts.
We did, but just barely. I was tired. Afterwards I said, Gwen, why are you frowning? Did I do so poorly?
No, love, but I still have those lies on my mind. And this time, please, don't change the subject. I know that the inscription on that brass plate over there is correct, because I knew 3 of those 4, knew them well. I was adopted by 2 of them. Beloved, I am a founding father of Luna Free State.
I said nothing because sometimes there is nothing one can say. Shortly, Gwen wiggled and said almost angrily,
Don't look at me that way. I know what you're thinking. 2076 is quite a while back. So it is. But if you get dressed, I'll take you down to Old Dome and show you my chop and thumbprint on the Declaration of Independence. You might not believe that it's my chop, but I can't fake a thumbprint. Shall we go look?
No.
Why not? Want to know my age? I was born Christmas Day, 2063, so I was 12 and a half when I signed the Declaration. That nails down how old I am.
Sweetheart, when I decided to become a native loony or a reasonable facsimile, I studied the history of Luna to help me get away with it. There is no Gwendolyn among the signers. Wait a second, not saying you lied, saying you must have had another name then.
Yes, of course. Hazel. Hazel Meade Davis.
Hazel. Later married to the Stone Gang, leader of the Children's Auxiliaries. Hazel was a redhead.
Yes. Now I can stop taking some pesky pills and let my hair go back to its natural color. Unless you prefer it this shade.
Hair color isn't important, but Hazel, why did you marry me? She sighed.
For love, dear, and that is true. To help you when you were in trouble, and that is true too, because it was inevitable, and that is true also. For it is written in history books in another time and place that Hazel Stone returned to Luna and married Richard Ames, a.k.a. Colin Campbell, and this couple rescued Adam Saline, chairman of the Revolutionary Committee.
Already written, eh? Predestined?
Not quite, my beloved. In other history books it is written that we failed and died trying.
Chapter 17. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety. Other women cloy the appetites they feed, but she makes hungry where most she satisfies. William Shakespeare. So this girl tells the school nurse, "My brother thinks he's a hen." The nurse answers, "Oh, goodness, what's being done to help him?" The girl answers, "Nothing. Mama says we need the eggs." Are a woman's delusions anything to worry about, if she is happy with them? Was I duty-bound to take Gwen to a shrink to try to get her cured? Hell no. Shrinks are the blind leading the blind. Even the best of them are dealing from a short deck. Anyone who consults a shrink should have his head examined. Close scrutiny showed that Gwen was possibly over 30, probably under 40, but certainly not as old as 50. So what was a gentle way to handle her claim that she was born more than a century ago? Everyone knows that natives of Luna age more slowly than groundhogs who have grown up in a 1G field. Gwen's delusion seemed to include the notion that she herself was actually a loony instead of the native groundhog she had claimed to be. But loonies do age, albeit slowly, and loonies more than 100 years old, I had met several, do not look only 30-odd years old. They look ancient. I would have to try hard to let Gwen think that I believed her every word, while believing none and telling myself that it did not matter. I once knew a man who, sane himself, was married to a woman who believed devoutly in astrology. She was forever buttonholing someone and asking what sign her victim was born under. That sort of antisocial nuttiness must be much harder to live with than Gwen's gentle delusion. Yet this man seemed happy. His wife was an excellent cook, a pleasant woman, aside from this hole in her head, and may have been a bedroom artist equal to Rangy Lil. So why should he worry about her syndrome? She was happy with it, even though she annoyed other people. I think he did not mind living in an intellectual vacuum at home, as long as he was physically comfortable there. Having gotten off her pretty chest what was fretting her, Gwen went right to sleep, and soon I did likewise, for a long, happy, solid night of rest. I woke up restored and cheerful, ready to fight a rattlesnake and allow the snake the first 2 bites. Or ready to eat a rattlesnake. Come Monday, I was going to have to find us new quarters. I'm usually willing to go out for other meals, but breakfast should be available before one has to face the world. This is not the only reason to be married, but it is a good one. Of course, there are other ways to manage breakfast at home, but marrying and conning your wife into getting breakfast is, I believe, the commonest strategy. Then I came a little wider awake and realized that we could get breakfast right here. Or could we? What hours do the kitchen function? What time is it now? I checked the notice posted by the dumbwaiter, was depressed by it. I had cleaned my teeth and put on my foot, and was pulling on my pants, while noting that I must buy clothes today. These trousers were reaching critical mass, when Gwen woke up. She opened one eye.
"Have we met?"
We of Boston would not consider it a formal introduction, but I'm willing to buy you breakfast anyhow. You were fairly lively. What'll it be? This flea bag offers only something called café complet, a bleak promise at best, or you can get decent and we'll creep slowly out to see Sloppy Joe.
"Come back to bed."
Woman, you're trying to collect my life insurance. Sloppy Joe, or shall I order for you a cup of lukewarm Nescafé, a stale croissant, and a glass of synthetic orange juice for a luxurious breakfast in bed?
"You promised me waffles every morning. You promised me, you did."
"Yes, at Sloppy Joe's. That's where I'm going. Are you coming with me, or shall I order for you the Raffles specialty of the house?" Gwen continued to grumble and moan and accuse me of unspeakable crimes, and urge me to come die like a man while promptly and efficiently getting up, refreshing for the day, and dressing. She finished looking spick and span instead of 3 days in the same clothes. Well, we both did have brand-new underclothes, recent hot baths, and putatively clean minds and nails, but she looked bandbox fresh, while I looked like the pig that slowly walked away, which was all her misfortune and none of my own. Gwen was wonderfully good to wake up to. I felt bubblingly happy. After we left room L, she took my arm and hugged it.
"Mister, thank you for inviting me to breakfast."
"Any time, little girl. What room is Bill in?" She sobered instantly.
"Richard, I did not propose exposing you to Bill until after you had eaten. Better, perhaps?"
Oh, hell. I don't enjoy waiting for breakfast, and I see nothing to be gained by making Bill wait for his. We don't have to look at him. I'll grab a table for 2, and Bill can sit at the counter."
"Richard, you are a soft-hearted slob. I love you."
"Don't call me a soft-hearted slob, you soft-hearted slob. Who lavished spending money on him?"
"I did, and it was a mistake, and I got it back from him, and it won't happen again."
"You got some of it back from him."
"Got back what he had left, and quit rubbing my nose in it, please. I was an idiot, Richard. Too right."
"So let's forget it. This is his room?" Bill was not in his room. An inquiry at the desk confirmed what knocking had shown to be likely. Bill had gone out a half-hour earlier. I think Gwen was relieved. I know I was. Our problem child had become a major pain in the Khyber. I had to remind myself that he had saved Auntie to see anything good about him. A few minutes later, we entered the local Sloppy Joe. I was looking around for a free table for two when Gwen squeezed my arm. I looked up, then looked where she was looking. Bill was at the cashier's station, paying a check. He was doing so with a 25-crown note. We waited. When he turned around, he saw us and looked ready to run. But there was nowhere to run except past us. We got him outside without a scene. In the corridor, Gwen looked at him, her face cold with disgust.
"Bill, where did you get that money?"
He looked at her, looked away.
"It's mine." "Oh, nonsense. You left Golden Rule without a farthing. Any money you have you got from me. You lied to me last night. You held out on me."
Bill looked doggedly stubborn, said nothing. So I said, "Bill, go back to your room. After we've had breakfast, we'll see you there, and we'll have the truth out of you." He looked at me with barely restrained fury.
"Senator, this ain't none of your pigeon."
"We'll see. Go back to the Raffles. Come, Gwen."
"But I want Bill to return my money, now."
"After breakfast. This time, let's do it my way. Are you coming?" Gwen shut up, and we went back into the restaurant. I saw to it that we did not discuss Bill. Some subjects curdle the gastric juices. About 30 minutes later, I said, "Another waffle, dear?"
"No, thank you, Richard. I've had enough. They're not as good as yours."
"That's 'cause I'm a natural-born genius. Let's finish up, then go back and take care of Bill. Shall we skin him alive or merely impale him on a stake?"
"I've been planning to question him on the rack. Richard, life lost some of its beauty when truth drugs replaced thumbscrews and hot irons."
"My beloved, you are a bloodthirsty little wretch. More coffee?"
"You just say that to flatter me. No more, thank you."
We returned to the Raffles, went to Bill's room, were unable to raise him, went back to the desk. The misanthrope who had checked me in was again on duty. I asked, "Have you seen anything of William Johnson, room KK?" "Yes, about 30 minutes ago he collected his key deposit and left."
"But I bought that key,"
Gwen said, rather shrilly. The desk manager was unruffled.
"Guspaja, I know you did, but we returned the deposit for the return of the key. It doesn't matter who rented the room."
He reached for his rack, took down keycard KK.
"The deposit just barely pays for changing the magnetic code if someone fails to return his key. It doesn't pay for the nuisance. If you dropped your card in the corridor and somebody picked it up and turned it in, we would pay the deposit. Then you would have to pay a second deposit to get into your room."
I took Gwen firmly by the elbow. "Fair enough. If he shows up, let us know, will you? Room L." He looked at Gwen.
"You don't want room KK?"
"No." He turned his attention to me.
"You have room L at its single rate. For double occupancy, we charge more."
Suddenly I had had it. All the caca, all the shoving around, all the petty nonsense I could take. "You try to clip me one more crown, and I'll haul you down to Bottom Alley and unscrew your head. Come along, dear." I was still fuming when I led us into our room and locked the door. "Gwen, let's not stay in Luna. The place has changed, for the worse."
"Where do you want to go, Richard?"
She looked and sounded distressed. I would opt to emigrate, right out of the system. Botany Bay or Proxima or such. If I were younger and had 2 legs..." I sighed. "Sometimes I feel like a motherless child."
"Sweetheart."
"Yes, dear?"
"I'm here and I want to mother you. I go where you go. I'll follow you to the ends of the galaxy, but I don't want to leave Luna City just yet. If you will indulge me, we can go out now and search for somewhere else to stay. If we don't find a place, Rabbi Ezra may be right. Can't we put up with that surly clerk until Monday? Then we can certainly find a place.
I concentrated on slowing my heart, managed it. Yes, Gwen, we might shop for a place to move into after the weekend, after the Shriners leave, if we can't find a suitable place available at once. I wouldn't mind that schmo on the desk if we were sure of proper cubic after the weekend.
Yes, sir. May I tell you now why I need to stay in Luna City for a while?
Yes, certainly. Matter of fact, I ought to stay rooted to one spot for a while, too. Get some writing done. Make some money to offset the rather heavy expenses of this week.
Richard, I've tried to tell you, there are no money worries.
Gwen, there are always money worries. I'm not going to spend your savings. Call it macho if you like, but I intend to support you.
Yes, Richard, thank you. But you need feel no pressure of time. I can lay hands promptly on whatever amount of money we need.
So, that's a sweeping statement.
It was intended to be, sir. Richard, I stopped lying to you. Now is the time for large chunks of truth.
I brushed this aside with both hands. Gwen, haven't I made it clear to you that I don't care what fibs you've told or how old you are or what you've been? It's a fresh start, you and me.
Richard, stop treating me as a child.
Gwen, I am not treating you as a child. I am saying that I accept you as you are. Today, now. Your past is your business. She looked at me sadly.
Beloved, you don't believe that I am Hazel Stone, do you?
Time to lie. But a lie is no good if it's not believed, unless it is told to be disbelieved, which could not apply here. Time to fan dance instead. Sweetheart, I've been trying to tell you that it does not matter to me whether or not you are Hazel Stone, or Sadie Lipschitz, or Pocahontas. You are my beloved wife. Let's not cloud that golden fact with irrelevancies.
Richard, listen to me. Let me talk.
She sighed.
Or else...
Or else?
You know what or else means. You used it on me. If you won't listen, then I must go back and report that I have failed.
Go back where? Report to whom? Failed in what?
If you won't listen, it doesn't matter.
You told me not to let you leave.
I won't be leaving you. I'll just be running a quick errand, then back home to you. Or you're welcome to come with me. Oh, I wish you would. But I must report my failure and resign my commission. Then I'll be free to go with you to the ends of the universe. But I must resign, not simply desert. You are a soldier, you understand that.
You are a soldier?
Not exactly an agent.
Agent provocateuse?
Close.
She smiled wryly.
Agent amoureuse, perhaps. Although I wasn't told to fall in love with you, just to marry you. But I did fall in love with you, Richard, and it may have ruined me as an agent. Will you come with me while I report back? Please?
I was getting more confused by the minute. Gwen, I'm getting more confused by the minute.
Then why not let me explain?
Gwen, it can't be explained. You claim that you're Hazel Stone.
I am?
Damn it, I can count. Hazel Stone, if she is still alive, is well over a century old.
That's right. I'm well over 100.
She smiled.
I robbed the cradle, dear one.
Oh, for God's sake. Look, dear, I've spent the last 5 nights in bed with you. You're an exceptionally lively old bag. She grinned at me.
Thank you, dear. I owe it all to Lydia Pinkham's vegetable compound.
You do, eh? A patent nostrum took the calcium out of your joints and put it back into your bones, and ironed out the wrinkles in your face, and restored your youthful hormonal balance, and unclogged your arteries? Order me a barrel of it. I'm slowing down.
Mrs. Pinkham had expert help, dearest. Richard, If you would only let me prove to you who I am, by my thumbprint on the Declaration of Independence, your mind would then be open to the truth, strange though it is. I wish I could offer you identification by retinal patterns, but my retinas had not been photographed then. But there is that thumbprint, and there is blood typing, too.
I began to feel panicky. What would Gwen do if her delusion pattern was toppled? Then I remembered something. Gretchen mentioned Hazel Stone.
So she did. Gretchen is my great-great-granddaughter, Richard. I married Slim Lemke of the Stone Gang on my 14th birthday, and had my first child by him at Terra's fall equinox of 2078. A boy. I named him Roger for my father. In 2080, I had my first daughter.
Hold it. Your eldest daughter was a student at Percival Lowell when I commanded the rescue operation. So you said.
Part of that pack of lies, Richard. I did indeed have a descendant there, a granddaughter on the faculty. So I truly am grateful, but I had to edit the details to fit my apparent age. My first daughter was named Ingrid, for Slim's mother, and Ingrid Henderson was named for her grandmother, my daughter, Ingrid Stone. Richard, you could not guess at the time how difficult it was for me at Dry Bones Pressure to meet for the first time 5 of my very own and not be able to acknowledge them. But I can't be Grandmother Hazel when I'm being Gwen Novak. So I didn't admit it, and that was not the first time this has happened to me. I've had lots of children, 44 years from menarche to menopause, and I gave birth to 16 by 4 husbands and 3 passing strangers, and took the Stone name back after my 4th husband died, because I moved in with my son, Roger Stone. I raised 4 of the kids Roger had by his second wife. She is a medical doctor and needed a resident grandmother. I got 3 of them married off, all but the baby, who is now chief surgeon at Ceres General, and may never get married as he is handsome and quite self-centered, and believes the old saw about, "Why keep a cow?" Then I started taking the vegetable compound, and here I am, fertile again and ready to raise another family.
She smiled and patted her belly.
Let's go back to bed.
God damn it, wench, that won't solve anything.
No, but it's a swell way to pass the time, and sometimes it puts a stop to recurrent bleeding, which reminds me, if Gretchen ever shows up, I won't interfere a second time. I just did not fancy having my great-great-granddaughter crowding in on my honeymoon, a honeymoon already crowded by too many people and too much excitement.
Gretchen is just a child.
You think so? She is physically as mature as I was at 14, when I married and got pregnant at once. Virgin at marriage, Richard. Happens oftener here than anywhere else. Mama Mimi was strict, and Mama Wyo was charged with keeping an eye on me, and I wasn't inclined to stray anyhow, as the Davis family was socially as high as you could be in Luna City in those days, and I appreciated having been adopted by them. Beloved, I'm not going to tell you another word about me until you check my chop and print on the Declaration. I can feel your disbelief, and it humiliates me.
What do you do when your wife persists? Marriage is the greatest human art, when it works. Sweetheart, I don't want to humiliate you, but I'm not competent to match thumbprints. But there is more than one way to cook a wolf. The second wife of your son, Roger. Is she still alive?
Very much so, Dr. Edith Stone.
Then there is probably a record right here in Luna City of her marriage to your son. And is he the Roger Stone who was once mayor?
Yes, from 2122 to 2130. But he is not available. He left here in 2148.
Where is he now?
Several light years away. Edith and Roger out-migrated to Fiddler's Green. None of that branch of my family is around any longer. It won't work, dear. You're looking for someone who can identify me as Hazel Stone, aren't you?
Well, yes, I thought Dr. Edith Stone would be an expert and unbiased witness.
She still can be.
How?
Blood typing, Richard.
Look, Gwen, blood typing is a subject I've had to know something about because of field surgery. I saw to it that every man in my regiment was typed. Blood typing can show who you are not. It cannot prove who you are. In a number as small as a regiment, even the rare AB negative will be matched more than once. They run 1 in 200. I remember because I am one. She nodded agreement.
And I'm O positive, the commonest type of all. But that's not the whole story. If you type for all 30-odd blood groups, a blood type is as unique as a fingerprint or a retinal pattern. Richard, during the Revolution, lots of our people died because they had not been blood typed. Oh, we knew how to transfuse blood, but safe donors could be found only by cross-matching, then and there. Without typing, this was often too slow. Most, of our wounded who needed blood died because a donor could not be identified in time. After peace and independence, Mama Wyo, Wyoming Not Davis, the hospital in Kong, you know.
I noticed.
Mama Wyo had been a professional host mother in Kong and knew about such things. She started the first blood bank with money raised by Major Watanabe, another founding father. There may be a half-liter of my blood frozen in Kong even today, but what is certain is that a complete typing of my blood is on file there, because Edith saw to it that each one of us had a full typing, all known groups, before we all started a Wanderjahr in 2148.
This ends side 2 of cassette 6 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 7. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 7.
Gwen smiled happily.
So, take a sample of my blood, Richard. Have it typed at Galileo University Medical Center. Get a full workup. I'll pay for it. Compare it with my typing done in 2148, filed at Wyoming Knott Memorial. Anyone who can read English can tell whether or not the two workups match. It doesn't take the sort of expertise required to match fingerprints. If that doesn't say I am me, then send for a straitjacket. It'll be time to put me away.
Gwen, we're not going back to Kong, not for anything.
No need to. We pay the blood bank at Galileo to have a transcript from Kong printed out by terminal.
Her face clouded.
But it will blow my cover as Mistress Novak. Once those two records are side by side, they'll know that Grandmother Hazel has returned to the scene of her crimes. I don't know what that will do to my mission. It was not supposed to happen. But I do know that convincing you is absolutely essential to my mission.
Gwen, assume that you've convinced me.
Truly, dear? You wouldn't lie to me?
Yes, I would, little love, but I must admit that your words are persuasive. All that you have said matches my own careful study of lunar history, and you deal with little details as if you had been there. It all is convincing, but the physical impossibility. You are young, darling. You are not an old crone of more than a century. Sweetheart, you've given me two positive ways to identify you, so let's assume that I've checked out one or the other or both. Let's stipulate that you're Hazel. Do you prefer to be called Hazel?
I answer to both names, darling. Suit yourself.
All right. The sticky point is your appearance. If you were old and dried up instead of young and juicy...
Are you complaining?
No, merely descriptive. Stipulating that you are Hazel Stone, born 2063, how do you account for your youthful appearance? And don't give me any guff about a legendary patent medicine.
You'll find the truth hard to believe, Richard. I have undergone rejuvenation. Twice, in fact. The first time to bring me back in appearance to late middle age, while restoring my bodily economy to youthful maturity. The second time was mostly cosmetic, to make me desirable in appearance. To recruit you, sir.
Be damned. Monkey face, is that your own face?
Yes, it can be changed if you would like me to look otherwise.
Oh, no. I'm not one to insist on prettiness as long as a girl's heart is pure.
Why, you louse.
But since your heart isn't all that pure, it's nice that you're pretty.
You can't talk yourself out of it that easily.
Okay, you're gorgeous and sexy and evil. But rejuvenation explains without explaining. As far as I've ever heard, rejuvenation is for flatworms, but not for anything higher up the evolutionary ladder.
Richard, this part you'll have to take on faith, for now at least. I was rejuvenated at a clinic a couple of 1,000 years away, and in an odd direction.
It sounds like a gimmick I might have dreamed up when I was writing fantasies.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Not convincing. Merely true.
So I see no way to investigate it. Perhaps I'll have to get that blood-type transcript. Hazel Stone. Roger Stone. The scourge of the spaceways.
My God, my past has caught up with me. Richard, did you ever watch my show?
Every episode, unless I had been caught doing something that called for drastic punishment. Captain John Sterling was my childhood hero. And you wrote it?
My son Roger started it. I started writing it in 2148, but I didn't put my name on it until the following year. Then it was Roger and Hazel Stone.
I remember. But I don't remember that Roger Stone ever wrote it by himself.
Oh, yes, he did. Until he got tired of the golden treadmill, I took it over from him, intending to kill it off.
Sweetheart, you can't kill off a serial. It's unconstitutional.
I know. Anyway, they took up the option and waved too much money under my nose. And we needed the money. We were living in space then, and a spacecraft, even a little family job, is expensive.
I've never quite had the courage to write a serial against deadlines. Oh, I've written episodes on assignment using a show's Bible, but not on my own and under the gun.
We didn't use a Bible. Buster and I just whipped him up as we went along.
Buster?
My grandson, the one who is now chief surgeon at Ceres General. For 11 years we wrote them together, frustrating the galactic overlord at every turn.
The galactic overlord. The best villain in the Creepies. Honey, I wish there were really a galactic overlord.
Why, you young whippersnapper, how dare you throw doubt on the authenticity of the galactic overlord? What do you know about it?
Sorry, I apologize. He's as real as Luna City. Poor John Sterling would not have had anyone to frustrate, and I certainly believe in Captain John Sterling of the Star Patrol.
That's better.
That time Captain Sterling was lost in the Horsehead Nebula with the radiation worms after him. How did he get out? That was one of the times I was being punished and not allowed to watch.
As I recall, mind you, this was some years back, I seem to recall that he jury-rigged his Doppler radar to fry them with polarized beams.
No, that was what he used on the space entities.
Richard, are you sure? I don't think he encountered the space entities until after he escaped from the Horsehead Nebula, when he had to make a temporary truce with the galactic overlord to save the galaxy.
I thought about it. How old was I at the time? What year in school? Hon, I do believe you're right. I was upset that he would join forces with the overlord even to save the galaxy.
But he had to, Richard. He couldn't let billions of innocent people die just to keep from soiling his hands through cooperating with the overlord. But I can see your point. Buster and I fought over that episode. Buster wanted to take advantage of the temporary truce to do the overlord in, once the space entities were destroyed.
No, Captain Sterling would never break his word.
True, but Buster was always the pragmatist. His solution to almost any problem was to cut somebody's throat.
Well, it's a convincing argument, I admitted.
But, Richard, you have to go easy in killing off characters in a serial. You must always leave something for the next episode. But you tell me you've never handled a series all on your own.
I haven't, but I do know that. I watched enough of them, back when.
Hazel, why did you let me fill you with a lot of guff about the life of a writer? You called me Hazel.
Sweetheart. Hazel, my darling. I'm not interested in blood types or in thumbprints. You are undeniably the author of history's greatest creepy, the scourge of the spaceways. It said on the credits week after week, year after year, written by Hazel Stone. Then, sadly, it began to read, based on characters created by Hazel Stone.
It did? Those later credits should have included Roger. He created the show, not me. Those no-good-nicks.
It didn't matter, because the characters grew anemic and died. Without you, the show was never the same.
I had to quit. Buster grew up. I supplied the twists. He supplied the gore. Sometimes I got soft-hearted. Buster never did.
Hazel, why don't we revive it? We'll plot it together. You write it. I'll do the cooking and housekeeping. I stopped and looked at her. What in the world are you crying about?
I'll cry if I want to. You call me Hazel. You believe me.
I have to believe you. Anybody could trick me about blood types or thumbprints, but not about commercial fiction. Not this old hack writer. You're the real McCoy, my love, the authentic scourge of the spaceways. But you're still my sweaty little nymphomaniac. I find I don't mind that you are a couple of centuries old.
I am not either 2 centuries old. I won't be for years and years.
But you're still my sweaty little nymphomaniac?
If you'll let me.
I grinned at her. Do I have any say in the matter? Get your clothes off and let's do some plotting.
Plotting?
All the best writing is done with the gonads, Hazel, my lusty bride. Didn't you know that? Battle stations, here comes the Galactic Overlord.
Oh, Richard.
Chapter 18. When it comes to a choice between kindness and honesty, my vote is for kindness every time, giving or receiving. Ira Johnson. Hazel, my ancient love.
Richard, would you like a broken arm?
I don't think you can manage it just now.
Want to bet?
Ouch! Stop that. Don't do it again, or I'll toss you back into the creek and marry Gretchen. She is not ancient.
Keep right on teasing me. My third husband was a tease. Everybody remarked on how well he looked at his funeral. And what a shame it was he died so young.
Hazel Gwen smiled up at me.
But he turned out to be heavily insured, which does comfort a widow. Marrying Gretchen is a good idea, darling. I would enjoy bringing her up. Teaching her to shoot, helping her with the first baby, coaching her in how to handle a knife, working out with her in martial arts, all the homey domestic skills a girl needs in this modern world.
My darling girl, you are as little and cute and pretty and harmless as a coral snake. I think Jinx has already trained Gretchen.
More likely Ingrid, but I can still put a polish on her. As you pointed out, I'm experienced. What was that word you used? Ancient. That was it.
Ouch!
Oh, that didn't hurt, sissy.
The hell it didn't. I'm going to enter a monastery.
Not till you've entered Gretchen. I've just decided, Richard. We're going to marry Gretchen.
I treated this ridiculous statement with the neglect it deserved. I got up and hopped into the refresher. Shortly, she followed me in. I cowered away from her. Help! Don't hit me again!
Oh, spit. I haven't hit you once, as yet.
I surrender. You're not ancient. You're just well marinated. Hazel, my love, what makes you so feisty?
I'm not feisty, but when you're as small as I am and female, if you don't stand up for your rights, you're sure to be pushed around by big, hairy, smelly men with delusions about male superiority. Don't yelp, dear. I haven't hurt you, not once. I haven't drawn blood. Now, have I?
I'm afraid to look. Mother never warned me that married life could be like this. Sweetheart, you were about to tell me why you had to recruit me and for what purpose when we got distracted. She was slow in answering.
Richard, you had trouble believing that I am more than twice your age.
You convinced me. I don't understand it, but I've had to accept it.
You're going to find other things, I must tell you, much harder to accept. Much.
Then I probably won't accept them. Hazel, Gwen, honey, I'm a hard case. I don't believe in table tapping, astrology, virgin birth.
Virgin birth isn't difficult.
I mean in the theological sense. I'm not talking about genetics laboratories. Virgin birth, numerology, a literal hell, magic, witchcraft, and campaign promises. You tell me something that runs contrary to horse sense, I'll be at least as hard to sell as I was about your ancient years. You'll need the galactic overlord as a confirming witness.
Okay. Slip this one on for size. From one standpoint, I'm even more ancient than you suspect. More than 2 centuries.
Hold it. You won't be 200 until Christmas Day 2263. A good many years yet, as you pointed out.
True. I didn't tell you about these extra years even though I lived through them, because I lived them at right angles.
I answered, Dear, the soundtrack suddenly went silent.
But Richard, that one's easy to believe. Where did I drop my pants?
Through most of the solar system, according to your memoirs.
That ain't the half of it, mister. Both inside and outside the system, and even outside this universe. And, brother, have I been transgressed against. I mean, where did I drop them today?
At the foot of the bed, I think. Hon, why do you bother to wear panties when you take them off so frequently?
Because only sluts run around without drawers, and I'll thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head.
I didn't say a word.
I could hear what you were thinking.
And I don't believe in telepathy either.
You don't, eh? My grandson, Dr. Lowell Stone, a.k.a. Buster, used to cheat at chess by reading my mind. Thank God he lost the ability when he was about 10.
Noted, I answered, as hearsay concerning a highly improbable event from a reporter whose veracity has not been established. Reliability of alleged datum is therefore not higher than C5 by military intelligence scaling.
You'll pay for that.
Scale it yourself, I told her. You've served in military intelligence. CIA, wasn't it?
Who says?
You says, through several unfinished remarks.
It was not the CIA, and I've never been in McLean in my life, and I was fully disguised while I was there, and it wasn't me. It was the Galactic Overlord.
And I'm Captain John Sterling. Gwen Hazel looked wide-eyed.
Gee, Captain, can I have your autograph? Better give me 2. I can trade 2 of yours for 1 of Rosie the Robot. Richard, will we be going near the main post office?
Have to. I've got to set up a mail drop for Father Schultz. Why, dear?
If we can swing past Macy's, I'll get Naomi's clothes and wig packed. Then I'll mail them. They've been grinding on my conscience.
On your what?
On the bookkeeping system I use in place of one. Richard, you remind me more and more of my 3rd husband. He was a fine figure of a man, just as you are. He took great care of himself, and died in perfect health.
What did he die of?
Of a Tuesday, as I remember. Or was it a Wednesday? Anyway, I was not there. I was a long way off, curled up with a good buck. We never did learn what did him in. Apparently, He fainted in his bath, and his head went under water. What are you mumbling, Richard? Charlotte who?
Nothing at all. Hazel, I do not carry life insurance.
Then we must be extra careful to keep you alive. Stop taking baths.
If I do, in 3 or 4 weeks, you'll regret it.
Oh, I'll stop too. It will balance out. Richard, will we have time today to go out to the authority complex?
Perhaps. Why?
To find Adam Celine.
Is he buried there?
That is something I must try to find out. Richard, is your believer in good shape?
It's overstrained. Several years at right angles indeed. Want to buy a space warp?
Thank you. I have one, in my purse. Those extra years are just a matter of geometry, my husband. If you are wedded to the conventional picture of space-time with just one time axis, then of course you find it hard to understand. But there are at least 3 time axes, just as there are at least 3 space axes. And I live those extra years on other axes. All clear?
Utterly clear, my love. As self-evident as transcendentalism.
I knew you would understand. The case of Adam Celine is more difficult. When I was 12, I heard him speak many times. He was the inspiring leader who held our revolution together. Then he was killed, or so it was reported. It was not until years later that Mama Wyo told me, as deepest secret, that Adam was not a man, not a human being at all, another sort of entity.
I most carefully said nothing. Gwen Hazel said,
Well, don't you have anything to say?
Oh, sure, not human. An alien. Green skin and 1 meter high, and its flying saucer landed in Mare Crisium just outside Looney City. Where was the galactic overlord?
You can't upset me talking that way, Richard, because I know just how such an impossible story affects one. I had the same sort of doubts when Mama Wyo told me, except that I had to believe her because Mama Wyo would never lie to me. But Adam was not an alien, Richard. He was a child of mankind, but not a human child. Adam Celine was a computer, or a complex of programs in a computer, but it was a self-programming computer, so it comes to the same thing. Well, sir?
I took my time answering. I like flying saucers better.
Oh, fiddle! I'm tempted to turn you in on Marcy Choi Moo.
The smartest thing you could do.
No, I'll keep you. I'm used to your foibles. But I may keep you in a cage.
Hazel, listen carefully. Computers do not think. They calculate with great speed in accordance with rules built into them. Since we ourselves calculate by using our brains to think, this designed-in capacity to calculate gives computers the appearance of thinking. But they do not think. They operate the way they do because they must. They were built that way. You can add animism to the list of nonsense notions to which I do not subscribe.
I'm glad you feel that way, Richard, because this job will be touchy and difficult. I need your healthy skepticism to keep me straight.
I'm going to have to write that down and examine it carefully.
Do that, Richard. Now, here is what happened back in 2075 and 6. One of my adoptive fathers, Manuel Garcia, was the technician who took care of the big computer of the authority. This one computer ran almost everything, handled all the utilities of this city and most of the other warrens, except Kong, bossed the first catapult, ran the tubes, handled banking, printed the lunatic, did practically everything. The authority found it cheaper to expand the functions of this one big computer than to spread computers all through Luna.
Neither efficient nor safe.
Probably, but that's what they did. Luna was a prison then. It did not have to be either efficient or safe. There was no high-tech industry here, and in those days we had to accept whatever was handed us. As may be, dear, This one master computer got bigger and bigger and woke up.
It did, eh? Sheer fantasy, my sweet, and a cliché that has been used by every fantasy writer in history. Even Roger Bacon's brass head was one version of it. Frankenstein's monster is another. Then a spate of stories in later years, and still they come, and all of them nonsense. But what I said was, "Go ahead, dear. Then what?"
Richard, you don't believe me.
I thought we settled that. You said that you needed my healthy skepticism.
I do. So use it. Criticize. Don't just sit there with that smug look on your face. This computer had been operating by voice for years, accepting spoken programs, answering with synthesized speech, or printout, or both.
Built-in functions. Techniques 2 centuries old.
Why did your face shut down when I said it woke up?
Because that's nonsense, my love. Waking and sleeping are functions of living beings. A machine, no matter how powerful and flexible, does not wake up or go to sleep. It is power on or power off. That's all.
All right, let me rephrase it. This computer became self-aware and acquired free will.
Interesting. If true, I don't have to believe it. I don't.
Richard, I refuse to become exasperated. You are simply young and ignorant, and that's not your fault.
Yes, Grandma, I'm young and you're ignorant. Slippery bottom.
Take your lecherous hands off me and listen. What accounts for self-awareness in a man?
Huh? I have no need to account for it. I experience it.
True, but it is not a trivial question, sir. Let's treat it like a boundary problem. Are you self-aware? Am I?
Well, I am, Monkey Face. I'm not sure about you.
The same, vice versa.
That's fun, too.
Richard, let's stick to the subject. Is the sperm in a male body self-aware?
I hope not.
Or the ova in a female?
That's your question to answer, beautiful. I've never been female.
And you are dodging questions just to tease me. A spermatozoon is not self-aware, and neither is an ovum. And never mind silly remarks. That's one boundary. I, an adult human zygote, am self-aware. You are too, however dimly this is true for males. Second boundary. Very well. Richard, at what point from the freshly fertilized ovum to the mature zygote, now named Richard, did self-awareness enter the picture? Answer me. Don't dodge it, and please, no silly remarks.
I still thought it was a silly question, but I tried to give it a serious answer. Very well. I have always been self-aware.
A serious answer, please.
Gwen Hazel, that answer is as serious as I can make it. So far as I know, I have lived forever and have been self-aware the whole time. All this talk about things that went on before 2133, the alleged year of my alleged birth, is just hearsay and not very convincing. I go along with the gag to keep from annoying people or getting funny looks. And when I hear astronomers talk about the world being created in a big bang 8 or 16 or 30 billion years before I was born, if I was born, I don't recall it, that's a horse laugh. If I was not alive 16 billion years ago, then there was nothing at all. Not even empty space. Nothing. Zero with no rim around it. The universe in which I exist cannot exist without me in it. So it's silly to talk about the date I became self-aware. Time started when I did. It stops when I do. All clear? Or shall I draw you a diagram?
All clear on most points, Richard, but you are wrong about the date. Time did not start in 2133. It started in 2063, unless one or the other of us is a golem.
Every time I have a go at solipsism, something like this happens. Honey, you're cute. But you are a figment of my imagination. Ouch! I told you to stop that.
You have a lively imagination, darling. Thanks for thinking me up. Do you want another proof? Up to now I've just been playing. Shall I now break one of your bones? Just a small one, you pick it.
Listen, Figment, you break one of my bones and you'll regret it for the next billion years.
Merely a logical demonstration, Richard. No malice in it.
And once I set the bone...
Oh, I'll set it, dear.
Not on your life. Once I have it set, I'll phone Chia and ask her to come over and marry me and protect me from small figments with violent habits.
You're going to divorce me?
Again, she was suddenly all big eyes. Hell no. Just bust you down to junior wife and put Chia in charge. But you can't leave. Permission denied. You're serving a life sentence, whether it's straight ahead or at right angles. I'm going to get a club and beat you until you give up your evil ways.
All right, as long as I don't have to go away.
Ouch! And don't bite. That's rude.
Richard, if I am just a figment of your imagination, then any biting I do is your idea, done by you to yourself for some murky masochistic purpose. If that is not true, then I must be self-aware, not your figment.
Either or logic never proves anything. But you're a delightful figment, dear. I'm glad I thought of you.
Thank you, sir. Sweetheart, here is a key question. If you will answer it seriously, I'll stop biting.
Forever? Don't strain yourself, Figment. If you have a serious question, I'll try to give it a serious answer.
Yes, sir. What accounts for self-awareness in a man? And what is there about this condition or process or whatever that makes awareness impossible for a machine, specifically for a computer, in particular, the giant computer that administered this planet in 2076, the Holmes 4?
I resisted the temptation to give a flip answer. Self-awareness? I know that one school of psychologists insists that awareness, if it exists, is present just as a passenger, no effect on behavior. This sort of nonsense should be lumped with transubstantiation. If true, it can't be proved. I am aware of my own self-awareness, and that is as far as any honest solipsist should go. Gwen Hazel, I don't know.
Good, we're making progress.
We are?
Yes, Richard. The hardest part about gaining any new idea is sweeping out the false idea occupying that niche. As long as that niche is occupied, evidence and proof and logical demonstration get nowhere. But once that niche is emptied of the wrong idea that has been filling it, once you can honestly say, I don't know, then it becomes possible to get at the truth.
Hon, you are not only the cutest little figment I've ever imagined, you are also the smartest.
Knock it off, Buster. Listen to this theory, and think of it as a working hypothesis, not as a God-given truth. It was dreamed up by my adoptive father, Papa Manny, to account for the observed fact that this computer had come to life. Maybe it explains something, maybe it doesn't. Mama Wyo said that Papa Manny was never sure. Now, attend me. A fertilized human ovum divides, and divides again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Somewhere along there, I don't know where, this collection of millions of living cells becomes aware of itself and the world around it.
She went on.
A fertilized egg is not aware, but a baby is. After Papa Manny discovered that his computer was self-aware, he noted that this computer, which had been expanded outrageously as more jobs were assigned to it, had reached a point of complication where it had more interconnections in it than has a human brain. Papa Manny made a great theoretical leap. When the number of interconnections in a computer becomes of the same close order as the number of interconnections in a human brain, that computer can wake up and become aware of itself. and probably will. He wasn't sure that it always happened, but he became convinced that it could happen, and for that reason, the high number of interconnections. Richard, Papa Manny never went any farther with it. He was not a theoretical scientist. He was a repair technician. But the way his computer was behaving bothered him. He had to try to figure out why it was acting so oddly. This theory resulted. But you need not pay attention to it. Papa Manny never tested it.
Hazel, what was this odd behavior?
Oh, Mama Wyo told me that the first thing Manuel noticed was that Mike, the computer I mean, Mike had acquired a sense of humor.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Mama Wyo told me that to Mike, or Michelle, or Adam Celine, he used all three names, he was a trinity, to Mike, the entire lunar revolution, in which thousands died here and hundreds of thousands died on Earth, was a joke. It was just one great big practical joke, thought up by a computer with super genius brain power and a childish sense of humor.
Hazel grimaced, then grinned.
Just a great big, overgrown, lovable kid who should have been kicked.
You make it sound like a pleasure, kicking him.
Do I? Perhaps I should not. After all, a computer could not possibly do right or wrong, or experience good or evil in the human sense. It would have no background for it. No rearing, if you please. Mama Wyo told me that Mike's human behavior was by imitation. He had endless role models. He read everything, including fiction. But his only real emotion, all his own, was deep loneliness and a great longing for companionship. That's what our revolution was to Mike. Companionship, play, a game that won him attention from Prof and Wyo, and especially Manny. Richard, if a machine can have emotions, that computer loved my Papa Manny. Well, sir?
I was tempted to say nonsense or something even less polite. Hazel, you are demanding bald truth from me, and it will hurt your feelings. It sounds like fiction to me. If not your fiction, then that of your foster mother, Wyoming Knott. I added, Sweetheart, are we going out to attend to our chores, or are we going to spend all day talking about a theory on which neither of us has any evidence?
I'm dressed and ready to go, dear. Just one little bit more and I'll shut up. You find this story unbelievable.
Yes, I do. I said it as flatly as possible.
What part of it is unbelievable?
All of it.
Truly? Or is the sticking point the idea that a computer can be self-aware? If you accept that, does the rest of it become easier to swallow?
I tried to be honest. If that nonsense did not make me gag, would the rest be acceptable? Oh, certainly. Like the gold spectacles of Joseph Smith, like the tablets handed down to Moses from the Mount, like the redshift to the Big Bang, except the postulate, and the rest goes down smoothly. Hazel Gwen, if we assume a self-aware computer with emotions and free will, I would not boggle at anything else, from ghosts to little green men. What was it the Red Queen did? Believe 7 impossible things before breakfast?
The White Queen.
No, the Red Queen.
Are you sure, Richard? It was just before...
Forget it. Talking chessmen are even harder to swallow than a prankster computer. Sweetheart, the only evidence you offer is a story told you by your foster mother in her old age. That's all. Senile, maybe?
No, sir. Dying, but not senile. Cancer, from exposure to a solar storm when she was quite young, so she thought. As may be, it was not senility. She told me this when she knew she was to die, because she thought the story should not be lost completely.
You see the weakness of the story, dear? One deathbed story, no other data?
Not quite, Richard.
Eh?
My adoptive father, Manuel Davis, confirms all of it, and then some.
But You always spoke of him in the past tense. I think you did. And he would be, how old? Older than you are.
He was born in 2040, so he would be a century and a half old now. Not impossible for a loony, but he's both older and younger than that, for the same reasons I am. Richard, if you talked to Manuel Davis and he confirmed what I've told you, would you believe him?
I grinned at her. You might force me to bring to the issue the stalwart common sense of ignorance and prejudice.
Go along with you. Put on your foot, dear, please. I want to take you out and get you at least one more outfit before we move. Your trousers have spots on the stains. I'm not being a good wife.
Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am. Where is your Papa Manny now?
You won't believe this.
If it doesn't involve right-angled time or lonely computers, I'll believe it.
I haven't checked lately, I think Papa Manny is with your Uncle Jock in Iowa.
I stopped with my foot in my hand. You're right. I don't believe it. Chapter 19. Rascality has limits. Stupidity has not. Napoleon Bonaparte. How can you argue with a woman who won't? I expected Gwen to start justifying her preposterous allegation, citing chapter and verse in an attempt to convince me. Instead, she answered sadly,
I knew that was all I could expect. I'll just have to wait. Richard, do we have any other stops to make besides Macy's and the main post office before we can go out to the Warden's complex?
I need to set up a new checking account and then transfer my present account down from Golden Rule. My cash in pocket is becoming rather seldom anemic.
But, dearest, I've tried to tell you, money is no problem.
She opened her purse, dug out a wad of money, started peeling off 100-crown notes.
I'm on an expense account, of course.
She held them out. Easy there, I said. Save your pennies, little girl. I undertook to support you, not the other way around. I expected a retort involving macho, or male chauvinist pig, or at least community property. Instead, she flanked me.
Richard, your bank account in Golden Rule, is it a numbered account? If not, under what name?
Huh? No. Richard Ames, of course.
Do you think Mr. Sethos might take an interest?
Oh, our kindly landlord. Honey, I'm glad you're here to do my thinking for me. A track leading straight to me, as plain as footprints in snow, for Sethos's goons to follow to collect that reward for my carcass, dead or alive. Of course, all bank records are confidential, not alone numbered accounts, but confidential means only that it takes money or power to break the rules, and Sethos had both. Gwen, let's go back and booby-trap his air conditioning again, but this time we'll use prussic acid instead of Limburger.
Good.
I wish we could. You're right, I can't touch that Richard Ames bank account as long as storm warnings are up. We'll use your cash. Treat it as a loan. You keep track of it.
You keep track of it. Damn it, Richard, I'm your wife.
Fight over it later. Leave the wig and the geisha costume here. We won't have time today, as I must first go see Rabbi Ezra, unless you want to run your errands while I run mine.
Buster, are you feverish? I'm not letting you out of my sight.
Thanks, Ma. That's the answer I wanted. We go see Father Ezra, then we go hunt living computers. If there is time left, we'll do the other chores when we get back. It being before noon, we looked for Rabbi Ezra Ben David by going to his son's fish market across from the city library. The rabbi lived in a room back of the shop. He agreed to represent me and act as a mail drop. I explained to him my parallel arrangements with Father Schultz, then wrote a note for him to send to Henrietta Van Loon. Reb Ezra accepted it. "I'll stat it from my son's terminal at once. It should be printed out in Golden Rule 10 minutes from now. Special delivery?" Draw attention to it, or accept slower service. Something was stewing in Golden Rule. Hendrik Schultz might have some answers. "Special delivery, please." "Very well. Excuse me a few moments." He rolled out of his room, was back quickly. "Golden Rule acknowledged receipt. Now to other matters. I was expecting you, Dr. Ames. That young man who was with you yesterday, is he a member of your family or a trusted employee?" "Neither one." "Interesting. Did you send him to ask me who was offering a reward for you and the amount of the reward?" "I certainly did not. Did you tell him anything?" "My dear sir, you asked for the traditional 3 days. "Thank you, sir." "Not at all. Since he took the trouble to seek me out here instead of waiting for my business hours, I assumed some urgency. Since you did not mention him, I concluded that the urgency was his, not yours. Now I assume, unless you tell me otherwise, that he intends you no good."
This ends side 1 of cassette 7. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
I gave the rabbi a condensed version of our relations with Bill. He nodded.
"You know Mark Twain's remarks on such matters?"
"I think not."
"He said that if you pick up a stray dog, feed it, and take care of it, it will not bite you. This, in his opinion, is the principal difference between a man and a dog. I don't agree fully with Twain, but he had a point."
I asked him to name a retainer, paid it without dickering, plus something for luck. The Authority Complex, officially the Administration Center, a name found only in print, is west of Luna City, halfway across Mare Crisium. We were there by noon. That tubeway is not ballistic, but is nevertheless fast. Once aboard, we were there in 20 minutes. Noon was the wrong time to arrive. The complex is made up of government offices. Everything shuts down for a leisurely lunch hour. Lunch seemed a good idea to me, too. Breakfast was in the remote past. There were several lunchrooms in the tunnels of the complex, with every chair filled with the broad beams of civil servants or occupied by tourists with red fezzes. Queues waited outside Sloppy Joe and Mom's Diner and Antoine's Number 2. "Hazel, I see vending machines ahead. Can I interest you in a warm Coke and a cold sandwich?"
"No, sir, you cannot. There's a public terminal just beyond the food dispensers. I'll make some calls while you eat."
"I'm not that hungry." "What calls?"
"Chia and Ingrid. I want to be sure Gretchen got home safely. She could have been waylaid just as we were. I should have called last night."
"Only to soothe your own worry. Either Gretchen was home day before yesterday evening, or it's too late and she's dead."
"Richard."
"That's what worries you, isn't it? Call Ingrid." Gretchen answered and squealed when she saw Gwen Hazel.
"Mama, come quick, it's Mistress Hardesty."
20 minutes later, we switched off. All that had been accomplished was to tell the Hendersons that we were at the raffles, and that our mailing address was care of Rabbi Ezra. But the ladies enjoyed visiting, and each assured the other that she would come visit in person sometime soon. They exchanged kisses via terminal. To my mind, a waste of technology. And of kisses. Then we tried to call Chia, but a man came on screen whom I did not recognize. He was not Chia's day-shift desk clerk. "What do you want?" he demanded. Hazel said,
I'd like to speak to Chia, please.
Not here. This hotel has been shut down by the Bureau of Sanitation.
Oh. Can you tell me where she is?
Try the Chief of Public Safety. The face flickered off. Hazel turned to me, her eyes filled with worry.
Richard, this can't be right. Chia's hotel is as squeaky clean as she is.
I see a pattern, I said grimly. And so do you. Let me try. I moved in, queried for code, called the office of the top cop, HKL. An elderly desk sergeant answered. I said, Gaspaja, I'm trying to reach a citizen named Deng Chia. I was told... Yeah, I booked her, she answered. But she made bail an hour ago. Not here.
Ah, so. Thank you, ma'am. Can you tell me where I might reach her?
Haven't the slightest. Sorry.
Thank you. I switched off. Oh, dear.
Leprosy, sweetheart. We've got it. Anyone who touches us catches it.
Damn. Richard, I'm stating the simple truth. In my childhood, when this was a penal colony, there was more freedom under the warden than there is now with self-government.
Maybe you exaggerate, but I suspect Chia would agree with you. I chewed my lip and frowned. You know who else has caught our leprosy? Choi Moo.
You think so?
7-2.
No bet. Call him.
Query showed him to be a private subscriber, so I called his home. I heard a recording, sans picture.
Marcy Choi Moo speaking. Can't say when I'll be home, but I will call in soon for messages. At the gong, please record.
A gong sounded. I thought furiously, then said, Captain Midnight speaking. We are booked into the old Raffles. A mutual friend needs help. Please call me at the Raffles. If I am not there, please leave message telling when and where I can reach you. I switched off again.
Dear, you didn't give him Rabbi Ezra's code.
On purpose, Sadie girl, to keep the rabbi's code out of Jefferson Mao's hands. Choi Moo's line may be monitored. I had to give him somewhere to call back, but I can't risk compromising the Rabbi Ezra connection. We must have it for Father Schultz. Table it, beautiful. I've got to query for HKL ground control. Hong Kong Luna ground control. This terminal is for official business. Make it brief. It was voice only. May I speak to Captain Marcy? Not here. I'm his emergency relief. Message? Make it snappy. I've got traffic in 4 minutes. This is Captain Midnight. Tell him I'm at the old Raffles. Call me. Don't switch off. Captain Midnight? He'll know. And so do I. He went to City Hall to put up bail for you-know-who. Or do you? Chia? Too right. I've got to get back to my scopes, but I'll tell him. Off.
What now, Richard?
Gallop in all directions.
Do be serious.
Can you think of anything better? The queue is gone from Mom's diner. Let's eat lunch.
Eat lunch while our friends are in danger?
Sweetheart, even if we went back to Kongville and thereby shoved our heads in the lion's mouth, we would have no way to find them. There is nothing we can do until Choi Moo calls us. That might be 5 minutes from now or 5 hours. One thing I learned in combat, never skip a chance to eat, sleep, or pee. Another chance may be a long time coming. I recommend Mom's cherry pie with ice cream. Hazel ordered the same, but by the time I was chasing my last bite with a spoon, she had merely toyed with hers. I said, Young lady, you sit right there until you have eaten everything on your plate.
Richard, I can't.
I don't like to beat you in public.
So don't.
So I won't. Instead, I will sit right here until you have eaten that all up, even if it means that I must sleep in this chair tonight. Hazel expressed obscenely unfavorable opinions of me, of Jefferson Mao, and of cherry pie. then ate the cherry pie. By 1320, we were at the door of the computer area in the complex. There, a youngster at a wicket sold us 2 tickets for £2.40, told us that the next tour would start in a few minutes, and led us into an enclosure, a waiting lounge with benches and opportunities to gamble against machines. 10 or a dozen tourists were waiting. Most of the males wore fezzes. When at last we started, an hour later, there were 19 or 20 of us, herded by a uniformed guide, or guard. He wore a cop's shield. We made a long circuit on foot of that enormous complex, a dull and endless trip. At each pause our guide gave us a memorized spiel, perhaps not too well memorized, as I could spot errors, even though I am not a communications control engineer. But I did not jump on these slips. Instead, I made a nuisance of myself, in accordance with earlier coaching by my fellow conspirator. At one stop, our guide explained that engineering control was decentralized all over Luna, both geographically and by functions: air, sewage, communications, fresh water, transportation, etc., but was monitored from here by the technicians you see at those consoles. I interrupted him. "My good man, I think you must be new on this job. The Encyclopedia Britannica explains clearly how one giant computer handles everything on the moon. That's what we've come to see, not backs of necks of junior clerks sitting at monitors. So let's see it. The giant computer, the Holmes 4. The guide let his professional smile slip and looked at me with the natural contempt of a loony for an earthworm. "You've been misinformed. True, it used to be that way, but you're over 50 years out of date. Today we are modernized and decentralized." "Young man, are you trying to contradict the Britannica?" "I'm telling you the simple truth. Now, let's move on and—" "What became of that giant computer, since it's no longer used, or so you say?" "Huh? Look behind you. See that door? It's behind that door." "Come, then let's see it. That's what I paid to see." "Not on your bloody drum and fife. It's an historical antique, a symbol of our great history. You want to look at it, you go to the Chancellor of Galileo U and show your credentials. He'll send you packing. Now then, let's all move along to the next gallery." Hazel did not move on with us, but, following instructions, I always had something ahead to point to and to ask a silly question about whenever our guide seemed about to have a free moment to look around. But when at long last we had made the full circle and were back at the lounge, Hazel was there ahead of us. I kept quiet until we were out of the complex and waiting at the tube station. Then I moved us out of earshot of others before I spoke. "How did it go?" "No trouble. The lock on that door was a type I've dealt with before. Thanks for keeping them all distracted while I coped with it. Good show, love." "You got what you were after?" "I think so. I'll know more after Papa Manny looks over my photographs. It's just a big, lonely room, Richard, crowded with old-fashioned electronics equipment. I shot it from about 20 angles and stereoed each shot by handheld offset. Not perfect, but I've practiced it." "That's all, this visit?" "Yes. Well, mostly." Her voice was choked. I looked at her, saw that her eyes were filled with tears about to overflow. "Why, darling, what's the matter?"
Nothing."
"Tell me."
"Richard, he's in there."
"Huh?"
"He's asleep in there. I know. I could feel him. Adam Salim."
The tube capsule slammed into the station about then, to my relief. There are subjects for which words are useless. The capsule was packed full. We could not talk en route. By the time we were back in El City, my darling had quieted down, and I could avoid the subject. The crowds in the corridors made talk difficult anyhow. Luna City is crowded at any time. On Saturdays, half the loonies from other warrens come in to shop. This Saturday, the usual weekend crowd was augmented by Shriners and their wives from all over North America and elsewhere. As we came down out of Tube Station West into Pressure 2 at Outer Ring, we faced Sears Montgomery. I was about to swing left to the causeway when Hazel stopped me. What, dear?
Your trousers.
Is my fly open? No, it's not.
We're going to cremate your trousers. It's too late for burial. And that shirt jacket.
I thought you were itchy to get to the raffles.
I am, but it will take me only 5 minutes to put you into a new siren suit.
Reasonable. My trousers were so dirty that I was beginning to risk being cited as a menace to public health. And Hazel did know what I preferred for everyday clothing, as I had explained to her that I would not wear shorts, even if every other adult male in Luna City was in shorts, as most of them were. I'm not morbidly self-conscious about my missing foot, but I do want full-length trousers to conceal my prosthesis. It's my private problem. I do not choose to exhibit it. All right, I agreed, but let's buy the one nearest the door. Hazel did get us in and out in 10 minutes, buying me 3 two-piece rumpus suits, all alike save for color. The price was right, as first she dickered it down to an acceptable amount, then rolled double or nothing, and won. She thanked the clerk and tipped him the price of a drink, then exited looking cheerful. She said to me,
"You look smart, dear."
I thought so, too. Those 3 suits were lime green, powder pink, and lavender. I had chosen to wear the lavender. I think it suits my complexion. I went strutting along, swinging my cane with my best girl on my arm, feeling great. But when we turned into the causeway, there was no room to swing a cane and barely room to walk. We backed out, dropped straight down to Bottom Alley, then across town and up 5 Aces chain lift to Pressure 6. Much farther, but today much faster. Even the side tunnel to the raffles was crowded. A cluster of fez-topped men were just outside our hotel. I glanced at one of them, then took a better look. I let him have it with my cane, reverse moulinette up into his crotch. At the same time, or a split second ahead of me, Hazel threw her package, my suits, into the face of the man next to him, and slugged one beyond him with her handbag. He went down as my man screamed and joined him. As my cane swung back, I took it with both hands horizontally and used the sideways short jabs intended for moving through a rioting crowd, but used the jabs more personally, getting one man in the belly, another in a kidney, and kicking each to quiet him as he went down. Hazel had taken care of the man she had slowed up with the package. I did not see how, but he was down and not moving. A 6th man was about to cool her with a kosh, so I stabbed him in the face with my cane. He grabbed at it. I moved forward with it to keep him from exposing the stiletto, while giving him 3 fingers to his solar plexus, left-handed. I fell on top of him, and was picked up and carried into the raffles at a trot, with my head down and dragging my cane after me. The next few seconds I had to sort out later, perhaps imperfectly. I did not see Gretchen standing at the registration desk, but she was there, having just arrived. I heard Hazel snap, "Gretchen, room L, straight back on the right," as she dumped me on Gretchen. On Luna I weigh 13 kilos, give or take a few grams. Not much load for a country girl used to hard work. But I'm much bigger than Gretchen and twice as big as Hazel. A big, unwieldy bundle. I squawked to be put down. Gretchen paid no attention. That silly desk clerk was yelping, but no one was paying attention to him either. Our door opened as Gretchen reached it, and I heard another familiar voice sing out, "He's hurt!" Then I was face up on my own bed, and Chia was working on me. "I'm not hurt," I told her. "Just shaken up."
"Yeah, sure. Hold still while I get your trousers off. Does one of you gentlemen have a knife?"
I was about to tell her not to cut my new trousers when I heard a shot. It was my bride, crouching inside the open doorway and peering cautiously out to the left, her head close to the floor. She fired again, scooted back inside, closed and locked the door. She glanced around and snapped, "Move Richard into the fresher. Pile the bed and everything else against the outer door. They'll be shooting or breaking it down, or both." She sat down on the floor with her back toward me and paid no attention to anyone. But everyone jumped to carry out her orders. Everyone included Gretchen, Chia, Choi Mu, Father Schultz, and Reb Ezra. I did not have time to be astonished, especially as Chia, with Gretchen's help, moved me into the refresher, put me on the floor, and resumed taking my pants off. What did astonish me was to find that my good leg, the one with the meat and bone foot on it, was bleeding heavily. I noticed it first from seeing that Gretchen had big blood stains on the left shoulder of her white coverall. Then I saw where the blood was coming from, whereupon that leg started to hurt. I don't like blood, especially mine, so I turned my face away and looked out the fresher door. Hazel was still sitting on the floor and had taken something out of her handbag that seemed to be bigger than the handbag. She was talking into it.
"THQ, Major Lipschitz calling THQ. Answer me, goddammit! Wake up! Mayday, mayday! Hey, Rube!"
Chapter 20. If anyone doubts my veracity, I can only say that I pity his lack of faith. Baron Munchausen. Chia added,
"Gretchen, hand me a clean towel. We'll make do just with a pressure pack until later."
"Ouch!"
"Sorry, Richard." "Mayday, mayday, Hail Mary, I'm up the crick without a paddle. Answer me."
"We read you, Major Lipschitz. Report local fix, planet, system, and universe."
It was a machine voice with a typical uninflected brassiness that sets my teeth on edge.
"Now let's tape it tightly." "Hell with procedures. I need T-shift pickup and I need it now. Check my assignment and slam it. Switch point, One Small Step by Armstrong. Local fix, Hotel Raffles, Room L. Time tick now."
I went on looking out the fresher door to avoid watching the unpleasant things Chia and Gretchen were doing to me. I could hear shouts and people running. Something crashed against the corridor door. Then in the rock wall on my right, a new door dilated. I say door for lack of a precise word. What I saw was a circular locus of silver gray, floor to ceiling, and more. Inside this locus was an ordinary door for a vehicle. What sort of vehicle I could not tell. Its door was all I could see. It swung open. Someone inside called out, "Grandma!" as the corridor door crashed in and a man fell into the room. Hazel shot him. A second man was right behind him. She shot him too. I reached for my cane. Beyond Chia, damn it. "Hand me my cane, hurry!"
Now, you lie back down."
"Give it to me." Hazel had one round left, or maybe none. Either way, it was time I backed her up. I heard more shots. With bitter certainty that nothing was left but to avenge her, I made a long arm, got my stick, and turned. No more fighting. Those last shots had been fired by Rabbi Ezra. Why was I surprised that a wheelchair cripple chose to go armed? Hazel was shouting, "Everybody get aboard! Move it!" And we did. I was confused again, as an endless crowd of young people, male and female, and all of them red-headed, poured out of that vehicle and carried out Hazel's orders. Two of them carried Reb Ezra inside, while a third folded his wheelchair flat and handed it in to a fourth. Choi Moo and Gretchen were hustled in, followed by Father Schultz. Chia was shoved after them when she tried to insist on handling me. Then two redheads, a man and a woman, carried me in. My blood-stained pants were chucked after me. I clung to my cane. I saw only a little of the vehicle. Its door opened into a four-place pilot and passenger compartment of what might be a space plane. Or might not be. The controls were strange, and I was in no position to judge how it worked. I was lugged between seats and shoved through a door behind them into a cargo space and wound up on top of the rabbi's folded wheelchair. Was I going to be treated as cargo? No, I lay there only briefly, then was turned 90 degrees and passed through a larger door, turned another 90 degrees and placed on a floor, and glad to stay there. For the first time in years, I was experiencing Earth normal weight. Correction. I had felt a few moments of it yesterday in the ballistic tube, a few more in that you-push-it clunker, Budget Jets 17, and about an hour of it in Old MacDonald's farm 4 days earlier. But this time sudden heaviness caught me by surprise and did not go away. I had lost blood and found it hard to breathe and was dizzy again. I was feeling sorry for myself when I saw Gretchen's face. She looked both scared and wretchedly ill. Chia was saying, "Get your head down, dear. Lie down by Richard. That's best. Richard, can you scrunch over a little? I would like to lie down, too. I don't feel well." So I found myself with a cuddlesome wench on each side of me, and I didn't feel a darn bit like cuddling. I'm supposed to be trained to fight in accelerations up to 2 full gravities, 12 times that of Luna. But that was years ago, and I'd had over 5 years of soft, sedentary living at low gravity. It seemed certain that Chia and Gretchen were just as uninterested in bundling. My beloved arrived, carrying our miniature maple. She placed it on a stand, blew me a kiss, and started sprinkling it. "Chia, let me draw a lukewarm tub for you two born loonies. You both can get into it." Hazel's words caused me to look around. We were in a bathroom. Not a refresher appropriate to a 4-seater spaceplane, nothing at all like ours in the Raffles. This room was an antique. Have you ever seen wallpaper decorated with fairies and gnomes? Indeed, have you ever seen wallpaper? How about a giant iron tub on claw feet? Or a water closet with a wooden lid and an overhead tank? The whole room was straight out of a museum of cultural anthropology. Yet everything was bright and new and shiny. I wondered just how much blood I had lost. "Thanks, Gwen, but I don't think I need it. Gretchen, do you want to float in water?" "I don't want to move." "It won't be long," Hazel assured them. "Gay shifted twice to avoid shrapnel, or we would be down now. Richard, how are you feeling?" "I'll make it." "Of course you will, darling. I feel the weight myself from a year in Golden Rule, but not much as I exercised at 1G every day. Dear one, how badly are you wounded?" "I don't know." "Chia?" "Lots of bleeding and some muscle damage, 20 or 25 centimeters and fairly deep. I don't think bone was hit. We put a tight pressure pack on it. If this ship is equipped for it, I want to do a better job and give him a broad-spectrum shot, too." "You've done a fine job. We'll be landing soon, and then there will be professional help and equipment." "All right. I don't feel too lively, I admit. So try to rest." Hazel picked up my blood-soiled trousers. "I'm going to soak these before the stain sets." "Use cold water," Gretchen blurted, then turned pink and added shyly, "So Mama says."
Ingrid is right, dear.
Hazel ran water into the hand basin.
Richard, I'm forced to admit that I lost your new clothes during that fuss.
Clothes we can buy. I thought I was going to lose you.
Good, Richard. Here's your wallet and some this and that. Pocket plunder.
Better let me have it. I crowded it all into a breast pocket. Where's Choi Moo? I did see him. Or did I?
He's in the other fresher, with Father Schultz and Father Ezra.
Huh? Are you telling me that a four-seater has 2 refreshers? It is a 4-place job, isn't it?
It is, and it does, and wait till you see the rose gardens and the swimming lounge.
I started to make a retort, but chopped it off. I had not figured out any formula by which to tell when my bride was jesting or was telling literal but unbelievable truth. I was saved from a silly discussion by one of the redheads coming in. Female, young, muscled, freckled, cat-like, wholesome, sultry.
Aunt Hazel, we're grounded. Thank you, Lore. I'm Laz. Cass wants to know who stays here, who comes along, and how long till lift. Gay wants to know whether or not we'll be bombed, and can she park one shift over? The bombing makes her nervous. Something is wrong here. Gay should not be asking directly, should she? I don't think she trusts Cass's judgment. She may have reason. Who's commanding? I am. Oh. I'll let you know who goes, who stays, after I talk to my papa and Uncle Jock. A few minutes, I think. You can let Gay park in a dead zone if you wish, but please have her stay on my frequency triple. We may be in a hurry. Right now I want to move my husband. But first I must ask another of our passengers to lend me his wheelchair.
Hazel turned to leave. I called out, "I don't need a wheelchair." But she didn't hear me. Apparently. 2 of the redheads lifted me out of the craft and placed me in Ezra's wheelchair, with its back support lowered and front support lifted. One of them spread a king-size bath towel over my lap and legs. I said, "Thanks, Laz."
I'm Lure. Don't be surprised if this towel vanishes. We've never tried taking one outside before.
She got back aboard, and Hazel wheeled me under the nose of the craft and around to its port side, which suited me, as I had seen at once that this was indeed a sort of space plane, with lifting body and retractable wings, and I was curious to see how the designer had managed to crowd 2 large refreshers into its port side. It did not seem aerodynamically possible. And it wasn't. Port side was like the starboard side, sleek and slender. No cubic for bathrooms. I had no time to ponder this. When we had turned into the Raffles side tunnel a few minutes earlier, my Sony chron had just blinked 17, Greenwich or L City time, which would make it 11 in the morning in Zone 6, dirt side. And so it was, because that's where we were, Zone 6, in the north pasture of my Uncle Jock's place, outside Grinnell, Iowa. So it becomes obvious that I not only had lost much blood, but also had been hit hard on the head, as even the hottest military courier needs at least 2 hours, Luna to Terror. In front of us was Uncle Jock's fine old restored Victorian, cupola and verandas and widow's walk, and he himself was coming toward us, accompanied by 2 other men. Uncle was as spry as ever, and still with a mop of silver-white hair that made him look like Andrew Jackson. The other 2 I did not recognize. They were mature men, but much younger than Uncle Jock. Well, almost everybody is. Hazel stopped pushing me, ran and threw her arms around one of them, kissed him, all out. My uncle picked her out of that man's arms, bussed her just as enthusiastically, then surrendered her to the third, who saluted her the same way and put her back on her feet. Before I could feel left out, she turned and took the first one by his left hand. "Papa, I want you to meet my husband, Richard Collin. Richard, this is my Papa Manny, Manuel Garcia O'Kelly Davis."
"Welcome to family, Colonel."
He offered me his right hand.
"Thank you, sir."
Hazel turned to the third man.
"And Richard, this is Dr. Hubert," Uncle Jock interrupted. "Leif, slap skin with my nephew, Colonel Colin Campbell. Welcome home, Dickie. What are you doing in that baby carriage?"
"Just lazy, I guess. Where's Aunt Sissy?"
"Locked up, of course. Knew you were coming. But what have you been doing? Looks like you failed to duck. Sadie, you have to expect that from Dickie. He's always been slow, hard to toilet train, and never did learn patty cake."
I was selecting a sufficiently insulting answer to this canard. I learned long ago the way to treat our family scandal, when the ground shook, followed immediately by crump. Not nuclear, just high explosive, but disquieting just the same. H.E. is not a toy, and is not a better way to become dead. There isn't one. Uncle said,
"Don't pee your pants, Dickie. They're not shooting at us. Leif, will you examine him here or inside?"
Dr. Hubert said,
"Let me see your pupils, Colonel."
So I looked at him as he looked at me. When Hazel stopped pushing the wheelchair, the space plane was then on my left. But when that H.E. detonation took place, the space plane was abruptly elsewhere. Gone. Not a rack behind. Least hypothesis suggests that I was out of my gourd. Nobody else seemed to notice it. So I pretended not to and looked at my physician, and wondered where I had seen him lately.
"No concussion, I think. What's the natural log of pi?"
If I had all my marbles, would I be here? Look, Doc, no guessing games, please. I'm tired. Another H.E. shell, or bomb, landed nearby, closer, if anything. Dr. Hubert moved the towel off my left leg, poked at the pack Chia had placed.
"Does that hurt?" "Hell, yes."
"Good.
Hazel, you had best take him home. I can't take proper care of him here, as we are about to shift to New Harbor in Beulah Land. The Angelinos have taken Des Moines and are moving this way. He's in good shape for a man who's taken a hit, but he should have proper treatment without delay."
I said, "Doctor, are you any relation to the red-headed girls in that space plane we arrived in?"
"They're not girls. They are superannuated juvenile delinquents. Whatever they told you, I deny categorically. Give them my love."
Hazel blurted,
"But I have to make my report."
Everybody talked at once until Dr. Hubert said,
"Quiet. Hazel goes with her husband and sees him settled in, stays as long as she finds necessary, then reports to New Harbor, but with time tick established now. Objection? So ordered."
Having that space plane reappear was even more disconcerting, and I'm glad I didn't watch. Or not much. The two red-headed men, turned out there were only 4 redheads, not a mob, got me and the wheelchair inside, and Hazel went into that odd refresher with me. And almost at once, Lore followed us in and announced, "Aunt Hazel, we're home." Home turned out to be the flat roof of a large building, and it was late evening, almost sundown. That space plane should be named the Cheshire Cat, but its name is Gay. Her name is Gay. Oh, never mind. The building was a hospital. In checking into a hospital, you first wait an hour and 40 minutes while they process the paperwork. Then they undress you and put you on a gurney under a thin blanket with your bare feet sticking out into a cold draft and make you wait outside the X-ray lab. Then they demand a urine sample in a plastic duck while a young lady waits for it, staring at the ceiling and looking bored. Right? Now, these people didn't know page 1 about the regulation way to run a hospital. Our able-bodied comrades, the ones suffering from nothing but high acceleration, were already on their way in glorified golf carts when I was again lifted out and placed in another golf cart. Gurney, wheelchair, floating couch. Rabbi Ezra was there in his wheelchair. Hazel was with us and carrying Treson and a Sears-labeled package containing Naomi's costume. The space plane had vanished. I had barely had time to tell Laz, Lore, that Dr. Hubert sent his love. She had sniffed,
"If he thinks sweet talk will get him out of the doghouse, he had better think again."
But her nipples crinkled up, so I assumed that she was pleased. 4 of us were left on the roof, we 3 and 1 member of the hospital staff, a little dark woman who seemed to combine the best of Mother Eve and Mother Mary without flaunting any of it. Hazel dropped the package on me, handed the bonsai to Reb Ezra, and threw her arms around her.
"Tammy! Arisul mtemqua!"
The motherly creature kissed Hazel.
"Rexy, Rexy, so very long."
They broke from the clinch, and Hazel said,
"Tammy, this is my beloved, Richard."
This got me kissed on the mouth. Tammy put that bundle aside to do it properly. A man kissed by Tammy stays kissed for hours, even if he is wounded, even if she makes it brief.
"And this is our dear friend, the Reverend Rabbi Ezra Ben David."
He did not get the treatment I got. Tammy curtsied deeply, then kissed his hand, so I showed a clear profit. Tammy, Tamara, said,
"Inside I must get you both, that quickly may we repair Richard. But both each my cherished guests will here be through time not short. Hazel, such room as you with Jubal shared, nay?" "Tammy, that's a fine idea, 'cause I'm going to have to be away sometimes. Gentlemen, will you room together while you are patients here?"
I was about to say, "Yeah, sure," but when Reb Ezra said, "There's some mix-up. Mistress Gwendolen, please explain to this dear lady that I am not a patient, not a candidate for hospitalization. Perfect health, not a sniffle, not even a hangnail." Tamara looked surprised and, no, not troubled, but deeply concerned. She stepped close to him, gently touched his left stump.
"Are we not your legs to back on put?"
Reb Ezra stopped smiling. "I'm sure you mean well, but I can't wear prosthetics, truly." Tamara broke into that other language, speaking to Hazel. She listened, then said,
"Father Ezra, Tamara is speaking of real legs, flesh and blood. They can do it. 3 ways they can do it."
Reb Ezra took a deep breath, sighed it out, then looked at Tamara. "Daughter, if you can put my legs back on, go ahead, please." Then added something. Hebrew, I think.
This ends side 2 of cassette 7 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 8.
Book 3. The Light at the End of the Tunnel. Chapter 21. God created woman to tame Man. Voltaire. I woke up slowly, letting my soul fit itself gently back into my body. I kept my eyes closed while I spliced onto my memory and reviewed who I was and where I was and what had happened. Oh yes, I had married Gwen Novak. Most unexpectedly, but what a delightful idea. And then Hey, that wasn't yesterday. Yesterday you had a busy day. Started in Luna City, bounced to Grinnell. How? Never mind how for the nonce. Accept it. Then you bounced to... What had Gwen called it? Hey, wait. Gwen's real name is Hazel. Or is it? Worry about that later. Hazel called it Third Earth, Tellus Tertius. Tammy called it something else. Tammy? Oh, sure, Tamara. Everybody knows Tamara. Tammy would not let them work on my wounded leg while I was awake. How in hell did I pick up that wound? Am I getting clumsy in my old age? Or was it spotting Bill's face among those fake Shriners? It's not professional to let any surprise slow you down. If your own grandmother shows up in the scrum, shoot her and move on. How did you know they were not Shriners? That's easy. Shriners are middle-aged and paunchy. These studs were young and tough, combat-ready. Yes, but that's a rationalization, one you just now thought of. So? Nevertheless, it's true, but you didn't reason it out yesterday. Hell no, of course not. At the moment of truth, you don't have time to think. You look at a bloke, something about him shouts, "Enemy," and you jump to do unto him before he does unto you. If you use scrum time routing impressions around inside your skull, sorting by type and weighing by logic, you're dead. Instead, you move. Yesterday, you didn't move fast enough. But we picked the right partner for a fight, didn't we? A quick little coral snake named Hazel. And any scrum we come out of still with a body temperature of 37 can't be counted an utter defeat. Quit trying to kid yourself. You got how many? 2? And she got the rest. And she had to make pickup on you, or you would be stone cold dead this minute. Maybe I am. Let's check. I opened my eyes. This room certainly looks like heaven. But that proves you are not dead, because heaven is not your destination. Besides, everybody says that when you die, first you go through a long tunnel with a light at the far end, and there your beloved waits for you. And that did not happen to you. No tunnel, no light at the end of the tunnel, and sadly, no Hazel. So, I am not dead, and this can't be heaven, and I don't think it's a hospital either. No hospital was ever this beautiful or smelled so good. And where is the regulation racket found in all hospital corridors? All I hear are bird songs and a string trio off somewhere in the distance. Hey, there's Treson. So Hazel must be close around. Where are you, honey girl? I need help. Find my foot and hand it to me, will you, please? I can't risk hopping in this gravity. I'm out of practice. And, well, damn it, I need to pee. Something abraxly. My back teeth are floating. I see that you are now awake. It was a gentle voice back of my right ear. I twisted my head to look just as she came around to where I could see her more easily. A young woman, comely, slender, small of bust, long brown hair. She smiled as I caught her eye. I'm Minerva. What will you have for breakfast?
Hazel told me that waffles would please you, but you can have anything you like.
Anything? I considered it. How about a brontosaurus roasted over a slow fire?
Yes, surely, but that will take longer to prepare than waffles,
she answered with perfect seriousness.
Some tidbits while you wait?
Go along with you. Quit pulling my leg. Speaking of legs, have you seen my artificial foot? Before I eat breakfast, I must visit the refresher, and I must have my cork foot to do that. This gravity, you know. Minerva told me bluntly what to do about it.
This bed has a built-in refresher, and you can't use the usual refresher anyhow. You are under spinal block from the waist down. But our arrangements are efficient, truly. So go ahead, whatever you need to do.
I can't. Truly, I could not. When they cut off my foot, the hospital corpsman had a hell of a time with me. Finally, they equipped me with a catheter and honey tube until I was able to get as far as the Jakes on crutches.
You will find that you can, and that it will be all right.
I couldn't stir either leg, neither the short one nor the long one. Mistress Minerva, may I have an ordinary hospital-type bed urinal? She looked troubled.
If you wish, but it will not be useful.
Then her troubled look changed to a thoughtful one.
I will go find one, but it will take me some time, at least 10 minutes, not a moment less. And I am going to seal your door while I am gone so that no one will disturb you.
She added,
10 minutes.
And headed for a blank wall. It snapped out of her way, and she was gone. I immediately flipped off the sheet to see what they had done to my one good leg. The sheet would not flip, so I snuck up on it. It was too smart for me, so I tried to outwit it. After all, the sheet can't be smarter than a man. Can it be? Yes, it can. Finally, I said to myself, look, chum, we are getting nowhere. Let's try assuming that Mistress Minerva was being precisely truthful. This is a bed with built-in plumbing, capable of handling the worst a bed-fast patient can do. So saying, I worked a couple of ballistic problems in my head, hairy empiricals guaranteed to distract even a man waiting at the guillotine, and cut loose with half a liter. Sighed, then let go with the other half. No, the bed did not seem to be wet, and a feminine voice cooed,
"Good baby."
I looked hastily around. No vocal cords to go with the voice. Who said that, and where are you?
I'm Tina, Minerva's sister. I'm no farther away than your elbow. Yet I'm half a kilometer away and 200 meters down. Need anything, just ask me. We stock it or make it or fake it. Miracles we do at once. Anything else even sooner. Exception, virgins are a special order. Average lead time, 14 years. Factory rebuilt virgins, 14 minutes.
Who in hell wants a virgin? Mistress Tina, do you think it is polite to watch me take a pee?
Youngster, don't try to tell your grandmother how to steal sheep. One of my duties is to watch everything in all departments of this fun house and catch mistakes before they happen. 2, I am a virgin and can prove it, and I am going to make you sorry you were born male for uttering that disparaging crack about virgins.
Oh, hell. Mistress Tina, I did not mean to offend you. I was simply embarrassed, that was all. So I spoke hastily. But I do think micturition and such should be granted privacy.
Not in a hospital, Bud. They are significant aspects of the clinical picture, every time. Here comes my sister. If you don't believe me, you can ask her.
A couple of seconds later, the wall opened and Mistress Minerva came in, carrying a hospital bed urinal of the old-fashioned sort. No automatic machinery, no electric controls. I said, "Thank you, but I no longer need it, as I'm sure your sister told you."
Yes, she did. But surely she didn't tell you that she had.
No, I deduced it. Is it true that she sits somewhere in the basement and snoops on every patient? Doesn't she find it boring?
She doesn't really pay any attention until it's needed. She has thousands of other things to do, all more interesting. Far more interesting,
that faceless voice interrupted.
Minnie, he doesn't like virgins. I let him know that I am one. Confirm it, sis. I want to rub his nose in it. Tina, don't tease him. Why not? It's fun to tease men. They wiggle so when you poke them, though I can't see what Hazel sees in this one. He's a sad sack. Tina! Colonel, did Athene tell you that she is a computer?
Eh? Say that again?
Athene is a computer. She is the supervising computer of this planet. Other computers here are just machines, not sentient. Athena runs everything, just as Mycroft Holmes once ran everything on Luna. I know that Hazel told you about him.
Minerva smiled gently.
So that's how Tina can claim to be a virgin. Technically she is one, in the sense that a computer can have no experience in carnal copulation. But I know all about it. Yes, sis, with a male human. On the other hand, when she transfers to a meat-and-bone body and becomes human, in another technical sense, she will no longer be virgin because her hymen will have been atrophied in vitro, and any vestigial tissue trimmed away before her animal body is kindled. That's how it was done with me. And you were out of your mind, Minnie, to let Ishtar sell you that. I'm not going to do it that way. I've decided to have the works, a real maidenhead, and both ritual and physical defloration. Even a bridal costume and a wedding, if we can swing it. Do you think we can sell that to Lazarus? I doubt it intensely, and you would be making a silly mistake. Unnecessary pain on first copulation could start you out with bad habits in what should always be an utterly happy experience. Sister, sex is the most important reason to become human. Don't spoil it. Tammy says it doesn't hurt all that much. Why let it hurt at all? Anyhow, you won't get Lazarus to agree to a formal wedding. He promised you a place in our family. He did not promise you anything else. Maybe we should volunteer Colonel Zero here. He's going to owe me plenty of favors by then, and Maureen says nobody ever notices the bridegroom anyhow. How about it, soldier boy? Think of the honor of being my bridegroom at a swank June wedding. Careful how you answer.
My ears were ringing, and I felt a headache coming on. If I just closed my eyes, would I find myself back in my bachelor digs in Golden Rule? I tried it, then opened them.
Answer me,
the disembodied voice persisted. Minerva, who repotted my little maple?
I did. Tammy pointed out that it didn't have room to breathe, much less grow, and asked me to find a bigger pot. I found it. Tina found it, and I repotted it. See how much happier it is? It's grown more than 10 centimeters.
I looked at the little tree, and looked again. How many days have I been in this hospital? Minerva suddenly had no expression at all. The Tina voice said,
You didn't say how big a brontosaurus you wanted for breakfast. Better make it a little one, huh? The older ones are terribly tough. So everybody says.
10 centimeters. Hazel had said she would see me in the morning.
Which morning, dear one? 2 weeks ago? Or longer? The older ones aren't tough if they are hung properly, but I don't want to wait while the meat ages. Would there be any such delay with waffles?
Oh, no,
agreed Tina's voice.
Waffles aren't common here, but Maureen knows all about them. She was brought up, she says, only a few kilometers from where you were reared, and at almost the same time, give or take a century or so. So she knows the sort of cooking you were used to. She explained to me all about waffle irons, and I experimented until I made one just the way she wanted it. How many waffles can you eat, Fatty?
507. There was a short silence. Then Tina said,
Minerva? I don't know.
But, I went on, I'm on a diet, so let it go with 3.
I'm not sure I want you as my bridegroom.
In any case, you haven't consulted Hazel, my bride.
No obstacle. Hazel and I are pals, years and years. She'll make you do it, if I decide to use you. I'm not certain about you, Dickie boy. You veer.
Dickie boy, huh? Do you know my Uncle Jock, Jock Campbell?
The Silver Fox. Do I know Uncle Jock? We won't invite him, Dickie. He would claim jus primi noctis.
Have to invite him, Mistress Tina. He's my closest relative. All right, I'll stand up as bridegroom, and Uncle Jock will take care of deflowering the bride. Wrap it up.
Minerva? Colonel Richard, I do not think that Athene should do this. I have known Dr. Jock Campbell for many years, and he has known me. If Athena insists on this silly thing, I do not think she should give herself first to Dr. Campbell. A year or two later, when she knows...
Minerva shrugged.
They are free persons.
Tina can work it out with Hazel and Jock. It wasn't my idea. When does this crime take place?
Almost at once. Athena's clone is almost matured, about 3 of your years.
Oh, I thought we were talking about next week. I'll stop worrying. The horse might learn to sing.
What horse?
A nightmare. Now, about those waffles. Mistress Minerva, will you join me in waffles? I can't stand to have you standing there salivating and swallowing and starving while I wallow in waffles.
I have already broken fast today.
Too bad.
But that was some hours ago, and I would like to experience waffles. Both Hazel and Maureen speak well of them. Thank you. I accept. You didn't invite me.
But, Tina, my prospective child bride, if you do as you threaten to, my table will be yours. To invite you to share it would be a tautologically redundant plethora of excess surplusage, repetitious and almost insulting. Did Maureen say how waffles should be served? With drawn butter and maple syrup and plenty of crisp bacon, accompanied by fruit juice and coffee. The juice should be ice cold. The rest should be hot.
3 minutes, lover boy.
I was about to answer when that insubstantial wall again opened, and Rabbi Ezra walked in. Walked in. He was using crutch canes, but he was on 2 legs. He grinned at me and waved a crutch cane.
Dr. Ames, good to see you awake.
Good to see you, Reb Ezra. Mistress Tina, please make that order 3 of everything.
I already did, and lox and bagels and strawberry jam.
It was a jolly meal, despite all the questions on my mind. The food was grand, and I was hungry. Minerva and Ezra and Tina were good company. I was chasing syrup with the last bite of my first waffle before I said, Reb Ezra, have you seen Hazel this morning? My wife, I had expected her to be here. He seemed to hesitate. Tina answered,
She'll be here later, Dickie.
She can't hang around waiting for you to wake up. She has other things to do. And other men.
Tina, quit trying to get my goat, or I won't marry you, even if Hazel and Jock both agree.
Want to bet? You jilt me, you cad, and I'll run you right off this planet. You won't get another bite to eat, doors won't open for you, refreshers will scald you, dogs will bite you, and you will itch. Sister. Aw, Minnie.
Minerva went on to me.
Don't let my sister fret you, Colonel. She teases because she wants company and attention. But she is an ethical computer, utterly reliable.
I'm sure she is, Minerva. But she can't expect to tease me and threaten me, and still expect me to stand up in front of a judge or a priest or somebody and promise to love, honor, and obey her. I'm not sure I want to obey her anyhow. The computer voice answered,
You won't have to promise to obey, Dickie boy. I'll train you later. Just simple things. Heel, fetch, sit up, lie down, roll over, play dead. I don't expect anything complex out of a man, aside from stud duties, that is. But on that score, your reputation has preceded you.
What do you mean by that? I threw my serviette down. That tears it. The wedding is off. Friend Richard. Yes, Reb. Don't let Tina worry you. She has propositioned me and you and Father Hendrick and Choi Moo and no doubt many others. Her ambition is to make Cleopatra look like a piker.
And Ninon de l'Enclos and Rangy Lil and Marie Antoinette and Rahab and Battleship Kate and Messalina and you name her. I'm going to be the champion nymphomaniac of the multiverse, beautiful as sin and utterly irresistible. Men will fight duels over me and kill themselves on my doorstep and write odes to my little finger. Women will swoon at my voice. Every man, woman, and child will worship me from afar, and I'll love as many of them up close as I can fit into my schedule. So, you don't want to be my bridegroom, eh? What a filthy, wicked, evil, stinking, utterly selfish thing to say. Angry mobs will tear you to bits and drink your blood.
Mistress Tina, that is not polite table talk. We are eating.
You started it.
I tried to review the bidding. Had I started it? No, indeed. Reb Ezra said to me in a prison whisper, Give it up. You can't win. I know. Mistress Tina, I'm sorry I started it. I should not have done so. It was naughty of me.
Oh, that's all right.
The computer sounded warmly pleased.
And you don't have to call me Mistress Tina. Hardly anyone uses titles around here. If you called Minerva Dr. Long, she would look around to see who was standing behind her.
All right, Tina. And please, call me Richard. Mistress Minerva, you have a doctor's degree? Medical doctor?
One of my degrees is in therapy, yes, but my sister is right. Titles are not often used here. Mistress one never hears, other than as a term of affection to a woman you have gifted with your carnal love. So there is no need to call me Mistress Minerva, until you choose to gift me with that boon. When you do, if you do.
Right across the plate. I almost failed to lay a bat on it. Minerva seemed so modest, meek, and mild that she took me by surprise. Tina gave me time in which to regroup.
Minnie, don't try to hustle him right out from under me. He's mine. Better ask Hazel. Better yet, ask him. Dickie boy, tell her.
What can I tell her, Tina? You haven't settled it with Hazel and my Uncle Jock. But in the meantime, I contrived to bow to Minerva as well as one can from bed and handicapped by a spinal block. Dear lady, your words do me great honor.
But as you know, I am at present physically immobilized, unable to share in such delights. In the meantime, may we take the wish for the deed?
Don't you dare call her mistress. Sister, behave yourself. Sir, you may indeed call me mistress, or as you say, we can treat the wish for the deed and wait until a later time. Your therapy will take time.
Ah, yes, so it will. I glanced at the little maple, no longer quite so little. How long have I been here? I must already have run up quite a bill.
Don't worry about it,
Minerva advised me. I must worry about it. Bills must be paid, and I don't even have Medicare. I looked at the rabbi. Rabbi, how did you finance your transplants, are they? You're as far from home in your bank account as I am. Farther than you think, and it is no longer appropriate to address me as rabbi. Where we are today, the Torah is not known. I am now Private Ezra Davidson, Time Corps Irregulars. That pays my bills. I think something like it pays yours. Tina, will you tell Dr. Ames the account to which his bills are charged?
He has to ask it himself.
I do ask, Tina. Please tell me.
Campbell Colin, also known as Ames Richard, charges all departments to Senior's Special Account, Galactic Overlord, Miscellaneous. So don't fret, lover boy. You're a charity case. All bills on the house. Of course, the ones on that account usually don't live long. Athena! But, Minnie, that's the simple truth. An average of 1.73 missions. Then we pay their death benefits. Unless he's ordered to some featherbed job at THQ.
I was not listening carefully. Galactic Overlord, indeed. Only one person could have set up that account. The playful little darling. Damn it, dear. Where are you? That none-too-solid wall blinked away again.
Am I too late for breakfast? Oh, Shaw, hello, darling.
It was she. Chapter 22. When in doubt, tell the truth. Mark Twain.
Richard, I did see you the next morning, but you didn't see me. She certainly did see you, Dickie boy, Tina confirmed. At great risk to her own health. Be glad you're alive. You almost weren't.
That's true, agreed Ezra. I was your roommate part of one night. Then they moved me and put you in tight quarantine, and inoculated me 9 or 90 ways. My brother, you were sick unto death.
Breakbone cramp, green pus shakes, strangle fever.
Hazel was ticking them off on her fingers.
Blue death, typhus. Minerva, what else? Golden staphylococcus systemic infection, hepatic herpes landrii. Worst of all, a loss of will to live. But Ishtar will not permit a person to die who has not asked for death while possessed of judicial capacity, and neither will Galahad. Tamara stayed with you every minute until that crisis was over.
Why don't I remember any of this?
Be glad you don't,
Tina advised.
Sweetheart, if you had not been in the best hospital in all the known universes, with the most skilled therapists, I would be a widow again. And I look terrible in black.
Ezra added, If you didn't have the constitution of an ox, you would never have made it. Tina interrupted with,
Of a bull, Ezra, not an ox. I know. I've seen 'em. Impressive.
I didn't know whether to thank Tina or call off the wedding again, so I ignored it. What I don't understand is how I got all those diseases. I took a hit, I know that. That could account for Staph aureus. But those other things? Ezra said, Colonel, you are a professional soldier.
Yes, I sighed. I never practiced that aspect of the profession. I don't feel easy with it. Biological warfare makes fusion bombs seem clean and decent. Even chemical warfare looks humane compared with bioweapons. Very well, that knife. Was it a knife? Was prepared nastily.
Yes, agreed Ezra. Somebody wanted you dead and was willing to kill all of Luna City as long as you died.
That's crazy. I'm not that important. Minerva said quietly,
Richard, you are that important.
I stared at her. What makes you think so?
Lazarus told me.
Lazarus. Tina used that name earlier. Who is Lazarus? Why is his opinion so weighty? Hazel answered.
Richard, I told you that you were important, and I told you why. The rescue of Adam Selene. The same people who want him to stay unresurrected wouldn't boggle at killing Luna City to kill you.
If you say so. I wish I knew what happened there. Luna City is my adopted home. Some mighty fine people in it. Your son, Ezra, among others.
Yes, my son. And others.
Luna City was saved, Richard. The infection was stopped.
Good.
At a price. A reference time tick was available from our rescue. The number of seconds it took us all to get aboard and get out of there was reconstructed through careful reenactment by all of us who were involved in it, with your part played by a skilled actor. This was compared with Gay's own memory of how long she was there, and the two were reconciled. Then a Burroughs space-time capsule was moved to the resultant coordinates, plus 4 seconds, and a heat bomb was released. Not atomic, but hot, star-hot. Some of those bugs are hard to kill. Obviously, the hotel had to be damaged with a high probability, no, a certainty of loss of life. The threat to Luna City was cauterized, but the price was high. Tanstoffel. Ezra looked grim. Your son was saved?
I think so. However, my son's welfare did not figure into this decision, and my opinion was not sought. This was a Time Headquarters policy decision. THQ rescues individuals only when those individuals are indispensable to an operation. Richard, as I understand it, mind you, I'm a recruit private on sick leave. I'm not privy to high policy decisions. As I understand it, permitting Luna City to suffer a killing epidemic at that time would have interfered with THQ's plans for something else. Perhaps this matter that Mistress Gwendolen, Hazel, hinted at. I don't know.
It was, and I do know, and on Tertius you don't call me mistress, unless you mean it, Ezra. But thank you anyhow. Richard, it was the widespread damage that airborne disease could do to their plans that caused headquarters to act so radically. They cut it so fine that you and I and the rest of Gay's load came within a blink of being killed by that heat bomb as we escaped.
And at this point I barked my shins on a paradox. But Hazel was still talking.
They couldn't risk waiting even a few more seconds. Some killer bugs might get into the city's air ducts. They had projected the effect that would have on Operation Adam Selene. Disaster. So they moved. But the Time Corps doesn't go chasing through the universes, saving individual lives, or even the lives of whole cities. Richard, they could save Herculaneum and Pompeii today if they wanted to, or San Francisco or Paris. They don't. They won't.
Sweetheart, I said slowly, are you telling me that this Time Corps could prevent the blotting of Paris in 2002, even though that happened 2 centuries in the past? Please. Hazel sighed. Ezra said, Friend Richard, attend me carefully. Don't reject what I am about to say. Eh? Okay, shoot.
The destruction of Paris is more than 2,000 years in the past, not just 2 centuries ago. But that is clearly, by groundhog reckoning today, is Gregorian year AD 4400, or the year 8160 by the Jewish calendar, a fact I found quite disturbing, but had to accept. Besides that, here and now, we are over 7,000 light years from Earth. Both Hazel and Minerva were looking soberly at me, apparently awaiting my reaction. I started to speak, then reviewed my thoughts. At last I said, I have only one more question. Tina?
No, you can't have any more waffles.
Not waffles, dear. My question is this. May I have another cup of coffee? This time with cream, please?
Here, catch.
My request appeared on my lap table. Hazel blurted,
Richard, it's true, all of it.
I sipped the fresh coffee. Thank you, Tina. It's just right. Hazel, my love, I didn't argue. It would be silly of me to argue something I don't understand. So let's move to a simpler subject. Despite these terrible diseases you tell me I had, I feel brisk enough to leap out of bed and lash the serfs. Minerva, can you tell me how much longer I must have this paralysis? You are my physician, are you not?
No, Richard, I am not. Sister is in charge of your happiness,
Tina interrupted.
That's more important. Athena is more or less right. I'm always right. But she sometimes phrases things oddly. Tamara is chief of morale for both Ira Johnson Hospital and the Howard Clinic. And Tamara was here when you needed her most. She held you in her arms. But she has many assistants because Director General Ishtar considers morale, well, happiness, central to both therapy and rejuvenation. So I help, and so does Maureen and Maggie, whom you have not yet met. There are others who pitch in when we have too many with happiness problems, Libby and Dee Dee, and even Laz and Lore, who are superb at it when they are needed, not surprising as they are sisters of Lazarus and daughters of Maureen. And there's Hilda, of course.
Hold it, please. I'm getting confused by names of people I've never met. This hospital has a staff that dishes out happiness. I understand that much. All of these angels of happiness are women, right?
How else?
Tina demanded scornfully.
Where do you expect to find happiness? Now, Tina,
Minerva said reprovingly.
Richard, we female operatives take care of the morale of males, and Tamara has skilled male operatives on watch or on call for female clients and patients. Opposite polarity isn't absolutely essential to morale nursing, but it makes it much easier. We don't need as many male morale operatives to take care of our female patients, since women are less likely to be ill. Rejuvenation clients are about evenly divided, male and female, but women almost never become depressed while being made young again.
Hear, hear, Hazel put in.
Just makes me horny.
She patted my hand, then added a private signal I ignored, others being present.
While males usually suffer at least one crisis of spirit during rejuvenation. But you asked about your spinal block. Tina? I've called him. Just a moment, said Hazel. Ezra, have you shown Richard your new legs?
Not yet.
Will you, please? Do you mind?
I'm delighted to show them off. Ezra stood up, moved back from the table, turned around, lifted his canes, and stood without assistance. I had not stared at his legs as he entered the room. I don't like to be stared at. Then, when he sat down at the reflection table that had followed him in, I could not see his legs. In the one glimpse I had had of his legs, I had gathered an impression that he was wearing walking shorts with calf-length brown stockings that matched his shorts, bony white knees showing between stockings and shorts. Now he scuffed off shoes, stood on bare feet, and I revised my notions abruptly. Those brown stockings were brown skin of legs and feet that had been grafted onto his stumps. He explained at length. 3 ways. A new limb or a new anything can be budded. That's a lengthy job and requires great skill, I'm told. Or an organ or limb can be grafted from one's own clone, which is kept here in stasis and with an intentionally undeveloped brain. They tell me that way is as easy as putting a patch on a pair of pants. No possibility of rejection. But I have no clone here, or not yet, so they found me something in the spare parts inventory.
The meat market.
Yes, Tina. Lots and lots of body parts on hand. Inventory computerized.
By me?
Yes, Tina. For heterologous grafts, Tina selects spare parts for closest tissue match. Matching blood, of course, but matching in other ways, too. And matching in size, but that's the easiest part. Tina checks everything and digs out a spare part that your own body will mistake for its own. Or almost.
Ezra,
the computer said.
You can wear those legs for 10 years at least. I really did a job on you. By then your clone will be available, if you need it.
You did indeed, and thank you, Tina. My benefactor's name is Azrael and Kruma. Richard, we are twins, aside from the irrelevant matter of melanin. Ezra grinned. I said, doesn't he miss his feet? Ezra suddenly sobered. He's dead, Richard. Dead from the commonest cause of death here. Accident. Mountain climbing. Landed on his head and crushed his skull. Even Ishtar's skill could not have saved him. And she certainly would have tried her best. Dr. Nkrumah was a surgeon on her staff. But these are not the feet Dr. Nkrumah wore. These are from his clone. That he never needed.
Richard?
Yes, dear, I wanted to ask Ezra.
Richard, I did something without consulting you.
So? Am I going to have to beat you again?
You may decide to. I wanted you to see Ezra's legs because without your permission, I had them put a new foot on you.
She looked scared.
This ends side 1 of cassette 8. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
There ought to be some rule limiting the number of emotional shocks a person can legally be subjected to in one day. I've had all the standard military training for slowing heartbeat and lowering blood pressure and so forth in a crunch, but usually the crunch won't wait and the damn drills aren't all that effective anyway. This time, I simply waited while consciously slowing my breathing. Presently, I was able to say, without my voice breaking, on the whole, I don't think that calls for a beating. I tried to wiggle my foot on that side. I've always been able to feel a foot there, even though it has been gone for years. Did you have them put it on front way, too?
Huh? What do you mean, Richard?
I like to have my feet face forward, not like a Bombay beggar. Was that a wiggle? Minerva, am I allowed to look at what was done? This sheet seems to be fastened down tight.
Tina? Just arriving.
That unsolid wall blinked out again, and in came the most offensively handsome young man I have ever laid eyes on. and his offense was not reduced by the fact that he showed up in my room starkers, not a stitch. The oaf was not even wearing shoes. He looked around and grinned. "Hi, everybody. Did someone send for me? I was sunbathing."
"You were asleep during working hours."
"Tina, I can sleep and sunbathe at the same time. Howdy, Colonel. Good to see you awake. You've given us quite a workout. There was a time when we thought we might have to throw you back and try again."
"Dr. Galahad," said Minerva, "is your physician."
"Not exactly," he amended, as he advanced toward me, with a squeeze for Ezra's shoulder, a pinch for Minerva's rump, and a kiss en passant for my bride. "I drew the short straw, that's all. So I'm the one picked to take the blame. I deal with all complaints. But I must warn you, no use trying to sue me, or us. We own the judge. Now," he paused with his hands just above my sheet, "do you want privacy for this?" I hesitated. Yes, I did want privacy. Ezra sensed it and started to struggle to his feet, having sat down again. "I'll see you later, friend Richard." "No, don't go. You showed me yours. Now I'll show you mine, and we can compare them, and you can advise me, as I don't know anything about grafts. And Hazel stays, of course. Minerva has seen it before, have you not?"
"Yes, Richard, I have."
"So stick around. Catch me if I faint. Tina, no wisecracks."
"Me? That's a slur on my professional judgment."
"No, dear, on your bedside manner, which must be improved if you expect to compete with Ninon de l'Enclos, or even Rangy Lil. Okay, Doc, let's see it." I put pressure on my diaphragm, held my breath. For the doctor, that pesky sheet came off easily. The bed was clean and dry. I checked that first. No plumbing that I could identify. And 2 big, ugly feet were sticking up side by side. The most beautiful sight I have ever seen. Minerva caught me as I fainted. Tina made no wisecracks. 20 minutes later, it had been established that I had control over my new foot and its toes as long as I didn't think about it, although during a check run I sometimes over-controlled if I tried too hard to do what Dr. Galahad told me to do. "I'm pleased with the results," he said. "If you are you?" How can I describe it? Rainbows, silver bells, mushroom clouds. Ezra, can you tell him? "I've tried to tell him. It's being born again. Walking is such a simple thing. Until you can't." "Yes. Doctor, whose foot is this? I haven't prayed lately, but for him I'll try." "He isn't dead." "Huh?" "And he isn't shy a foot. It's an odd circumstance, Colonel. Tina had trouble finding a right foot your size that your immune system would not reject about as fast as you can say septicemia. Then Ishtar, she's my boss, told her to extend the search. And Tina found one. That one. A part of the clone of a living client. We have never before been faced with this. We, the hospital staff, have no more authority and no more right to use a dedicated clone than we have to chop off your other foot. But the client who owns that clone, when he was told about it, decided to give you this foot. His attitude was that his clone could bud a new foot in a few years. In the meantime, he could get along without that part of the insurance a complete clone offers." "Who is he? I must find a way to thank him." "How do you thank a man for that sort of gift?" "Somehow I must." "Colonel, that is the one thing you will not know. Your donor insisted on remaining anonymous. That is a condition of the gift."
They even made me wipe my record of it,"
Tina said bitterly.
"as if I were not to be trusted professionally. Why, I keep the Hippocratic Oath better than any of them." "You mean Hippocratic. Oh, you think so, Hazel? I know this gang better than you do."
Dr. Galahad said, "Certainly I want you to start using it. You need exercise to make up for your long illness, too. So up out of that bed. 2 things. I recommend that you use your cane until you are certain of your balance. And also Hazel or Minerva or somebody had better hold your other hand for a while. Pamper yourself. You're still weak. Sit or lie down any time you feel like it. Do you swim?"
Yes, not lately, as I've been living in a space habitat that had no facilities. But I like to swim.
Plenty of facilities around here. A plunge in the basement of this building and a bigger one in its atrium. And most of the private homes here have a pool of some sort. So, swim. You can't walk all the time. Your right foot has no calluses whatever, so don't rush it. And don't wear shoes until that foot learns how to be a foot."
He grinned at me.
"All right?"
"Yes, indeed."
He patted my shoulder, then leaned down and kissed me, just when I was beginning to like the klutz. I didn't have time to dodge it. I felt extremely annoyed and tried not to show it. From what Hazel and others had said, this too pretty pansy boy had saved my life, again and again. I was in no position to resent a Berkeley bus from him. Damn it. He did not seem to notice my reluctance. He squeezed my shoulder, said, "You'll do all right. Minerva, take him swimming. Or Hazel, somebody." And he was gone. So the ladies helped me get up out of bed, and Hazel took me swimming. Hazel kissed Minerva goodbye, and I suddenly realized that Minerva was expecting the same treatment from me. I made a tentative move in that direction. It was met by full cooperation. Kissing Minerva beats the hell out of kissing a man, no matter how pretty he is. Before I let her go, I thanked her for all she had done for me. She answered soberly,
"It is happiness to me."
We left then, me walking carefully and leaning on my cane. My new foot tingled. Once outside my room, that wall just winks out as you walk toward it. Hazel said to me,
"Darling, I'm pleased that you kissed Minerva without my having to coach you. She's an utter snuggle puppy. Giving her physical affection means far more to her than thanks can possibly mean, or any material gift, no matter how lavish. She's trying to make up for 2 centuries as a computer."
She really was a computer?
"You'd better believe it, Buster."
Tina's voice had followed us.
"Yes, Tina, but let me explain it to him. Minerva was not born of woman. Her body was grown in vitro from an egg with 23 parents. She has the most distinguished parentage of any human who ever lived. When her body was ready, she moved her personality into it, along with her memories." "Some of her memories," Tina objected. "We twinned the memories she wanted to take with her, and I kept one set and retained all the working read-only and the current RAM. That was supposed to make us identical twins. But she held out on me, kept some memories from me, didn't share them, the chinchy bitch. Is that fair, I ask you?"
"Don't ask me, Tina. I've never been a computer. Richard, have you ever used a drop tube?"
"I don't know what one is."
"Hang on to me and take your landing on your old foot, I think. Tina, can you help us?"
"Sure thing, chum."
Drop tubes are more fun than a collie pup. After my first drop, I insisted on going up and down 4 times to gain practice, for fun, in fact, and Hazel indulged me, and Tina made sure I didn't hurt my new foot in landings. Stairs are a hazard to an amputee and a painful chore at best. Elevators have always been a dreary expedient for anyone, as grim as a fat woman's girdle, too much like cattle cars. But drop tubes offer the same giddy excitement as jumping off a straw stack on my uncle's farm when I was a kid, without the dust and the heat. Whoopee! Finally, Hazel stopped me.
Look, dear, let's go swimming, please.
Okay. You coming with us, Tina?
How else?
Hazel said,
Do you have us bugged, dear, or one of us? We no longer use implants, Hazel. Too crude. Zeb and I worked out a gimmick using a double-triple to hold 4 axes in linking two-way sight sound. Color is a bit skitty, but we're getting it. So you do have us bugged. I prefer to call it a spy ray. It sounds better. Okay, I have you bugged. So I assumed. May we have privacy? I have family matters to discuss with my husband. Sure thing, chum. Hospital monitoring only. Otherwise, 3 little monkeys and the old fast wipe. Thank you, dear. Usual Long Enterprises service. When you want to crawl out from under the rock, just mention my name. Kiss him once for me. So long. We really do have privacy now, Richard. Tina is listening and watching you every split second, but doing so as impersonally as a voltmeter, and her only memory, not transient, is for matters such as pulse and respiration. Something like this was used to keep you from hurting while you were ill.
I made my usual brilliant comment. Huh? We'd come outdoors from the central building of the hospital and were facing a small park flanked by 2 side wings, a U-shaped building. This court was rich with flowers and greenery, and the middle of it was a pool that just happened to be the right casual shape to fit those flower beds and paths and bushes. Hazel stopped at a bench facing the pool in the shade of a tree. We sat down, let the bench adjust itself to us, and watched people in the pool. As much fun as swimming. Almost. Hazel said,
What do you recall of your arrival here?
Not much. I was feeling pretty rocky. That wound, you know. That wound was now a hairline scar, hard to find. I think I was disappointed. Tammy, was looking me in the eyes and looking worried. She said something in another language.
Galacta. You'll learn it. It's easy.
So? Anyhow, she spoke to me, and that's the last I remember. To me, that was last night, and I woke up this morning, and now I learn that it was not last night, but God knows when, and I've been crashed the whole time. Disturbing. Hazel, how long has it been?
Depends on how you count it. For you, about a month.
They've kept me knocked out that long? That's a long time to keep a man sedated. It worried me. I've seen him go in for surgery right out of the scrum, and come out of hospital physically perfect, but hooked on painkiller. Morphine, Demerol, Sans-Souci, methadone, whatever.
Dear one, you weren't kept knocked out.
Playback?
A Lethe field the whole time. No drugs. Lethe lets the patient stay alert and cooperative, but pain is forgotten as soon as it happens. Or anything. You did hurt, dear, but each pain was a separate event, forgotten at once. You never had to endure that overpowering fatigue that comes from unending pain. And now you don't have a hangover and the need to wash weeks and weeks of addictive drugs out of your system.
She smiled at me.
You weren't much company, dear, because a man who can't remember what happened 2 seconds ago does not carry on a coherent conversation. But you did seem to enjoy listening to music, and you ate all right as long as someone fed you.
You fed me.
No, I did not interfere with the professionals.
My cane had slipped to the grass. Hazel leaned down, handed it to me.
By the way, I reloaded your cane.
Thank you. Hey, it was loaded, fully.
It was loaded when they jumped us, and a good thing, too, or I would be dead. You, too, I think. Me, for certain, though.
We spent the next 10 minutes confusing each other. I've already recounted how that fight outside the Raffles Hotel looked to me. I'll tell briefly how Hazel said it looked to her. There is no possible way to reconcile the two. She says that she did not use her handbag as a weapon.
Why, that would be silly, dear. Too slow and not lethal. You took out 2 of them at once, and that gave me time to get at my little Miyako. After I had used my scarf, I mean.
According to her, I shot 4 of them, while she worked around the edges, cooling those I missed, until they brought me down with that slice into my thigh. Knife? She tells me they picked bits of bamboo out of the wound, and they hit me with an aerosol. And that gave her the instant she needed to finish off the man who sprayed me.
I stepped on his face and grabbed you and dragged you out of there. No, I didn't expect to see Gretchen, but I knew I could count on her.
Her version does explain a little better how we won, except that by my recollection, it is dead wrong. There is no point in picking at it. It can't be straightened out. How did Gretchen get there? That Chia and Choi Mu were waiting isn't mysterious, in view of the messages we left for them. And Hendrik Schultz, too, if he grabbed a shuttle as soon as he heard from me. But Gretchen? You talked to her just before lunch. She was home, at Dry Bones.
At Dry Bones, with the nearest tubeway being far south at Hong Kong Luna. So, how did she get to El City so fast? Not by Raleigh. No prize is offered for the correct answer.
By rocket?
Of course. A prospector's jump bug being the type of rocket. You remember that Jinx Henderson was planning to return that fez for you via some friend of his who was jumping his bug to El City?
Yes, of course.
Gretchen went with that friend and returned the fez herself. She dropped it at Lost and Found in Old Dome just before she came to the Raffles to find us.
I see. But why?
She wants you to paddle her bottom, dear, and turn it all pink.
Oh, nonsense. I meant, why did her daddy let her hitchhike to El City with this neighbor? She's much too young.
He let her do it for the usual reason. Jinx is a big, strong, macho man who can't resist the wheedling of his daughter. Forbidden to satisfy his suppressed incestuous yearnings, he lets her have anything she wants, if she teases him long enough.
That's ridiculous, and inexcusable. A father's duty toward his daughter requires that...
Richard, how many daughters do you have?
None, but...
So shut up about something you know nothing about. No matter what Jinx should have done, the fact is that Gretchen left Dry Bones about as we were having lunch. Counting time of flight, that put her at City Lock East around the time we left the Warden's complex, and she arrived at the Raffles just seconds before we did. And a good thing, too, or you and I would be dead, I think.
Did she get into the fight?
No, but by carrying you, she freed me to cover our retreat. And all because she wants you to paddle her bottom. God moves in mysterious ways, dear. For every masochist, he creates a sadist. Marriages are made in heaven.
Wash your mouth out with soap. I am not a sadist.
Yes, dear. I may have some details wrong, but not the broad picture. Gretchen has proposed formally to me, asking your hand in marriage.
What?
That's right. She thought about it, and she has discussed it with Ingrid. She wants me to allow her to join our family, instead of starting a new line or group of her own. I found nothing surprising about it. I know how charming you are.
My God,
What did you say to her?
I told her that it had my approval, but that you were ill. So, wait. And now you can answer her yourself, for there she is, across the pool.
Chapter 23. Do not put off till tomorrow what can be enjoyed today. Josh Billings. I'm going straight back to my room. I feel faint. I squinted, staring across the sun-speckled water. I don't see her.
Straight across, just to the right of the water slide. A blonde and a brunette. Gretchen is the blonde.
I didn't expect her to be a brunette. I continued to stare. The brunette waved at us. I saw that it was Chia, and waved back.
Let's join them, Richard. Leave your cane and stuff on the bench. No one will touch it.
Hazel stepped out of her sandals, laid her handbag by my cane. Shower? I asked.
You're clean. Minerva bathed you this morning. Dive or walk in?
We dived in together. Hazel slid between the molecules like a seal. I left a hole big enough for a family. We surfaced in front of Chia and Gretchen, and I found myself being greeted. I have been told that on Tertius the common cold has been conquered, as well as periodontitis and other disorders that gather in the mouth and throat, and of course that group once called venereal diseases, because they are so hard to catch that they require most intimate contact for transmission. Just as well, on Tertius, Chia's mouth tastes sort of spicy. Gretchen's has a little girl sweetness, although I discovered she is no longer a little girl. I had ample opportunity to compare flavors. If I let go of one, the other grabbed me, again and again. Eventually they got tired of this. I did not, and we four moved to a shallow cove, found an unoccupied float table, and Hazel ordered tea. Tea with calories, little cakes and sandwiches and sweet orange fruits, somewhat like seedless grapes, and I opened the attack. Gretchen, when I first met you less than a week ago, you were, as I recall, going on 13. So how dare you be 5 centimeters taller, 5 kilos heavier, and at least 5 years older? Careful how you answer, as anything you say will be taken down by Tina and held against you at another time and place.
Did someone mention my name? Hi, Gretchen. Welcome home. Hi, Tina. It's great to be back.
I squeezed Chia. You too. You look 5 years younger, and you've got to explain it.
No mystery about me. I'm studying molecular biology just as I was in Luna, but here they know far more about it, and paying my way by working in Howard Clinic doing unprogrammed George jobs, and spending every spare minute in this pool. Richard, I've learned to swim. Why, back in Looney Side, I didn't know anyone who knew how to swim. And sunshine, and fresh air. In Kongville, I sat indoors breathing canned air under artificial light and dickered with dudes over bundling bins. She took a deep breath, raising her bust past the danger point, and sighed it out. I've come alive. No wonder I look younger. All right, you're excused, but don't let it happen again. Gretchen? Grandma Hazel, is he teasing? He talks just like Lazarus. He's teasing, love. Tell him what you've been doing and why you are older. Well, the morning we got here, I asked Grandma Hazel for advice. No need to call me Grandma, dear. But that's what Cass and Paul call you, and I'm 2 generations junior to them. They require me to call them Uncle. I'll make them say Uncle. Pay no attention to Castor and Pollux, Gretchen. They're a bad influence. All right, but I think they're kind of nice. But teases. Mr. Richard?
And no need to call me mister.
Yes, sir. Hazel was busy. You were so terribly ill. So she turned me over to Maureen, who assigned me to Dee Dee, who got me started on Galacta and gave me some history to read and taught me basic 6 axes, space-time theory, and the literary paradox. Conceptual metaphysics.
Slow down. You lost me. Hazel said.
Later, Richard.
Gretchen said.
Well, the essential idea is that Tertius and Luna, our Luna, I mean, are not on the same timeline. They are at 90 degrees. So I decided I wanted to stay here. Easy enough if you are healthy. Most of this planet is still wilderness. Immigrants are welcome. But there was the matter of Mama and Papa. They would think I was dead. So Cass and Paul took me back to Luna, our Luna, not the Luna on this timeline, and Dee Dee went with me. Back to Dry Bones, that is, early on the afternoon of July 5th, less than an hour after I left in Cyrus Thorne's jump bug. Startled everybody. It was a good thing I had Dee Dee with me to explain things, although our pea suits convinced Papa as much as anything. Have you seen the sort of pressure suits they have here?
Gretchen, I have seen 1 hospital room and 1 drop tube and this swimming pool. I don't even know my way to the post office.
Yes. Anyhow, pressure suits here are 2,000 years more advanced than those we use in Luna, which isn't surprising, but surely surprised Papa. Eventually, Dee Dee made a deal for me. I could stay on Tertius, but visit back home every year or 2 if I could find someone to bring me. And Dee Dee promised to help with that. Mama made Papa agree to it. After all, almost anyone in Luna would emigrate to a planet like Tertius if he could, except those who just have to have low gravity. Speaking of that, sir, how do you like your new foot?
I'm just now getting used to it. But 2 feet are 897 times better than 1 foot.
I guess that means you like it. So I came back and enlisted in the Time Corps.
Slow down. I keep hearing Time Corps. Rabbi Ezra says that he has joined it. This baggage with the streaky red hair claims to be a major in it. And now you say you enlisted in it? At 13? Or at your present age? I'm confused.
Grandma? I mean Hazel? She was allowed to enroll as a cadet in Wench's Auxiliary, because I said she was old enough. That got her sent to school on Paradox. When she graduated, she transferred to the 2nd Harpies and went through basic training, followed by advanced combat school. And when we dropped at Solus Lacus on Timeline 4 to change the outcome there then, and that's where I picked up this scar on my ribs. See? And was made corporal in the field. And now I'm 19, but officially 20, to let me be promoted to sergeant, after we fought at New Brunswick. Not this timeline, she added. Gretchen is a natural for a military career,
Hazel said quietly.
I knew she would be. And I've been ordered to officer school, but that's been placed on hold until I have this baby, and...
What baby? I looked at her belly. Baby fat all gone, not plump the way it was 4 days ago, by my reckoning. 6 years ago, by the wild tale I was hearing. Not pregnant so far as I could see. Then I looked at her eyes, and under her eyes. Well, maybe. Probably.
Doesn't it show? Hazel spotted it at once. So did Chia.
Not to me it doesn't. Richard, old son, time to bite the bullet. You're going to have to change your plans. She's knocked up, and while you didn't do it, your presence changed her life, skewed her karma. So get with it. No matter how stiff-lipped and brave a youngster appears to be, when she's going to have a baby, she needs a husband in sight, or she can't be relaxed about it. Can't be happy. A young mother must be happy. Hell, man, you've written this plot for the confession books dozens of times. You know what you have to do. So, do it. I went on. Now look here, Gretchen. You can't get away from me that easily. Last Wednesday night in Lucky Dragon. Well, it was last Wednesday night to me, but you've been gallivanting around strange timelines, and kicking up your heels, apparently. Last Wednesday night, by my calendar, in Dr. Chan's Quiet Dreams, in Lucky Dragon Pressure, you promised to marry me. And if Hazel had stayed asleep, we would have started that baby right then, as we both know. But Hazel woke up and made me get back on her other side. I looked at Hazel. Spoil sport. I went on. But don't think for 1 second that you can get out of marrying me merely by getting yourself knocked up while I'm sick abed. You can't. Tell her, Hazel, she can't get out of it. Can she?
No, she can't. Gretchen, you are going to marry Richard. But, Grandma, I didn't promise to marry him. I didn't. Richard says you did. One thing I'm sure of, when I woke up, you two were about to start a baby. Perhaps I should have played possum.
Hazel went on.
But why the fuss, darling girl? I've already told Richard how you proposed to me for him, and how I agreed, and now he has confirmed it. Why do you refuse Richard now?
Gretchen took a grip on herself.
That was back when I was 13 years old. At that time, I did not know that you were my great-great-grandmother. I called you Gwen, remember? And I still thought like a loony then, too, a most conservative mob. But here on Tertius, if a woman has a baby but no husband, nobody pays it any mind. Why, in the second Harpies, most of the birds have chicks, but only a few of them are married. 3 months ago we fought at Thermopylae to make sure the Greeks won this time, and our reserve colonel led us because our regular colonel was about to hatch one. That's the way we old pros do things. No itch. We have our own creche on Barrel House, Richard, and we take care of our own. Truly we do.
Hazel said stiffly,
Gretchen, my great-great-great-granddaughter, will not be raised in a creche. Damn it, daughter, I was raised in a creche. I won't let you do that to this child. If you won't marry us, you must at least let us adopt your baby. No!
Hazel set her mouth.
Then I must discuss it with Ingrid. No! Ingrid is not my boss, and neither are you. Grandma Hazel, when I left home, I was a child and a virgin and timid and knew nothing of the world. But now I am no longer a child and have not been virgin for years, and I am a combat veteran who cannot be frightened by anything.
She looked squarely into my eyes.
I will not use a baby to trap Richard into marriage.
But, Gretchen, you're not trapping me. I like babies. I want to marry you.
You do? Why?
She sounded sad. Things were too solemn. We needed some skid. Why do I want to marry you, dear? To paddle your bottom and watch it turn pink. Gretchen's mouth dropped open. Then she grinned and dimpled.
That's ridiculous.
It is, eh? Possibly having a baby doesn't call for marriage in these parts, but spanking is another matter. If I spank some other man's wife, he might get annoyed, or she might, or both. Chancy, likely to get me talked about, or worse. If I spank a single girl, she might use it to trap me when I don't love her and don't want to marry her, but was simply spanking her pour le sport. Better to marry you. You're used to it. You like it. And you have a solid bottom that can take it. A good thing, too, because I spank hard. Brutal.
Oh, pooh. Where did you get this silly notion that I like it?
Why are your areolae so crinkled, dear?
Hazel, does he really spank hard? I don't know, dear. I would break his arm, and he knows it.
See what I'm up against, Gretchen? No innocent little pleasures.
I'm underprivileged, unless you marry me.
But I...
Gretchen suddenly stood up, almost swamping the float table, turned away and swarmed out of the pool, started running south out of the garden court. I stood and watched her until I lost sight of her. I don't think I could have caught her even if I had not been breaking in a new foot. She ran like a frightened ghost. I sat back down and sighed. Well, Ma, I tried. They were too big for me.
Another time, dear. She wants to. She'll come around.
Chia said,
Richard, you left out just one word. Love.
What is love, Chia?
It's what a woman wants to hear about when she gets married.
That still doesn't tell me what it is.
Well, I do know a technical definition. Hazel, you know Jubal Harshaw, a member of the seniors family? For years, any way you mean the word. He has a definition. Yes, I know. A definition of love that I think would let Richard use the word honestly in speaking to Gretchen. Dr. Harshaw says that the word love designates a subjective condition in which the welfare and happiness of another person are essential to one's own happiness. Richard, it seems to me that you exhibited that relationship toward Gretchen.
Me? Woman, you're out of your mind. I just want to get her into a helpless situation so that I can paddle her bottom whenever I like and make it turn pink. Hard, brutal. I threw out my chest, tried to look macho, not too convincingly. I was going to have to do something about that paunch. Well, hell, I'd been sick.
Yes, Richard. Hazel, I think the tea party is over. Will you two come to my rooms? I haven't seen either of you for too long. And I'll call Choi Moo. I don't think he knows that Richard is now free of the Lethe field.
Good deal, I agreed. And is Father Schultz around? Would one of you ladies fetch my cane, please? I think I could walk around there and get it, but I'm not sure I should risk it yet. Hazel said firmly,
I'm sure that you should not, and you've walked enough. Tina? Where's the riot? May I have a lazy seat for Richard? Why not 3? 1 is enough. Chop, chop. Richard, stay with it. She's weakening, our knocked-up warrior.
Hazel's chin dropped.
Oh, I forgot we weren't under privacy. Tina? Don't fret about it. I'm your chum. You know that. Thanks, Tina.
We all stood up to leave the pool. Chia stopped me, put her arms around me, looked at me, and said quietly, but loudly enough to include Hazel,
Richard, I've seen nobility before, but not often. I'm not pregnant. It's not necessary to marry me. I don't need or want a husband. But you're invited to honeymoon with me any time Hazel can spare you, or better yet, both of you. I think you're a shining knight, and Gretchen knows it.
She kissed me emphatically. When my mouth was free, I answered, It's not nobility, Chia. I just have an unusual method of seduction. See how easily you fell for it? Tell her, Hazel.
He's noble. See?
Chia said triumphantly.
And he's scared silly someone will find out.
Oh, nonsense. Let me tell about my 4th grade teacher.
Later, Richard, after you've had time to polish it. Richard tells excellent bedtime stories.
When I'm not paddling, that is. Chia, does your bottom turn pink? It appears that I had had breakfast at some hour past noon. That evening was most pleasant, but my memory of it is spotty. I can't blame it on alcohol. I did not drink all that much. But I learned that the Lethe field has a mild side effect that alcohol can potentiate. Lethe may affect the memory erratically for a while after the patient is no longer under it. Ah, well, Tunstoffel. A few gaps in memory are not the hazard that addiction to a hard drug is.
I do recall that we had a good time. Hazel, me, Joy Moo, Chia, Ezra, Father Hendrick, and, after Tina found her for us and Hazel talked to her, Gretchen. All of us who had escaped from the raffles. Even the 2 pairs of redheads who rescued us were with us part of the evening. Cass and Paul, Laz and Lore. Nice kids. Older than I am, I learned later, but it doesn't show. On Tertius, age is a slippery concept. Chia's quarters were too small for such a number, but a crowded party is the best kind. The redheads left us, and I got tired and went in and lay down on Chia's bed. There was some murderous card game going on for forfeits in the other room. Hazel seemed to be the big winner. Chia went broke, by whatever rules they were playing, and joined me. Gretchen bet unwisely on the next pot and took the other side of the bed. She used my left shoulder as a pillow, Chia having already claimed the right one. From the other room I heard Hazel say, "See you and raise you 1 galaxy." Father Hendrick chuckled. "Sucker! Big bang, my dear girl, for triple forfeits. Pay up." That is the last I remember.
This ends side 2 of cassette 8 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 9. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 9.
Something was tickling my chin. Slowly I woke, and slowly I managed to open my eyes, and found myself staring into the bluest eyes I have ever seen. They belonged to a kitten, bright orange in color, but with perhaps some Siamese ancestry. He was standing on my chest, just south of my Adam's apple. He buzzed pleasantly, said, "Blurt," and resumed licking my chin. His scratchy little scrap of tongue accounted for the tickle that had awakened me. I answered, "Blurt," and attempted to lift a hand to pet him, found I could not because I still had a head on each shoulder, a warm body against each side of me. I turned my head to the right to speak to Chia. I needed to get up and find her refresher, and learned that it was not Chia, but Minerva, who was now using my starboard shoulder. I made a hasty situation assessment and found that I lacked sufficient data. So instead of using an honorific to Minerva that may or may not have been appropriate, I simply kissed her, or let myself be kissed after showing willingness. Being pinned down from both sides, and with a small cat creature standing on my chest, I was almost as helpless as Gulliver, hardly able to be active as initiator of a kiss. However, Minerva does not need help. She can manage. Talent. After she turned me loose, kissed for keeps, I heard a voice from my left. "Don't I get a kiss too?" Gretchen is a soprano. This voice was tenor. I turned my head. Galahad. I was in bed with my doctor. Well, with both my doctors. When I was a lad in Iowa, I was taught that if I ever found myself in this or an analogous situation, the proper gambit was to run screaming for the hills to save my honor, or its homologue for males. A girl could sacrifice her honor, and most of them did, but if she was reasonably discreet about it and eventually wound up married with nothing worse than a 7-month child, her honor soon grew back, and she was officially credited with having been a virgin bride, entitled to look with scorn on sinful women. But a boy's honor was more delicate. If he lost it to another male, i.e., if they got caught at it, He might, if lucky, wind up in the State Department, or if unlucky, he would move to California. But Iowa had no place for him. This flashed through my mind in an instant, and was followed by a suppressed memory. A Boy Scout hike when I was a high school freshman, a pup tent shared with our assistant scoutmaster. Just that once, in the dark of night and in silence, broken only by a hoot owl. A few weeks later, that scout leader went away to Harvard. So, of course, it never happened. O tempora, o mores. That was long ago and far away. 3 years later, I enlisted and eventually bucked for officer and made it, and was always extremely circumspect. As an officer who can't resist playing with his privates cannot maintain discipline. Not until the Walker-Evans affair did I ever have any reason to worry about blackmail. I tightened my left arm a little. Certainly, but be careful. I seem to be inhabited. Galahad was careful. The kitten was not disturbed. It is possible that Galahad kisses as well as Minerva does. Not better, but just as well. Once I decided to enjoy the inevitable, I did enjoy it. Tertius is not Iowa. Boondock is not Grinnell. There was no longer any reason to be manacled by the customs of a long-dead tribe. "Thank you," I said. "And good morning. Can you decat me? If he stays where he is, I am likely to drown him." Galahad surrounded the kitten with his left hand. "This is Pixel. Pixel, may I present Richard? Richard, we are honored to have been joined by Lord Pixel, Cadet Feline in Residence." "How do you do, Pixel?" "Blurt." "Thank you. And what's become of the refresher? I need it." Minerva helped me up from the bed and put my right arm around her shoulders, steadied me while Galahad fetched my cane. Then both of them took me to the refresher. We were not in Chia's rooms. The refresher had moved to the other side of the bedroom and was larger, as was the bedroom. And I learned something else about Tertius. The equipment of a refresher was of a complexity and variety that made the sort of plumbing I was used to, in Golden Rule and Luna City, and so forth, look as primitive as the occasional back-country backhouse one can still find in remote parts of Iowa. Neither Minerva nor Galahad let me feel embarrassed over never having been checked out on Tertian plumbing. When I was about to pick the wrong fixture for my most pressing need, she simply said, "Galahad, you had better demonstrate for Richard. I'm not equipped to." So he did. Well, I'm forced to admit that I'm not equipped the way Galahad is either. Visualize Michelangelo's David. Galahad is fully that pretty. But equip this image with coupling gear 3 times as large as Michelangelo gave David. That describes Galahad. I have never understood why Michelangelo, in view of his known bias, invariably shortchanged his male creations. When we 3 had completed after-sleep refreshment, we came out into the bedroom together, and I was again surprised. Without yet having worked up my nerve to inquire where we were, how we got there, and what had become of others, especially my necessary one, who, when last heard, was tossing around galaxies in reckless gambling, or gambling, or both. One wall had vanished from that bedroom. The bed had become a couch. The missing wall framed a gorgeous garden, and seated on the couch, playing with the kitten, was a man I had met briefly in Iowa 2,000 years ago. Or so everyone said. I was still unsure about that 2,000-year figure. I was having trouble enough with Gretchen's having aged 5 years, or 6, or something. I stared.
Dr. Hubert. Howdy. Dr. Hubert put the kitten aside. Over here. Show me that foot. Damn his arrogance. You must speak to my doctor first. He looked at me abruptly. Goodness, aren't we regulation? Very well. From behind me, Galahad said quietly,
Please, let him examine your transplant, Richard, if you will.
If you say so. I lifted my new foot and shoved it right into Hubert's face, missing his big nose by a centimeter. He failed to flinch, so my gesture was wasted. Unhurriedly, he leaned his head a little to the left. Rest it on my knee, if you will. That will be more convenient for both of us. Right. Go ahead. Braced with my cane, I was steady enough. Galahad and Minerva kept quiet and out of the way, while Dr. Hubert looked over that foot by sight and touch, but doing nothing that struck me as really professional. I mean, he had no instruments. He used bare eyes and bare fingers, pinching the skin, rubbing it, looking closely at the healed scar, and at last scratching the sole of that foot hard and suddenly with a thumbnail. What is that reflex? Are your toes supposed to curl or the reverse? I have always suspected that doctors do that one out of spite. Dr. Hubert lifted my foot, indicated that I could put it back on the floor, which I did. Good job, he said to Galahad.
Thank you, Doctor.
Sit down, Colonel. Have you folks had breakfast? I did, but I'm ready for some more. Minerva, would you shout for us? That's a good girl. Colonel, I want to get you signed up at once. What rank do you expect? Let me point out that it doesn't matter, as the pay is the same, and no matter what rank you select, Hazel is going to be one rank higher. I want her in charge, not the other way around. Hold it. Sign me up for what? And what makes you think I want to sign up for anything? The Time Corps, of course, just as your wife is. For the purpose of rescuing the computer person known as Adam Celine, also, of course. Look, Colonel, don't be so darned obtuse. I know Hazel has discussed it with you. I know that you are committed to helping her. He pointed at my foot. Why do you think that transplant was done? Now that you have both feet, you need some other things. Refresher training, orientation with weapons you haven't used, rejuvenation. And all of these things cost money, and the simple way to pay for them is to sign you up in the Corps. That foot alone would be too expensive for a stranger from a primitive era, but not for a member of the Corps. You can see that. How long do you need to think over anything so obvious? 10 minutes? 15? This fast talker ought to sell used campaign promises. Not that long. I've thought it over. He grinned. Good. Put up your right hand. Repeat after me. No. No? What? Just no. I didn't order this foot. So? Your wife did. Don't you think you ought to pay for it? And since I did not order it, and do not choose to be pushed around by you, I again shoved that foot in his face, just barely missing that ugly nose. Cut it off. Huh? You heard me. Cut it off. Put it back in stock. Tina, are you there?
Sure thing, Richard.
Where is Hazel? How can I find her? Or will you tell her where I am?
I've told her. She says to wait.
Thank you, Tina. Hubert and I sat, saying nothing, ignoring each other. Minerva had disappeared. Galahad was pretending to be alone. But in scant seconds my darling came bursting in. Luckily that wall was open.
Lazarus! God damn your lousy soul to hell! What do you mean by interfering?
Chapter 24.
The optimist proclaims that we live in the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist fears that this is true. James Branch Cabell.
Now, Hazel. Now, Hazel, my tired ass. Answer me. What are you doing messing around in my bailiwick? I told you to lay off. I warned you. I said that it was a delicate negotiation, but the first minute I turned my back, leaving him safe in the arms of Minerva with Galahad to back her up, I leave to run an errand, and what do I find? You, butting in, thumb-fingered and ham-handed as usual, destroying my careful groundwork. Now, Sadie, bloody, Lazarus, what is this compulsion that makes you lie and cheat? Why can't you be honest most of the time? And where do you get this nasty itch to interfere? Not from Maureen, that's certain. Answer me, goddammit, before I tear off your head and stuff it down your throat. Gwen, I was simply trying to clear the... My darling interrupted with such a blast of colorful and imaginative profanity that I hesitate to try to record it, because I can't do it justice. My memory is not perfect. It was somewhat like Change the Sacred Name of Arkansas, but more lyrical. She did this in a high chant that reminded me of some pagan priestess praying at sacrifice, human sacrifice, with Dr. Hubert the victim. While Hazel was sounding off, 3 women came in through that open wall. More than that number of men looked in, but backed away hastily. I suspect that they did not want to be present while Dr. Hubert was being scalped. The 3 women were all beauties, but not at all alike. One was blonde, as tall as I am, or taller, a Norse goddess, so perfect as to be utterly unlikely. She listened, shook her head sorrowfully, then faded back into the garden and was gone. The next was another redhead, whom I mistook at first for either Laz or Lore. Then I saw that she was not older exactly, but more mature. She was unsmiling. I looked at her again and felt that I had it figured out. She had to be the older sister of Laz and Lore, and Dr. Hubert was father, brother, of all of them, which explained how Dr. Hubert was this Lazarus that I had heard of again and again, but had not seen, except that I had once in Iowa. The third was a little china doll, porcelain china, not Chia-type china, not much over 150 centimeters of her, and perhaps 40 kilos, with the ageless beauty of Queen Nefertiti. My darling paused for breath, and this little elf whispered loudly and clapped. "Great going, Hazel! I'm in your corner." Hubert Lazarus said, "Hilda, don't encourage her." "And why not? You've been caught with your hand in the cookie jar, or Hazel would not be so boiling, that's certain. I know her. I know you. Want to bet?" "I did nothing. I simply tried to implement a previously settled policy that Hazel needed help on." The tiny woman covered her eyes and said, "Dear Lord, forgive him. He's at it again." The redhead said gently, "Woodrow, just what did you do?" "I didn't do anything." "Woodrow?" "I tell you, I did nothing to justify her diatribe. I was having a civilized discussion with Colonel Campbell when—" He broke off. "Well, Woodrow?" "We disagreed." The computer spoke up. "Maureen, do you want to know why they disagreed? Shall I play back this soi-disant civilized discussion?"
Lazarus said, "Athena, you are not to play back. That was a private discussion." I said quickly, "I don't agree. She can certainly play back what I said." "No, Athena, that's an order." The computer answered, "Rule 1.
I work for Ira, not for you. You yourself settled that when I was first activated. Do I ask Ira to adjudicate this, or do I play back that half of the discussion that belongs to my bridegroom?"
Lazarus Hubert looked astounded. "Your what?"
"My fiancée, if you want to split rabbits. But in the near tomorrow, when I put on my ravishingly beautiful body, Colonel Campbell will stand up in front of you and exchange vows with me for our family. So you see, Lazarus, you were trying to bully my betrothed as well as Hazel's Benedict. We can't have that. No, indeedy. You had better back down and apologize, instead of trying to bluster your way out of it. You can't, you know. You've been caught cold. Not only did I hear what you said, but Hazel also heard every word."
Lazarus looked still more annoyed. "Athena, you relayed a private conversation?"
"You did not place it under privacy. Contrariwise, Hazel did place a monitor request on Richard. All kosher, so don't try to pull any after-the-fact rule on me. Lazarus, take the advice of the only friend you have whom you can't cheat, and who loves you in spite of your evil ways, namely me. Cut your losses, pal, and sweet-talk your way out. Make the last 100 meters on your belly, and maybe Richard will let you start over. He's not hard to get along with. Pet him, and he purrs, just like that kitten."
I had Pixel in my lap, petting him, he having climbed my old leg, driving pitons as he went. I lost some blood, but not enough to require transfusion.
"Ask Minerva, ask Galahad, ask Gretchen or Cha, ask Laz or Lore, ask anybody."
I decided to ask Tina, privately, to fill me in on gaps in my memory. Or would that be wise? Lazarus said, "I never intended to offend you, Colonel. If I spoke too bluntly, I'm sorry." "Forget it." "Shake on it?" "All right." I put out my hand. He took it. He gave a good grip, with no attempt to set a bone crusher. He looked me in the eye, and I felt his warmth. The Bastich is hard to dislike, when he tries. My darling said,
"Hang on to your wallet, dear. I'm still going to drag this out onto the floor."
"Really, is it necessary?"
"It is. You're new here, darling. Lazarus can steal the socks off your feet without taking off your shoes, sell them back to you, make you think you got a bargain, then steal your shoes when you sit down to put your socks on, and you'll end up thanking him."
Lazarus said, "Now, Hazel."
"Shut up. Friends and family, Lazarus tried to coerce Richard into signing up blind for Operation Galactic Overlord by trying to make him feel guilty over that replacement foot. Lazarus implied that Richard was a deadbeat who was trying to run out on his debts."
"I didn't mean that."
"I told you to shut up. You did mean that. Friends and family, my new husband comes from a culture in which debts are sacred. Their national motto is, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Tan Stoffel is embroidered on their flag. In Luna, the Luna of Richard's timeline, not this one, a man might cut your throat, but he would die before he would welch on a debt to you. Lazarus knew this, so he went straight for that most sensitive spot and jabbed it. Lazarus pitted his more than 2,000 years of experience, his widest knowledge of cultures and human behavior, against a man of much less than a century of experience, and that little only in his own solar system and timeline. It was not a fair fight, and Lazarus knew it. Grossly unfair, like pitting that kitten against an old wildcat.
I was sitting near Lazarus, having remained seated after that silly foot examination. I had my head down, ostensibly to play with the kitten, but in fact to avoid looking at Lazarus, or at anyone, as I was finding Hazel's insistence on airing everything quite disturbing, embarrassing. In consequence, I was looking down at my own feet, and at his. Did I mention that Lazarus was barefooted? I had paid it no mind, because one thing one becomes used to at once on Tertius is the absence of compelling dress customs. I don't mean absence of dress. Boondock sells more clothes than any groundhog city of similar size, about 1 million people, in part because garments are usually worn once, then recycled. I do mean that neither bare feet nor bare bodies are startling for more than 5 minutes. Lazarus was wearing a wraparound, a lava, or it may have been a kilt. His feet I did not notice until I stared at them. Hazel went on. Lazarus took such cruel advantage of Richard's weak point, his compulsive hatred of being in debt, that Richard demanded that his new foot be amputated. In desperate need to cleanse his honor, he said to Lazarus, "Cut it off. Put it back in stock." Lazarus said, "Oh, come now. He did not mean that seriously, and I did not take it seriously. A figure of speech, to show that he was annoyed with me, as well he might be. I made a mistake, I admit it." "You did indeed make a mistake," I interrupted. "A grave mistake. Your grave, perhaps, or mine. For it was not a figure of speech. I want that foot amputated. I demand that you take back your foot. Your foot, sir. Look here, all of you, and then look there at my right foot, then his right foot." Anyone who bothered to look could not fail to see what I meant. 4 masculine feet. 3 were clearly from the same genes. Lazarus's 2 feet and my new foot. The 4th was the foot I was born with. It matched the other 3 only in size, not in skin color, texture, hairiness, or any detail. When Lazarus had dunned me for the cost of that transplant, it had offended me. But this new discovery, that Lazarus himself was the anonymous donor, that I had been made the unwitting recipient of his charity for the foot itself, the very meat and bone of it, was intolerable. I glared at Lazarus. "Doctor, behind my back and utterly without my consent, you placed me under unbearable obligation. I will not tolerate it." I was shaking with anger. Richard, please." Hazel seemed about to cry. And I, too. That red-haired older lady hurried to me, bent over me, and gathered my head to her motherly breasts, cuddled me, and said, "No, Richard, no. You must not feel this way." We left later that day, but we stayed for dinner. We did not run away angry. Hazel and Maureen, the darling older lady who had comforted me, between them managed to convince me that hospital and surgery charges need not fret me, because Hazel had plenty of the needful on deposit in a local bank, which Tina confirmed, and Hazel could and would cover my bills if it became appropriate to change the charge under which I was hospitalized. I thought about asking my darling to reassign the charges right then through Tina, but I decided not to crowd her about it. Damn it, Tonstoffel is a basic truth, but beggars can't be choosers is true, too, and at that moment I was a beggar, never a good bargaining position. As for the foot itself, by invariant local custom, spare parts, hands and feet and hearts and kidneys, etc., were not bought or sold. There was only a service and handling charge billed with the cost of surgery. Galahad confirmed this. "We do it that way to avoid a black market. I could show you planets where there is indeed a black market, where a matching liver might mean a matching murder. But not here. Lazarus himself set up this rule more than a century ago. We buy and sell everything else.
But we don't traffic in human beings or pieces of human beings.
Galahad grinned at me.
But there is another reason why you should not fret. You had no say in the matter when a team of us hem-stitched that foot to your stump. Everybody knows that. But also everybody knows you can't get rid of it, unless you want to tackle it with your own jackknife, because I won't cut it off. You won't find a surgeon anywhere on Tertius who will. Union rules, you know, and professional courtesy. He added, "But if you do decide to hack it off yourself, do please invite me. I want to watch."
He said that with a straight face, and Maureen scolded him for it. I'm not certain that he was joking. Nevertheless, détente involved a major change in Hazel's plans. Lazarus was correct in saying that all he had been trying to do was to implement a previously agreed-upon plan. But it had been further agreed that Hazel, not Lazarus, was to implement the plan. Hazel could have managed it, but Lazarus could not. Lazarus could never sell it to me because I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. On the other hand, if Hazel really wants something from me, I stand about as much chance of holding out as Jinx Henderson has of refusing a request from his daughter Gretchen. But Lazarus couldn't see that. I think Lazarus suffers from a compulsion to be the biggest frog in any pond. He expects to be the bride at every wedding, the corpse at every funeral, while pretending that he has no ambitions, just a barefoot country boy with straw in his hair and manure between his toes. If you think that I am not overly fond of Lazarus Long, I won't argue. That plan was pretty much as Lazarus had described it. Hazel had expected that I would join her in the Time Corps, and had planned for me to be rejuvenated, systemic rejuvenation to biological age 18, cosmetic rejuvenation, my choice. While this was going on, I was to be taught Galacta, study multiverse history, at least for several timelines, and after rejuvenation, again take military training of several sorts until I became a walking angel of death, armed or unarmed. When she judged that I was ready, she planned for us to carry out Task Adam Selene of Operation Galactic Overlord. If we lived through it, we could retire from the Time Corps, live out our days on an ample pension on the planet of our choice, fat and happy. Or we could stay in the Corps together just by my re-enlisting for a hitch of 50 years, then rejuvenation's each hitch, and a chance for us eventually to become time bosses ourselves. That was supposed to be the grand prize. More fun than baby kittens, more exciting than roller coasters, more satisfying than being 17 and in love. Live or die, we would do it together, until at last one of us waited for the other at the end of that tunnel. But this program aborted because Lazarus butted in and tried to twist my arm, my foot, to accept it. My darling had planned a pianissimo approach. Live for a time on Tertius, a heavenly place, get me hooked on multiverse history and time travel theory, etc., not crowd me about signing up, but depend on the fact that she and Gretchen and Ezra and others, Uncle Jock, for example, were in the Corps until I asked to be allowed to be sworn in. The cost of my new foot would not have bothered me, A, if Hazel had had time to convince me that the cost would be charged off to my increased efficiency in helping her with Adam Selene, and the foot would thereby pay for itself. The simple truth, and Lazarus knew it. B, if Lazarus had not done me about it, used it to pressure me. C, if Lazarus had stayed away from me, as he was supposed to, and thereby had never offered me any chance of spotting that he was my anonymous donor, bare feet or no bare feet. I suppose you could say that none of it would have happened if Hazel had not tried to manipulate me, and had, and did, and would. But a wife's unique right, fixed by tradition, to manipulate her own husband, runs unbroken and invariant, at least back to Eve and the apple. I will not criticize a sacred tradition. Hazel did not give up her intention. She just changed her tactics. She decided to take me to Time headquarters and let the high brass and the technical experts there answer my questions.
"Darling man," she said to me, "you know that I want to rescue Adam Celine, and so does Manny, my papa. But his reasons and mine are sentimental, not good enough to ask you to risk your life."
"Oh, say not so, mistress mine. For you I'll swim the Hellespont. On a calm day, that is, with an escort boat at my heels, and a 3D contract, commercial rights, residuals."
"Be serious, dear. I had not planned to try to persuade you through explaining the greater purpose, the effect on the multiverse, as I don't fully understand it myself. I don't have the math, and I am not a companion of the circle. The circle of Ouroboros that rules on all cosmic changes. But Lazarus bungled things by trying to hustle you. So I feel that you are entitled to know exactly why this rescue is necessary, and why you are being asked to take part in it. We'll go to headquarters and let them try to convince you. I wash my hands of that part of the job. It's up to the companions, the high brass of time manipulation. I told Lazarus so. He is a companion of the circle."
"Sweetheart, I am much more likely to listen to you. Lazarus would have trouble selling me 10-crown notes for 2 crowns.
"His problem. But he has only one vote in the circle, even though he is senior. Of course, he is always senior, anywhere."
That caught my ear. This notion that Lazarus is 2,000 years old?
More than that, over 2,400.
Either way, who says that he is more than 2 millennia old? He looks younger than I do.
He's been rejuvenated several times.
But who claims that he is that old? Forgive me, my love, but you can't testify to it. Even if we credit you with every fortnight you claim, he would still be more than 10 times your age, if he is. Again, who says?
Not me, that's true, but I have never had any reason to doubt it. I think you should talk to Justin Foote."
Hazel looked around. We were in that lovely garden court outside the room in which I woke up. Her room, I learned later, or hers when she wanted it. Such things were fluid. Other times, use other customs. We were in that garden with other members of the Long family, and guests and friends and relations, eating tasty tidbits and getting quietly slopped. Hazel picked out a mousy little man, the sort who is always elected treasurer of any organization he belongs to.
"Justin, over here, dear. Spare me a moment."
He worked his way toward us, stepping over children and dogs, and on arrival bussed my bride in the all-out fashion she always received. He said to her,
"Fluttermouse, you've been away too long." "Business, dear. Justin, this is my beloved husband, Richard."
"Our house is yours." He kissed me. Well, I was braced for it. It had happened so often. These people kissed as often as early Christians. However, this was an aunt's peck, all protocol and bone dry. "Thank you, sir."
"Please be assured that it is not our custom to put pressure on guests. Lazarus is a law unto himself, but he does not act for the rest of us."
Justin Foote smiled at me, then turned his attention to my bride.
"Hazel, will you permit me to obtain from Athena a copy for the archives of your remarks to Lazarus?" "Whatever for? I chewed him out. It's done with.
It is of historical interest. No one else, not even Ishtar, has ever spanked the senior as thoroughly as you did. There is scant disapproval of him on record of any degree. Most people find it hard to disagree with him openly, even when they disagree most. So it is not only an interesting item for future scholars, but it could also be of service to Lazarus himself, if he ever scanned it. He is so used to getting his own way that it is good for him to be reminded now and then that he is not God.
Justin smiled.
And it's a breath of fresh air for the rest of us. In addition, Hazel love, its literary quality is great and unique. I do want it for the archives.
Poppycock, dear, see Lazarus. Nihil obstat, but it requires his permission.
Consider it done. I know how to use his stubborn pride. The piglet principle. All I have to do is offer to censor it, keep it out of the archives, with a hint that I wish to spare his feelings. He will then scowl and insist that it be placed in the archives, unedited, unbowdlerized.
Well, okay, if he says yes.
May I ask, dear, where you picked up some of the more scabrous of those expressions?
You may not. Justin, Richard asked me a question I can't answer. How do we know that the senior is more than 2,000 years old? To me, it's like asking, how do I know that the sun will rise tomorrow? I just know it.
No, it's like asking, how do you know that the sun rose long before you were born? The answer is that you don't know. Interesting.
He blinked at me.
Part of the problem, I am sure, lies in the fact that you come from a universe in which the Howard family's phenomenon never took place.
I don't think I've ever heard of it. What is it?
It is a code name for people with exceptionally long lives. But I must first lay a foundation. The companions of the circle of Ouroboros designate universes by serial numbers, but a more meaningful way for terrestrials is to ask, who first set foot on Luna? Who in your world?
A chap named Neil Armstrong, with Colonel Buzz Aldrin.
Exactly. An enterprise of NASA, a government bureau, if I recall correctly. But in this universe, my world and that of Lazarus Long, the first trip to the moon was financed not by a government, but by private enterprise, headed by a financier, one D.D. Harriman. And the first man to set foot on Luna was Leslie Lacroix, an employee of Harriman. In still another universe, it was a military project, and the first flight to Luna was in the USAFS Kilroy Was Here. Another, never mind, in every universe the birth of space travel is a cusp event, affecting everything that follows. Now, about the senior. In my universe, he was one of the earliest space pilots. I was for many years archivist of the Howard families, and from those archives I can show that Lazarus Long has been a practicing space pilot for more than 24 centuries. Would you find that convincing?
No. Justin Foote nodded.
Reasonable. When a rational man hears something asserted that conflicts with all common sense, he will not, and should not, believe it without compelling evidence. You have not been offered compelling evidence. Just hearsay. Respectable hearsay, and in fact true, but nevertheless hearsay. Odd. For me, I have grown up with it. I am the 45th member of the Howard families to bear the name, Justin Foote. The first of my name being a trustee of the families in the early 20th century Gregorian, when Lazarus Long was a baby, and Maureen was a young woman.
At this point, the conversation fell to pieces.
The notion that the darling lady who had comforted me had a son 24 centuries old, but was herself a mere child of a century and a half. Hell, some days it doesn't pay to get out of bed. A truism in Iowa when I was young, and still true in Tertius over 2,000 years later. If it was, I had been perfectly happy with Minerva on one shoulder and Galahad on the other, and Pixel on my chest, aside from bladder pressure. Maureen reminded me of another discrepancy. Justin, something else frets me. You say that this planet is a long, long way in space and time from my home, over 2,000 years in time and over 7,000 light years in distance.
No, I do not say it because I am not an astrophysicist, but that accords with what I have been taught, yes.
Yet right here today I hear idiomatic English spoken in the dialect of my time and place. More than that, it is in the tall corn accent of the North American Middle West, harsh as a rusty saw, ugly and unmistakable. Riddle me that.
Oh, strange, but no mystery. English is being spoken as a courtesy to you.
Me?
Yes. Athena could supply you with instantaneous translation both ways, and the party could be in Galacta. But fortunately, through a decision by Ishtar many years back, English was made the working language of the clinic and the hospital. That this could be done derives from circumstances around the senior's last rejuvenation. But the accent and the accent comes from the senior himself, reinforced by his mother's speech, and nailed down by the fact that Athena speaks that accent and idiom, and won't speak English any other way. The same applies to Minerva, since she learned it when she was still a computer. But not all of us speak English with equal ease. You know Tamara?
Not as well as I would like to.
She is probably the most loving and most lovable person on the planet, but she is no linguist. She learned English when she was past 200. I think she will always speak broken English, even though she speaks it every day. Does that explain the odd fact that a dead language is being spoken at a family dinner party on a planet around a star far distant from old home Terra?
Well, it explains it. It does not satisfy me. Justin, I have a feeling that any objection I can raise will be answered, but I won't be convinced.
That's reasonable. Why not wait a while? Presently, without pushing it, the facts that you find hard to accept will fall into place.
This ends side 1 of cassette 9. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point. 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 Point.
So we changed the subject. Hazel said,
Dear one, I didn't tell you why I had to run an errand, or why I was late. Justin, have you ever been held up at the downstream teleport?
Too often. I hope someone builds a competing service soon. I would raise the capital and mount it myself if I weren't so comfortably lazy.
Earlier today, I went shopping for Richard. Shoes, dear, but don't wear them until Galahad okays it. And replacements for your suits I lost in the fracas at the raffles. Couldn't match the colors, so I settled for cerise and jade green.
Good choices.
Yes, they will suit you, I think. I had finished shopping and would have been back here before you woke up, but, Justin, they were queued up at the teleport, so I sighed and waited my turn, and a line jumper, a rancid tourist from Secundus, sneaked in 6 places ahead of me.
Why, the scoundrel!
Didn't do him a speck of good. The bounder was shot dead.
I looked at her. Hazel,
Me? No, no, darling, I admit that I was tempted, but in my opinion, crowding into a queue out of turn doesn't rate anything heavier than a broken arm. No, that was not what held me up. A bystander's court was convened at once, and I darn near got co-opted as a juror. Only way I could get out of it was to admit that I was a witness. Thought it would save me time. No such luck, and the trial took almost half an hour.
They hanged him? Asked Justin.
No, the verdict was homicide in the public interest, and they turned her loose, and I came on home. Not quite soon enough. Lazarus, damn him, had got at Richard and made him unhappy and ruined my plans, so I made Lazarus unhappy, as you know.
As we all know. Did the deceased tourist have anyone with him?
I don't know. I don't care. I do think killing him was too drastic, but I'm a panty-waist and always have been. In the past, when someone shoved ahead of me in queue, I've always let it go with minor mayhem. But queue cheating should never be ignored. That just encourages the louts. Richard, I bought shoes for you because I knew that your new foot could not use the right shoe you were wearing when we arrived here.
That's true. My right shoe has always, since amputation, had to be a custom job for the prosthesis. A living foot could not fit it.
I didn't go to a shoe shop. I went to a fabricatory having a general pantograph and had them use your left shoe to synthesize a matching right shoe through a mirror image space warp. It should be identical with your left shoe, but right-handed. Right-footed? Dexter.
Thank you.
I hope it fits. If that darned line jumper hadn't got himself killed practically in my lap, I would have been home on time.
I blinked at her. I find I'm astonished again. How is this place run? Is it an anarchy? Hazel shrugged. Justin Foote looked thoughtful.
No, I wouldn't say so. It's not that well organized.
We left right after dinner, in that four-place space plane. Hazel and I, a small giant named Zeb, Hilda the tiny beauty, Lazarus, Dr. Jacob Burroughs, Dr. Jubal Harshaw, still another redhead, well, strawberry blonde, named Dee Dee, and still another one who was not her twin but should have been, a sweet girl named Elizabeth and called Libby. I looked at these last two and whispered to Hazel, "More of Lazarus's descendants or more of yours?"
No, I don't think so. About Lazarus, I mean. I know they aren't mine. I'm not quite that casual. One is from another universe, and the other is more than 1,000 years older than I am. Blame it on Gilgamesh. At dinner, did you notice a little girl, another carrot top, paddling in the fountain?
Yes, a cutie pie.
She?
We started to load, all 9 of us, into that four-place space plane. Hazel said,
"Ask me later,"
and climbed in. I started to follow. That small giant took my arm firmly, which stopped me, as he outmassed me by about 40 kilos. "We haven't met. I'm Zeb Carter." "I'm Richard Ames Campbell, Zeb. Happy to meet you." "And this is my mom, Hilda May." He indicated the china doll. I did not have time to consider the improbability of his assertion. Hilda answered,
"I'm his stepmother-in-law, part-time wife and sometime mistress, Richard. Zebby is always not quite in focus, but he's sweet, and you belong to Hazel, so that gives you the keys to the city." She reached up, put her hands on my shoulders, stood on tiptoes, and kissed me. Her kiss was quick but warm and not quite dry. It left me most thoughtful. "If you want anything, just ask for it. Zebby will fetch it." It seemed that there were 5 in that family, or sub-family,
They were all part of the Long household or family, but I did not have it figured out. Zeb and his wife, Dee Dee, she being that first strawberry blonde whom I had met briefly, and her father, Jake Burroughs, whose wife was Hilda, but who was not mother of Dee Dee, and the fifth was Gay. Zeb had said,
"And Gay, of course. You know who I mean."
I asked Zeb, "Who is Gay?"
"Not me, or just as a hobby. Our car is Gay."
A sultry contralto said,
"I'm Gay. Hi, Richard. You were in me once, but I don't think you remember it."
I decided that the Lethe field had some really bad side effects. If I had at some time been in a woman, she expressed it that way, not I, with a voice of that utterly seductive quality, but I could not remember it? Well, it was time to throw myself on the mercy of the court. I was obsolete. "Excuse me. I don't see her. The lady named Gay."
"She's no lady. She's a trollop."
"Zebby, you'll regret that. He means I am not a woman, Richard. I'm this car you are about to climb into, and have been in before. But you were wounded and sick, so I'm not hurt that you don't remember me."
"Oh, but I do."
"You do? That's nice. Anyhow, I'm Gay Deceiver, and welcome aboard."
I climbed in and started to crawl through the cargo door back of the seats. Hilda snagged me.
"Don't go back there. Your wife is back there with 2 men. Give the girl a chance."
"And with Lib,"
Dee Dee added.
"Don't tease him, Aunt Sharpie. Sit down, Richard."
I sat down between them. A privilege, except that I wanted to see that space-warped bathroom, if there was one, if it was not a Lethe dream. Hilda settled against me like a cat and said,
"You have received a bad first impression of Lazarus, Richard. I don't want it to stay that way."
I admitted that on a scale of 10, he scored a -3 with me. I hope it doesn't stay that way. Dee Dee?
Day in and day out, Lazarus averages closer to a 9, Richard. You'll see. "Richard," Hilda went on, "despite what you heard me say, I don't think badly of Lazarus. I have borne 1 child by him, and I go that far only with men I respect. But Lazarus does have his little ways. It is necessary to spank him from time to time. Nevertheless, I love him." "Me too," agreed Dee Dee. "I have a little girl by Lazarus, and that means I love and respect him, or it would not have happened. Correct, Zebediah?"
"How would I know? Love, oh, careless love. Boss lady, are we going somewhere? Gay wants to know."
"Report readiness. Starboard door sealed, irrelevant gear ready. Port side door sealed, seat belts fastened, all systems normal. Time Corps headquarters via Alpha and Beta. At will, Chief Pilot."
"Aye, aye, Captain. Gay Deceiver, checkpoint Alpha. Execute."
"Yassa, massa."
The bright sunlight and green lawn beside the longhouse blinked away to blackness and stars. We were weightless.
"Checkpoint Alpha, probably," Zeb said. "Gay, do you see THQ?"
"Checkpoint Alpha on the nose,"
the car answered.
"Time Corps HQ dead ahead. Zeb, you need glasses."
"Checkpoint Beta, execute."
The sky blinked again. This time I could spot it. Not a planet, but a habitat, perhaps 10 clicks away, perhaps 1,000, in space, with a strange object. I had no way to guess. Zeb said,
"Time Corps headquarters. Gay, scram!"
A Nova bomb burst in front of us.
Chapter 25. Schrodinger's Cat.
God's bones!
The car moaned.
That one burned my tail feathers. Hilda, let's go home, please.
The Nova bomb was now a long way off, but it still burned with intense white light, looking like Sol from out around Pluto. "Captain?" Zeb inquired.
Affirmative,
Hilda answered calmly, but she was clinging to me and trembling. "Gay Maureen, execute!" We were back on the grounds of the Romanesque mansion of Lazarus Long and his tribe.
Chief Pilot, please beep Oz Annex and tell them to disembark. We won't be going anywhere soon. Richard, if you will slide out to the right as soon as Jake is out of your way, that will let our passengers climb out.
I did so quickly as Dr. Burrows cleared the way. I heard Lazarus Long's voice rumbling behind me. "Hilda, why have you ordered us out of the car? Why aren't we at headquarters?" His tone reminded me of a drill sergeant I had had as a boot 10,000 years ago.
Forgot my knitting, Woody. Had to go back for it.
"Knock it off. Why haven't we started? Why are we disembarking?"
Watch your blood pressure, Lazarus. Gay just proved that she was not being a nervous Nellie when she asked me to break our usual trip to THQ into 3 jumps. Had I used our old routine, we would all glow in the dark. My skin itches,
Gay said fretfully.
I'll bet I would make a Geiger stick rattle like hail on a tin roof. Zebby will check you later, dear,
Hilda said soothingly, then went on to Lazarus.
I don't think Gay was hurt. I think none of us was, because Zeb had one of his bad news flashes and bounced us out of there almost ahead of the photons. But I am sorry to report, sir, that headquarters isn't there anymore. May it rest in peace.
Lazarus persisted. "Hilda, is this one of your jokes?"
Captain Long, when you talk that way, I expect you to address me as Commodore.
"Sorry. What happened?" Zeb said, "Lazarus, let them finish unloading and I'll take you back and show you. Just you and me."
Yes, indeed, just you two,
the car put in.
But not me. I won't go. I didn't sign up for combat duty. I won't let you close my doors. That means you can't seal up, and then you can't move me. I'm on strike.
"Mutiny," said Lazarus. "Melt her down for scrap." The car screamed, then said excitedly,
Zeb, did you hear that? Did you hear what he said? Hilda, did you hear him? Lazarus, I don't belong to you and never did. Tell him, Hilda. You lay one finger on me, and I'll go critical and blow your hand off, and take all of Boondock County with me.
"Mathematically impossible," Long remarked.
Lazarus, said Hilda, you shouldn't be so quick to say impossible when speaking of Gay. In any case, don't you think you've been in the doghouse enough for one day? You get Gay sore at you, and she'll tell Dora, who'll tell Tina, who'll tell Minerva, who will tell Ishtar and Maureen and Tamara, and then you'll be lucky to get anything to eat, and you won't be allowed to sleep or go anywhere.
"I'm henpecked. Gay, I apologize. If I read you 2 chapters from Tick-Tock tonight, will you forgive me?"
3.
"It's a deal. Please tell Tina to ask mathematicians working on Operation Galactic Overlord to meet me, ASAP, in my quarters in Dora. Please tell all others involved with Overlord that they are advised to come to Dora, eat and sleep aboard. I don't know when we will leave. It could be a week, but it could be any time, and there might not be even 10 minutes warning. War conditions. Red alert."
Dora has it. She's relaying. What about Boondock?
"What do you mean, what about Boondock?"
Do you want the city evacuated?
"Gay, I didn't know you cared." Lazarus sounded surprised.
Me? Care what happens to ground crawlers?
The car snorted.
I'm simply relaying for Ira.
Oh, for a moment there I thought you were developing human sympathies.
God forbid.
I'm relieved. Your simple, self-centered selfishness has been a haven of stability in an ever-shifting world.
Never mind the compliments. You still owe me 3 chapters.
Certainly, Gay, I promised. Please tell Ira that, so far as I know, Boondock is as safe as anywhere in this world, which ain't saying much. Whereas, in my opinion, any attempt to evacuate this ant hill would result in great loss of life, still greater loss of property. But it might be worthwhile to risk it just to crank up their lazy metabolisms. Boondock today strikes me as fat, dumb, and careless. Ask him to acknowledge.
Ira says, up yours.
Roger, and the same to you. Wilco, they make a damn fine stew. Colonel Campbell, I'm sorry about this. Would you care to come with me? It might interest you to see how we mount an emergency time manipulation. Hazel, is that okay? Or am I crowding in on your pigeon again?
It's all right, Lazarus, as it is no longer my pigeon. It's yours and that of the other companions.
You're a hard woman, Sadie.
What can you expect, Lazarus? Luna is a harsh teacher. I learned my lessons at her knee. May I come along?
You're expected. You are still part of Overlord. Are you not?
We walked about 50 meters across the lawn to where was parked the biggest, fanciest flying saucer any UFO cultist ever claimed to have seen. I learned that this was Dora, meaning both the ship and the computer that ran the ship. I learned, too, that the Dora was the senior's private yacht, that it was Hilda's flagship, and that it was a pirate ship commanded by Lorelei Lee and/or Lapis Lazuli, and crewed by Castor and Pollux, who were either their husbands or their slaves, or both.
They're both,
Hazel told me later.
and Dora is all 3. Laz and Lore won 60-year indentures from Kaz and Paul in a game of Red Dog shortly after they married them. Laz and Lore are telepathic with each other, and they cheat. My grandsons are smart as whips and as conceited as Harvard grads, and they always try to cheat. I tried to break them of this nasty habit when they were still too young to chase girls, by using a marked deck. Didn't work. They spotted my readers, but their downfall arose from the fact that Laz and Lore are smarter than they are, and even more deceitful.
Hazel shook her head ruefully.
It's a wicked world. You would think that a youngster I had trained would be instantly suspicious when dealt 3 aces and the odd king in a hand of Red Dog. But Cass was greedy. He not only tapped the pot when he could not cover it, he pledged his indentures to fill the gap. Then, not a day later, Paul fell for an even more transparent piece of larceny. He was sure he knew what card was next to be dealt because he recognized a small coffee stain. Turned out that the 10 as well as the 8 had that same small stain. Paul held the 9, but he was not in a strong moral position. Ah, well, it is probably better for the lads to have to do all the scut work in the ship, plus shampoos and pedicures for their wives, than it would be for the boys to sell Laz and Lore in the slave markets of Iskander, as I misdoubt they would have done had their own thieving efforts succeeded.
The Dora is even bigger inside than out. She has as many staterooms as may be needed. It was once a luxurious but fairly conventional hyperphotonic spaceship. But it, the ship, not Dora the computer, was refitted with a Burroughs irrelevant drive, the magic means by which Gay Deceiver flits around the stars in nothing flat. A corollary of the Burroughs equations that teleport Gay can be applied to shape space warps, so Dora's passenger and cargo spaces were revamped. This lets Dora keep endless spare compartments collapsed in on themselves until she needs them. This is not the same deal under which Gay has tucked away in her portside skin 2 19th-century bathrooms. Or is it? Well, I don't think it is. Must inquire. Or should I let sleeping logs butter their own bed? Better, maybe. A gang port relaxed in the side of the yacht. A ramp slid down, and I followed Lazarus up to the ship with my darling on my arm. As he stepped over the side, music sounded. It Ain't Necessarily So, from George Gershwin's immortal Porgy and Bess. A long-dead sportin' life sang about the impossibility of a man as old as Methuselah ever persuading a woman to bed with him. "Dora!" A young girl's sweet voice answered.
"I'm taking a bath. Call me later."
"Dora, shut off that silly song."
"I must consult the captain of the day, sir."
"Consult and be damned, but stop that noise." Another voice replaced the ship's voice. "Captain Lore speaking, buddy boy. Do you have a problem?" "Yes, shut off that noise." "Buddy, if you mean the classical music now playing as a salute to your arrival, I must say that your taste is as barbaric as ever. In any case, I am constrained from switching it off because this new protocol was established by Commodore Hilda. I cannot change it without her permission." "I'm henpecked," Lazarus fumed. "Can't enter my own ship without being insulted. I swear to Allah that once I've cleaned up Overlord, I'm going to buy a Burroughs bachelor buggy, equip it with a Minsky cerebrator, and go for a long vacation with no women aboard."
"Lazarus, why do you say such dreadful things?"
The voice came from behind us. I had no trouble identifying it as Hilda's warm contralto. Lazarus looked around. "Oh, there you are. Hilda, will you please put a stop to this dad-blasted racket?"
"Lazarus, you can do it yourself."
"I've tried. They delight in frustrating me, all three of them. You, too."
"Simply by walking 3 paces beyond the door. If there is another musical salute that you would prefer, please name it. Dora and I are trying to find just the right tune for each of our family, plus a song of welcome for any guest."
"Ridiculous."
"Dora enjoys doing it. So do I. It's a gracious practice, like eating with forks rather than fingers."
"Fingers were made before forks."
"And flatworms before humans. That does not make flatworms better than people. Move along, Woody, and give Gershwin a rest."
He grunted and did so. The Gershwin stopped. Hazel and I followed him, and again music sounded. A pipe and drum band blaring out a march I had not heard since that black day when I lost my foot, and my command, and my honor. The Campbells are coming. It startled me almost out of my wits, and gave me the mighty shot of adrenaline that ancient boast before battle always does. I was so overcome that I had to force myself to keep my features straight, while praying that no one would speak to me until I had my voice back under control. Hazel squeezed my arm, but the darling kept quiet. I think she can read my emotions. She always knows my needs. I stomped straight ahead, spine straight, barely steadying myself with my cane, and not seeing the interior of the ship. Then the pipe shut down, and I could breathe again. Behind us was Hilda. I think she had hung back to keep the musical salutes separated. Hers was a light and airy tune I could not place. It seemed to be played on silver bells, or possibly a celesta. Hazel told me the name of it. Jezebel. But I could not place it. Lazarus's quarters were so lavish that I wondered how fancy the flag cabin of Commodore Hilda might be. Hazel settled down in his lounge as if she belonged there. But I did not stay. A bulkhead blinked, and Lazarus ushered me on through. Beyond lay a boardroom suitable for a system-wide corporation, a giant conference table,
each place at it furnished with padded armchair, scratch pad, stylus, froster of water, terminal with printer, screen, keyboard, microphone, and hush field, and I must add that I saw little of this bountiful junk in use. Dora made it unnecessary, being perfect secretary to all of us, while also offering and serving refreshments. I could never get over the feeling that there was a live girl named Dora somewhere out of sight, but no mortal girl could have kept all the eggs in the air that Dora did.
"Sit down anywhere," Lazarus said. "There is no rank here, and don't hesitate to ask questions and offer opinions. If you make a fool of yourself, no one will mind, and you won't be the first to do so in this room. Have you met Lib?"
Not formally. It was the other strawberry blonde, the not Deety one.
"Then do. Dr. Elizabeth Andrew Jackson Libby Long, Colonel Richard Colin Ames Campbell."
"I am honored, Dr. Long." She kissed me. I had anticipated that, having learned in less than 2 days here that the only way to avoid friendly kisses was by backing away, but that it was better to relax and enjoy it. And I did. Dr. Elizabeth Long is a pleasant sight, and she was not wearing much, and she smelled and tasted good. And she stood close to me 3 seconds longer than necessary, patted my cheek, and said,
"Hazel has good taste. I'm glad she brought you into the family."
I blushed like a yeoman. Everyone ignored it, I think. Lazarus went on.
"Lib is my wife and also my partner starting back in the 21st century Gregorian. We've had some wild times together. She was a man back then, and a retired commander, Terran military forces. But then and now, male or female, the greatest mathematician who ever lived."
Elizabeth turned and caressed his arm.
"Nonsense, Lazarus. Jake is a greater mathematician than I, and a more creative geometer than I could ever hope to be. He can visualize more dimensions and not get lost.
Hilda's Jacob Burrows had followed us in.
"Nonsense, Lib. False modesty makes me sick."
Then be sick, darling, but not on the rug. Jacob, neither your opinion nor mine, nor that of Lazarus, is relevant. We are what we are, each of us. And I understand there is work to be done. Lazarus, what happened?"
"Wait for Dee and the boys so we don't have to discuss it twice. Where's Jane, Libby?"
"Here, Uncle Woody."
Just entering was a naked girl who resembled... Look, I'm going to stop talking about family resemblances, hair red or otherwise, and the presence or absence of clothing. On Tertius, through climate and custom, clothing was optional, usually worn in public, sometimes worn at home. In the Lazarus Long household, the males were more likely to wear something than the females, but there was no rule that I could ever figure out. Red hair was common in Tertius, still more common in the Long family. A prize ram effect, as stockmen say, from Lazarus. But not alone from Lazarus. There were 2 other sources in that family, unrelated to Lazarus and unrelated to each other. Elizabeth Andrew Jackson Libby Long, and Deja Thoris Deedy Burroughs Carter Long, and still another source that I was not then aware of. People who favor the Gilgamesh theory have noted how redheads tend to clump. For example, Rome, Lebanon, South Ireland, Scotland, and even more markedly in history, from Jesus to Jefferson, from Barbarossa to Henry VIII. The sources of resemblances in the Long family were hard to sort out, other than with the help of Dr. Ishtar, the family geneticist. Ishtar herself looked not at all like her daughter, Lapis Lazuli, not surprising once you learned that she was no genetic relation to her own daughter, whose genetic mother was Maureen. Some of the above I learned later. All of it I mention now in order to dismiss it. That panel of mathematicians consisted of Libby Long, Jake Burroughs, Jane Libby Burroughs Long, Dee Dee Burroughs Carter Long, Minerva Long Weatherall Long, Pythagoras Libby Carter Long, and Archimedes Carter Libby Long, Pete and Archie, one born by Dee Dee and the other birthed by Libby, and these two women sole parents to both young men, Dee Dee being the genetic mother of each, and Elizabeth the genetic father. And I refuse to sort that one out at this point. Let it be an exercise for the student. I would rather offer you one more, Maxwell Burroughs Burroughs Long, then conclude by saying that all these weird combinations were supervised by the family geneticist for maximum reinforcement of mathematical genius and no reinforcement of harmful recessives. Watching these geniuses at work had some of the soporific excitement of watching a chess match, but not quite. Lazarus first had Gay Deceiver testify, bringing her voice through Dora's circuits. They listened to Gay, examined her projected tapes, light and sound, called in Zebediah, took his testimony, called Hilda in, asked for her best estimate of Zebediah's anticipation of the bomb. Hilda said, "Somewhere between a shake and a blink. You all know I can't do better than that." Dr. Jake declined to express an opinion. "I did not watch. As usual, I was backing up the spoken orders by setting the vernier controls. The penultimate order, being a scram, aborted the run, and then we went home. I did not set the verniers, so nothing more appears on my tapes. Sorry." Dee Dee's testimony was almost as skimpy. "The scram order preceded the explosion by an interval of the order of 1 millisecond. On being pressed, she refused to say that it was of the close order. Burroughs persisted about it and mentioned her built-in clock. Dee Dee stuck her tongue out at him. The young man, an adolescent really, called Pete, said, "I vote insufficient data. We need to place a rosette of sneakies around the site and find out what happened before we decide how close to the tick we can set the rescue." Jane Libby asked, "After the scram, was the Nova bomb already visible from the new point of sight, or did it appear after Gay's translation? Either way, how does that fit the timing at checkpoint beta?" Query, is it experimentally established that irrelevant transportation is instantaneous, totally nil in transit time, or is it an assumption based on incomplete evidence and empirical success? Dee Dee said, "J.L., what are you getting at, dear?" I was bracketed by these two. They talked across me, obviously did not expect opinions from me, although I had been a witness. "We are trying to establish the optimum tick for evacuating THQ, are we not?" "Are we? Why not pre-enact evacuation, time it, then start the evacuation at -H hours plus 30 minutes. That gets everyone back here with gobs of time to spare." Dee Dee, you thereby set up a paradox that leaves you with your head jammed up your ass, Burroughs commented.
"Pop! That's rude, crude, and vulgar."
"But correct, my darling stupid daughter. Now think your way out of the trap."
"Easy. I was speaking just of the danger end, not the safe end. We finish the rescue with 30 minutes to spare, then move to any empty space in any convenient universe. Say that orbit around Mars we have used so often. Then turn around and re-enter this universe at a here-now tick 1 minute after we leave for the rescue."
Clumsy, but effective.
I like simple programming. I do.
So do I. But
Doesn't anyone see anything wrong with taking whatever length of time we need?
Hell yes.
Well, Archie?
Because it's booby-trapped. Probability .997 plus. How is it booby-trapped? Depends. Who's our antagonist? The Beast? The Galactic Overlord? Bascone? Or is it direct action by another history-changing group? Treaty or no treaty? Or, don't laugh, are we up against an author this time? Our timing must depend on our tactics, and our tactics must fit our antagonist. So we must wait until those big brains next door tell us whom we are fighting.
No, said Libby Long. What's wrong, Mama? The lad asked. We will set up all the possible combinations, dear, and solve them simultaneously. Then plug the appropriate numerical answer into the scenario the fabulists give us.
No, Lib. You would still be betting a couple hundred lives that the big brains are right, Lazarus objected. They may not be. We'll stay right here and find a safe answer if it takes 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our colleagues we are talking about. They are not expendable. Damn it, find that right answer.
I sat there feeling silly, slowly getting it through my head that they were seriously discussing how to rescue all the people and records and instruments in a habitat I had seen vaporized an hour ago, and that they could just as easily rescue the habitat itself, move it out of that space before it was bombed. I heard them discuss how to do that, how to time it, but they rejected that solution. That habitat must have cost countless billions of crowns, yet they rejected saving it. No, no, the antagonist, be he the Beast of the Apocalypse or Galactic Overlord, I choked, or whatever, he must be allowed to think that he had succeeded. He must not suspect that the nest was empty, the bird flown. I felt a remembered sensation in my left leg. Lord Pixel was again challenging the vertical front face. Furthermore, he was driving in a fresh set of pitons, so I reached down and set him on the table. Pixel, how did you get here? Blurt. You certainly did. Out into the garden, through the west wing, or did you go around? Across the lawn, up into a sealed spaceship, or was the ramp down? As may be, how did you find me? Blurt. He's Schrodinger's cat, Jane Libby said. Then Schrödinger had better come get him before he gets himself lost, or hurt. No, no. Pixel doesn't belong to Schrödinger. Pixel hasn't selected his human yet. Unless he has picked you? No, I don't think so. Well, maybe. I think he has. I saw him climb into your lap this noon, and now he has come a long way to find you. I think you've been tapped. Are you cat people? Oh, yes, if Hazel lets me keep him. She will. She's cat people. I hope so. Pixel was sitting up on my scratch pad, washing his face, and doing a commendable job in scrubbing back of his ears. Pixel, am I your people? He stopped washing long enough to say emphatically, Blurt. All right, it's a deal. Recruit pay and allowances, medical benefits, every second Wednesday afternoon off, subject to good behavior. Jane Libby, what's this about Schrödinger? How did he get in here? Tell him Pixel is bespoke. Schrödinger isn't here. He's been dead for a double dozen centuries. He was one of that group of ancient German natural philosophers who were so brilliantly wrong about everything they studied. Schrödinger and Einstein and Heisenberg, and... Or were these philosophers in your universe? I know they were not in all parts of the omniverse, but parallel history is not my strong point.
She smiled apologetically.
I guess number theory is the only thing I'm really good at. But I'm a fair cook.
How are your back rubs?
I'm the best back rubber in Boondock. You're wasting your time, J.L., Dee Dee put in. Hazel still walks him on a leash. But, Aunt Dee Dee, I wasn't trying to bed him. You weren't? Then quit wasting his time. Back away and let me at him. Richard, are you susceptible to married women? We're all married.
Fifth Amendment.
I understood you, but they've never heard of it in Boondock. These German mathematicians, not in your world?
Let's see if we're speaking of the same ones. Erwin Schrödinger, Albert Einstein, Werner Heisenberg.
That's the crowd. They were fond of what they called thought experiments, as if anything could be learned that way. Theologians. Jane Libby was about to tell you about Schrödinger's cat, a thought experiment that was supposed to say something about reality. J.L.? It was a silly business, sir. Shut a cat in a box. Control whether or not he is killed by decay of an isotope with a half-life of 1 hour. At the end of the hour, is the cat alive or dead? Schrödinger contended that because of the statistical probabilities in what they thought of as science in those days, the cat was neither alive nor dead until somebody opened the box. It existed, instead, as a cloud of probabilities.
Jane Libby shrugged, producing amazing dynamic curves.
Blurt.
Did anyone think to ask the cat?
Blasphemy, said Dee Dee. Richard, this is science, German philosopher style. You are not supposed to resort to anything so crass. Anyhow, Pixel got the tag Schrödinger's cat hung on him because he walks through walls.
How does he do that? Jane Libby answered.
It's impossible, but he's so young he doesn't know it's impossible. So he does it anyhow. So there is never any knowing where he will show up. I think he was hunting for you. Dora? Need something, J.L.?
The ship answered.
Did you happen to notice how this kitten came aboard? I notice everything. He didn't bother with the gangway. He came right through my skin. It tickled. Is he hungry? Probably. I'll fix him something. Is he old enough for solid food? Yes, but no lumps, baby food. Chop, chop.
Ladies, I said. Jane Libby used the words brilliantly wrong about these German physicists. Surely you don't include Albert Einstein under that heading.
I surely do,
Dee Dee answered emphatically. I'm amazed. In my world, Einstein wears a halo.
In my world, they burn him in effigy. Albert Einstein was a pacifist, but not an honest one. When his own ox was gored, he forgot all about his pacifist principles and used his political influence to start the project that produced the first city-killer bomb. His theoretical work was never much, and most of it has turned out to be fallacious. But he will live in infamy as the pacifist politician turned killer. I despise him.
This ends side 2 of cassette 9 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 10.
Chapter 26. Success lies in achieving the top of the food chain. J. Harshaw. About then, the baby food for Pixel appeared, in a saucer that rose up out of the table, I believe, but I can't swear to it, as it simply appeared.
Feeding the baby cat gave me a moment to think. The vehemence of Dee Dee's statement had surprised me. Those German physicists lived and worked in the first half of the 20th century, not too long ago by my notions of history. But if what these tertians wanted me to believe were true, unlikely, a truly long time to them. "A double dozen centuries," Jane Libby had said. How could this easy-going young lady, Dr. Dee Dee, be so emotional about long-dead German pundits? I know of only one event 2,000 years or more in the past that people get emotional about, and that one never happened. I had begun to make a list in my mind of things that did not add up. The claimed age of Lazarus, that long list of deadly diseases I was alleged to have suffered from, half a dozen weird events in Luna, most especially Tertius itself. Was this indeed a strange planet, far distant from Earth in both space and time? Or was it a Potemkin village on a South Pacific island? Or even Southern California? I had not seen the city called Boondock, 1 million people more or less, so they said. I had seen maybe 50 people, all told. Did the others exist only as memorized background for dialogue extemporized to fit Potemkin roles? Watch it, Richard. You're getting paranoid again. How much lethe does it take to addle the brain? Dee Dee, you seem to feel strongly about Dr. Einstein.
I have reason to.
But he lived so long ago. A double dozen centuries, Jane Libby put it.
That long ago to her, not to me.
Dr. Burroughs spoke up. Colonel Campbell, I think you may be assuming that we are native Tertians. We are not. We are refugees from the 20th century, just as you are. By we, I mean myself and Hilda and Zebediah and my daughter Dee Dee, not my daughter Jane Libby. J.L. was born here.
You slid home, Pop,
Dee Dee told him.
But just barely,
Jane Libby added.
But he did touch home plate. You can't disown him for that, dear.
I don't want to. As Pops go, he's tolerable. I did not try to sort this out. I was gathering a conviction that all Tertians were certifiably insane by Iowa standards. Dr. Burroughs, I am not from the 20th century. I was born in Iowa in 2133. Near enough at this distance. Different timelines, I believe, divergent universes, but you and I speak much the same accent, dialect, and vocabulary. The cusp that placed you in one world and me in another must lie not far back in our pasts. Who reached the moon first, and what year? Neil Armstrong, 1969. Oh, that world! You've had your troubles, but so have we. For us, the first lunar landing was in 1952. HMAAFS Pink Koala. Ballux O'Malley commanding. Dr. Burroughs looked up and around. Yes, Lazarus? Something troubling you? Fleas? Hives? If you and your daughters do not want to work, I suggest that you go chat elsewhere. Next door, perhaps. The fabulists and the historians don't mind chasing rabbits. Colonel Campbell, I think that you will find it convenient to feed your cat elsewhere, too. I suggest the fresher, just clockwise of my lounge. Dee Dee said,
Oh, rats, Lazarus. You are a bad-tempered, grumpy old man. There is no way to disturb a mathematician who is working. Look at Lib there. You could set off a firecracker under her right now, and she wouldn't blink.
Dee Dee stood up.
Woody boy, you need a fresh rejuvenation. You're getting old age cranky. Come on, J.L.
Dr. Burroughs stood up, bowed, and said, If you will excuse me, and left without looking at Lazarus. There was a feeling of edgy tempers, of a need to place distance between two old bulls before they tangled. Or 3. I should be included. Chucking me out over the kitten was uncalled for. I found myself angry with Lazarus for a third time in one day. I had not brought the kitten in, and it was his own computer that had suggested feeding it there and had supplied the means. I stood up, gathered Pixel in one hand, picked up his dish with my other hand, then found I needed to hang my cane over one arm to move. Jane Libby saw my problem, took the kitten and cuddled it to her. I followed her, leaning on my cane and carrying the dish of baby food. I avoided looking at Lazarus. In passing through the lounge, we picked up Hazel and Hilda. Hazel waved to me, patted the seat by her. I shook my head and kept going, whereupon she got up and came with us. Hilda followed her. We did not disturb the session in the lounge. Dr. Harshaw was lecturing. We were barely noticed. One delightful, decadent, sybaritic aspect of life in Tertius was the quality of their refreshers, if such a mundane term can apply. Without trying to describe any of the furnishings strange to me, let me define a rich Tertian's luxury refresher, and Lazarus was, I feel certain, the richest man there. Define it in terms of function. Start with your favorite pub or saloon. Add a Finnish sauna, and how about bathing Japanese style? Do you enjoy a hot tub, with or without an agitator? Was the ice cream soda fountain a part of your youth? Do you like company when you bathe? Let's put a well-stocked snack bar, hot or cold, in easy reach. Do you enjoy music? 3D, feelies, books and magazines and tapes? Exercise, massage, sun lamps, scented breezes? Soft, warm places to curl up and nap, alone or in company? Take all of the above, mix well, and install in a large, beautiful, well-lighted room. That list still does not describe the social refresher off Lazarus Long's cabin, as it omits the most important feature. Dora. If there was any whim that ship's computer could not satisfy, I was not there long enough to discover it. I did not sample at once any of these luxuries. I had a duty to a cat. I sat down at a medium-sized round table, the sort 4 friends might use for a drink, placed the kitten's saucer thereon, reached for the kitten. Instead, Jane L. sat down and placed Pixel at the food. Burroughs joined us. The kitten sniffed at the food he had been greedily eating minutes earlier, then gave an inspired bit of acting, showing Jane L. that he was horrified at her action in offering him something unfit for cats. Jane L. said, "Dora, I think he's thirsty." "Name it, but bear in mind that the management does not permit me to serve alcoholic beverages to minors other than for purposes of seduction." "Quit showing off, Dora. Colonel Campbell might believe you. Let's offer the baby both water and whole milk, separately, and at blood temperature, which for kittens is 38.8 degrees, coming up pronto." Hilda called out from a plunge. No, a lounging tub, I guess, a few meters away. "J.L., come soak, dear. Dee Dee has some swell gossip." "Ah," the girl seemed torn. "Colonel Campbell, will you take care of Pixel now? He likes to lick it off your finger. It's the only way to get him to drink enough." "I'll do it your way." The kitten did like to drink that way, although it seemed possible that I would die of old age before I got as much as 10 milliliters down him. But the kitten was in no hurry. Hazel got out of the lounging tub and joined us, dripping. I kissed her cautiously and said, "You're getting that chair soaking wet." Won't hurt the chair. What's this about Lazarus acting up again?
That mother.
In his case, that's merely descriptive. What happened?
Maybe I reacted too strongly. Better ask Dr. Burroughs.
Jacob?
No, Richard did not overreact. Lazarus went out of his way to be offensively difficult with all four of us. In the first place, Lazarus has no business trying to supervise the mathematics section. He is not a mathematician in any professional sense and is not qualified to supervise. In the second place, each of us in the section knows the quirks of the others. We never interfere with each other's work. But Lazarus kicked me out, and Dee Dee, and Jane Libby, for daring to talk a few moments about something not on his agenda, totally unaware, or at least uncaring, that I and both my daughters use a two-level mode of meditation. Hazel, I kept my temper. Truly I did, dear. You would have been proud of me.
I'm always proud of you, Jacob. I would not have kept my temper. In dealing with Lazarus, you should take a tip from Sir Winston Churchill and step on his toes until he apologizes. Lazarus doesn't appreciate good manners. But what did he do to Richard?
Told him not to feed his cat at the conference table. Ridiculous! As if it could possibly harm his fancy table if this kitten happened to pee on it. Hazel shook her head and looked grim, which doesn't fit her face.
Lazarus has always been a rough cob, but ever since this campaign, Overlord, I mean, started, he has been growing increasingly difficult. Jacob, has your section been handing him gloomy predictions?
Some. But the real difficulty is that our long-range projections are so vague. That can be maddening, I know, because when a city is destroyed, the tragedy is not vague. It's sharp and sickening. If we change history, we aren't truly undestroying that city. We are simply starting a new timeline. We need projections that will let us change history before that city is destroyed. He looked at me. That's why rescuing Adam Celine is so important. I looked stupid. My best role. To make Lazarus better-tempered? Indirectly, yes. We need a supervising computer that can direct and program and monitor other large computers in creating multiverse projections. And the biggest supervising computer we know of is the one on this planet, Athena or Tina, and her twin on Secundus. But this sort of projection is a much bigger job. Public functions on Tertius are mostly automated fail-safe, and Tina steps in only as a troubleshooter. But the Holmes Four, Adam, Celine, or Mike, through a set of odd circumstances, grew and grew and grew, with apparently no one trying to keep his size down to optimum. Then his self-programming increased enormously through a unique challenge, running the lunar revolution. Colonel, I don't think any human brain or brains could possibly have written the programs that Holmes 4 self-programmed to let him handle all the details of that revolution. My older daughter, Dee Dee, is a top specialist in programming. She says a human brain could not do it, and that, in her opinion, an artificial intelligence could swing it only the way Holmes 4 did it, by being faced with the necessity, a case of root, hog, or die. So we need Adam Celine, or his essence, those programs he wrote in creating himself, because we don't know how to do it. Hazel glanced at the pool.
I'll bet Dee Dee could do it, if she had to.
Thank you, dear, on behalf of my daughter, but she is not given to false modesty. If Dee Dee could do it, or thought she had even a slim chance, she would be hacking away at it now. As it is, she's doing what she can. She is working hard at tying together the computer bank we have.
Jacob, I hate to say this.
Hazel hesitated.
Maybe I shouldn't.
Then don't.
I need to get it off my chest. Papa Manny isn't optimistic over the results, even if we are totally successful in retrieving all the memory banks and programs that constitute the essential Adam Selene, or Mike, as Papa Manny calls him. He thinks his old friend was hurt so badly in the last attack. I remember it to this day. It was dreadful. Mike was hurt so badly that he withdrew into a computer catatonia and will never wake up. For years, Papa tried to wake him after the revolution when Papa had free access to the warden's complex. He doesn't see how bringing those memories and programs here will do it. Oh, he wants to try. He's eager to. He loves Mike. But he's not hopeful.
When you see Manuel, tell him to cheer up. Dee Dee has thought of an answer.
Really? Oh, I hope so.
Dee Dee is going to provide Tina with lots more unused capacity, both for memory and for symbol manipulation. Thought. And then she'll shove Mike into bed with Tina. If that does not bring Mike back to life, nothing will. My love looked startled, then giggled.
Yes, that ought to do it.
She then went back to the pool, and I learned from Jacob Burrows why his daughter Dee Dee spoke so emotionally about the father of the atom bomb. They had seen, all four of them, their own home wiped out by an atom bomb, a fission bomb, I inferred, but Jake did not say. Colonel, it is one thing to read a headline or hear a news report. It is something else entirely when it's your own home that has the mushroom cloud covering it. We are dispossessed. We can never go home. Eventually, we were wiped completely off the slate. In our timeline, there is nothing to show that we four, myself, Hilda, Dee Dee, Zeb, ever existed. The houses we once lived in are gone, never were. The earth has closed over them with no scars. He looked as lonely as Odysseus, then went on. Lazarus sent a Time Corps field operative back. Dora, may I speak to Elizabeth?
Start talking.
Liblove, place that rosette Pete wanted. Or was it Archie? Spike the earliest date of surveillance. Go back 3 years. Evacuate.
Paradox, Jacob.
Yes. Place those 3 years in a loop. Squeeze them off. Throw them away. Check it.
I check you, dear. More?
No. Off now. Burrows continued. Sent a field operative to our timeline to try to find us, anywhere in the 50-year bracket from my birth to the night we ran for our lives. We are not there at all. We were never born. Both Zeb and I had military careers as well as academic ones. We are not in military records. We are not in campus records. There is a record of my parents, but they never had me. Colonel, in all the dozens, hundreds of ways that citizens were recorded in the 20th century in the United States of North America, not one trace could be found that showed that we had ever been there. Burrows sighed. The gay deceiver not only saved our lives that night, she saved our very existence. She took evasive action so fast that the beast lost track. What is it, dear? Jane Libby was standing by us, dripping and looking round-eyed.
Papa?
Say it, love.
We need those sneakies Pythagoras wanted, but they should go back much farther, 10 years or more. Then, when they spot the tick at which the Overlord, or whoever started watching THQ, back off some and evacuate. Loop and patch, and they'll never suspect that we outflanked them. I told Dee Dee. She thinks it could work. What do you think?
I think it will. Let me get your mother online and we'll introduce it. Dora, let me have Elizabeth again, please. Nothing in his face or manner suggested that he had just spoken to Libby Long, proposing what was, so far as I could see, the same plan. Elizabeth, a message from our table tennis champ. Jane Libby says to place that rosette at -10 years. Spike first surveillance, then go back, say 3 years, evacuate, squeeze off a loop, and patch in. Both Dee Dee and I think it will work. Please submit it to the panel. Credited to Jane L., with Dee Dee's vote and mine noted.
And my vote.
You have smart children, mistress mine.
Comes of picking smart fathers, sir, and good ones. Good to his offspring, good to his wives. Off?
Off. Burroughs added to the girl waiting, Your parents are proud of you, Janie. I predict that the math section will produce a unanimous report in the next few minutes. You have answered the objection Lazarus raised, his quite legitimate objection, by producing a solution under which it does not matter who did this to us. We can repair it safely without knowing who did it. But did you notice that your method may also tie down who did it? With a little bit of luck. Jane Libby looked as if she had just received a Nobel Prize.
I noticed, but the problem simply called for safe evacuation. The rest is serendipitous.
Serendipitous is another way of spelling smart. Ready for some supper? Or do you want to get back in the bowl? Or both? Why don't you throw Colonel Campbell in with his clothes on? Dee Dee and Hilda will help you, I'm certain, and I think Hazel might. Now, wait a minute, I protested. Sissy.
Colonel, we won't do that to you. Papa's joking.
I am like hell joking. Throw your pop in first, for drill. If it doesn't hurt him, then I'll submit quietly. Blurt. You just keep out of this. Janie, baby.
Yes, Pop.
Find out how many orders there are for strawberry malted milks and hot dogs, or unreasonable facsimiles. And while you're doing that, I will hang my clothes in the dry cabinet, and if the Colonel is smart, he will too. Colonel, this is a rowdy bunch, especially in this exact combination. Hilda, Dee Dee, Hazel, and Janie. Explosive. Who takes care of the kitten? An hour later, Dora, a little blue light, led us to our stateroom. Hazel carried the kitten and one saucer. I carried our clothes, the other saucer, my cane, and her handbag. I was pleasantly tired and looking forward to going to bed with my bride. For too long she had not been in my bed. From my viewpoint, we had missed 2 nights, not long for old married couples, much too long for a honeymoon. And the moral of that is, don't get yourself mugged on your honeymoon. From her standpoint, it had been a month. Best of girls, how long has it been? That Lethe field has left me with my time sense fouled up. Hazel hesitated.
It has been 37 tertian days here, but to you it should feel like overnight. Well, 2 nights, because by the time I came to bed last night, you were snoring. I'm sorry. Hate me some, but not too much. Here's our wee Bunty Ben.
Wee Bunty Ben, indeed. It was larger than my luxury suite in Golden Rule, and more lavish, with a bigger and better bed. Bride, we bathed in Lazarus's Taj Mahal playroom. I no longer have to remove my cork leg, and I took care of everything else in that Taj Mahal. If you have anything to do, do it. But be quick about it. I'm eager.
Nothing, but must take care of Pixel.
We'll put his saucers in the fresher, shut him in, let him out later. So we did, and went to bed, and it was wonderful. And the details are none of your business. Sometime later, Hazel said,
We've been joined.
We still are.
I mean, we have company.
So I noticed. He climbed on my shoulder blades way back when, but I was busy, and he weighs almost nothing, so I didn't mention it. Can you grab him and keep him from being rolled on and crushed while I get us untangled?
Yes, no hurry about it. Richard, you're a good boy. Pixel and I have decided to keep you.
Just try to get rid of me. You can't. Love, you phrased something oddly.
You said it was 37 tertian days here. She looked up at me soberly.
It was longer than that for me, Richard.
I wondered. How long?
About 2 years. Earth years.
I'd be goddamn.
But, dear, while you were ill, I did come home every day. 37 times I came to your hospital room in the morning exactly as I promised. You recognized me every time, too, and smiled and seemed happy to see me. But of course the Lethe field made you forget every moment even as it happened. Each evening I went away again and came back later that evening, having been gone, on the average, about 3 weeks each time. The schedule wasn't difficult for me, but Gay Deceiver made 2 trips every evening, with either the double twins or Hilda's crew making the runs. Let me up now, dear. I have the Pixel cat safe.
We rearranged ourselves comfortably. What were you doing, gone so much?
Time Corps field work. Historical research.
I guess I still don't understand what the Time Corps does. Couldn't you have waited a month? Then both of us could have done it together? Or do I have my head on backwards?
Yes and no. I asked for the assignment, Richard. I've been trying to trace down what happens after you and I tackle rescuing Adam Selene, Mike the computer.
And what did you learn?
Nothing. Not a damn thing. We can find only 2 timelines from that event. It's a cusp event. You and I created both futures. I searched the following 4 centuries on both lines. On Luna, down Dirtside, several colonies and habitats. They all say either that we succeeded, or that we tried and died, or they don't mention us at all. The last is the usual case. Most historians don't believe that Adam Selene was a computer.
Well, we're no worse off than we were before. Are we?
No, but I had to look, and I wanted to check it out before you woke up. Out from under the Lethe field, I mean.
Do you know, small person, I think well of you. You are considerate of your husband, and of cats, and of other people. No, none of my business.
Speak up, beloved, or I tickle.
Don't threaten me. I'll beat you.
At your own risk, I bite. Look, Richard, I've been waiting for the question. This is the first time we've been alone. You want to know how horny old Hazel stuck it out in faithful chastity for 2 aching years. Or rather, you don't believe she did, but you are too polite to say so.
Why, damn your eyes. Look, my love, I'm a loony, with loony values. Love and sex are ruled by our ladies. We men accept their decisions. That's the only happy arrangement. If you want to boast a bit, go ahead. If not, let's change the subject. But don't accuse me of groundhog vices.
Richard, you are your most infuriating when you are being your most reasonable.
Do you want me to quiz you?
It would be polite.
Tell me 3 times.
I tell you 3 times, and what I tell you 3 times is true.
You peeked in the back of the book. All right, I'll cut to the chase. You are a member of the Long family, no? She caught her breath.
What caused you to say that?
I don't know. I truly don't, because it's been many little things, no one of which meant anything, and mostly did not stick in my mind. But sometime this evening, while talking with Jake, I found that I was taking it for granted. Am I mistaken? She sighed.
No, you're right. But I did not intend to load it onto you just yet. You see, I'm on leave of absence from the family, not a member of it right now, and that was not what I intended to confess.
Wait a second. Jake is one of your husbands.
Yes, but remember, I'm on leave.
For how long?
Till death do us part.
I promised you that in the Golden Rule. Richard, histories show that you and I were married at the time of the cusp event, so I asked the family for a divorce and settled for a leave of absence. But it might as well be final. They know it. I know it. Richard, I was here every night, every tertian night, 37 times. But I never slept with the family. Usually I slept with Cha and Choi Moo. They were good to me.
She added,
But not once with a Long, not any of them, male or female. I was faithful to you, in my own fashion.
I don't see why you needed to deprive yourself. Then you are one of Lazarus Long's wives, too. On leave, but his wife. That ornery old curmudgeon. Hey, is it possible that he is jealous of me? Oh, yes, it's not only possible, but likely. Certain. He's not a loony. He is not conditioned to accept ladies' choice, and he comes from a culture in which jealousy was the commonest mental disorder. Of course. Why, the silly Bastich.
No, Richard.
In a pig's eye.
Richard, Lazarus got all the jealousy leached out of him many generations ago, and I've been married to him 13 years, with plenty of chance to judge. No, dear, he's worried. He's worried about me, and he's worried about you. He knows how dangerous it is. He's worried about all the family and all of Tertius, because he knows how dangerous the multiverse is. He's devoting his life and all of his wealth to trying to make his people safe.
Well, I wish he could be a little more urbane about it. Mannerly, polite.
So do I. Here, take the kitten. I gotta pee. Then I vote for some sleep.
Me too. Both. My, it feels good to get out of bed and stroll to the Jakes without having to hop. We had cuddled up together, lights out, her head on my shoulder, and the kitten wandering around the bed somewhere, both of us about to sleep, when she murmured,
Richard, forgot Ezra.
Forgot what?
His legs, when he first walked on them, with crutches, 3 days ago, I think. 'Bout 3 months back for me. Cha and I congratulated Ezra horizontally.
The best way.
Took him to bed, wore him out.
Good girls. What else is new? She seemed to have dropped off to sleep. Then she barely muttered,
Wyoming.
What, dear?
Wyo, my daughter, little girl playing in fountain. You remember?
Yes. Yours? Oh, grand.
Meet her in the morning. Named for Mama Wyo, Lazarus.
She's a daughter of Lazarus?
Guess so, Ishtar says. Certainly had lots opportunity.
I tried to picture the child's face. A pixie with bright red hair. It looks more like you. Hazel did not answer. Her breathing was slow and even. I felt paws on my chest, then a tickle on my chin. Blurt. Quiet, baby, Mama's sleeping. The kitten settled down, went to sleep himself. So I finished the day as I had begun it, with a baby cat asleep on my chest. It had been a busy day. Chapter 27. It's a poor sort of memory that only works backwards. Charles Lutwidge Dodson. Gwendolen, my love. Hazel stopped with the teeth clean in hand, looked startled.
Yes, Richard?
This is our first anniversary. We must celebrate.
I'm quite willing to celebrate, but I can't figure out your arithmetic. And celebrate how? A fancy breakfast? Or back to bed?
Both. Plus a special treat, but eat first. As for my arithmetic, attend me. It is our anniversary because we have been married exactly a week. Yes, I am aware that you think of it as 2 years.
I do not. Doesn't count. Like time spent in Brooklyn.
And you tell me that I have been here 37, 38, 39 days, more or less. But it is not 39 days to me, Gwen Hazel, as Allah will not subtract from my allotted time those days spent in the Lethe field. So I don't count them. Hell, I wouldn't believe in them if it weren't that I now have 2 feet.
You're complaining?
Oh, no. Except that I now have to cut twice as many toenails.
Blurt.
What do you know about it? You don't have toenails. You have claws. And you scratched me in the night, you did. Yes, you did. Don't look innocent. Monday evening, the 30th of June of 2188 it was, though I'm not sure what year it is here. We went to the Halifax Ballet Theater with Luana Pauline as Titania.
Yes. Isn't she lovely?
Wasn't she? Past tense, dear. If what I've been told is true, her ethereal beauty has been dust for more than 2,000 years. Rest in peace. Then we went to Rainbow's End for a late supper, and a total stranger had the bad taste to get himself abruptly dead at our table, whereupon you raped me.
Not at the table.
No, in my bachelor's apartment.
And it wasn't rape.
We need not fight over it, since you repaired my tarnished reputation before noon the next day, our wedding day, my true love. Mistress Gwendolyn Novak and Dr. Richard Ames announced their marriage on Tuesday, the 1st of July, 2188. Keep track of that date.
I'm not likely to forget it.
Me too. That evening we got out of town fast, with the sheriff's hounds a-snappin' and a-yappin' at our heels. We slept that night in Dry Bones Pressure, right?
Right so far.
The next day, Wednesday the 2nd, Gretchen drove us to Lucky Dragon Pressure. We slept that night in Dr. Chan's place. The following day, Thursday the 3rd, Auntie drove us toward Hong Kong Luna, but not all the way because we encountered those eager agrarian reformers. You drove the rest of the way, and we wound up at Chia's Hotel so late at night that it was hardly worthwhile to go to bed. But we did. That puts us into Friday the 4th of July, Independence Day. Check?
Check.
We were roused out. I was roused out. You were already up. I was roused out too soon late Friday morning, and learned that City Hall did not like me. But you and Auntie sprung me. Sprang me? Sprung me. And we left for Luna City so fast I left my toupee hanging in the air.
You don't wear a toupee.
Not anymore, I don't. It's still hanging there. We arrived L City circa 1600 that same Friday. You and I had a difference of opinion.
Richard, please don't dig up my past sins.
Which was soon cleared up as I saw the error of my ways and craved pardon. We slept that night at the Raffles. It was still Friday the 4th of July when we went to bed. We had started that day many cliques west of there with freedom fighters getting gay with guns. You still with me?
Yes. Somehow in my memory it feels much longer.
A honeymoon is never long enough, and we're having a busy one. The next morning, Saturday the 5th, we retained Ezra. Then we went to the warden's complex, came back, and were waylaid at the entrance to the Raffles. So we left the Raffles hurriedly in a cloud of corpses, escaping by courtesy of Gay Deceiver and the Time Corps. Most briefly, we were in the land of my innocent youth, Iowa, where the tall corn grows. Then we blinked to Tertius. Beloved, at this point my groundhog calendar becomes useless. We left Luna Saturday evening the 5th. We arrived here in Tertius a few minutes later. So For our purposes, I designate the tertian day of our arrival as equivalent to Saturday, 5 July 2188, and I so name it. Never mind what tertian citizens call it. It would only confuse me. Still with me?
Well, all right.
Thank you. I woke up the next morning, Sunday, July 6th, with 2 feet. For Tertius, the lapse of time was, I concede, 37 days. You tell me that for you it was about 2 years. A most unlikely story. I'd rather believe in unicorns and virgins. For Gretchen, it was 5 or 6 years, which I am forced to stipulate because she is now 18 or 19 and knocked up. I have to believe it. But for me, it was just over 1 night, Saturday to Sunday. That Sunday night I slept with Cha, Gretchen, Minerva, Galahad, Pixel, and possibly Tom, Dick, and Harry and their Sheilas, Agnes, Mabel, and Becky.
Who are they? The girls, I mean. I know those boys. Too well.
You poor, sweet, innocent child. You are too young to know. Surprisingly, I slept well, which brings us to yesterday, designated by strict numbering as Monday, July 7th. Last night we spent catching up on our honeymoon, and thank you, Bolshoya, mistress mine.
You are welcome, Sirrah, but the pleasure was shared. I now see how you arrived at that date, both by Dirtside calendar and your biological clock, the basic clock, as every time jumper knows. Today is Tuesday, the 8th of July. Happy anniversary, darling.
We stopped to swap some spit, and Hazel cried, and my eyes got watery. Breakfast was swell. That's all the description I can give it because Gwen Hazel decided to treat me to tertian cooking and consulted with Dora under a hush field, and I ate what was sought before me, as the Iowa farmer had carved on his tombstone, and so did Pixel, who had some specials that looked like garbage to me, but tasted like ambrosia to him, as proved by his behavior. We had just finished our second cups of... No, it was not coffee. And were about to slip over to the Long Mansion for my special treat, i.e. for me to meet my new daughter, Wyoming Long, when Dora spoke up.
Advisory notice. Timeline, date, time, and location. Official. Please prepare to set your timepieces on the tick.
Hazel looked surprised, hurriedly grabbed her handbag, dug into it, pulled out a something I had not seen before. Call it a chronometer.
We are in a stationary orbit around Tellus, Sol 3, in Timeline 3, coded Neil Armstrong. The date is Tuesday, the 1st of July.
My God, we're back where we started, our wedding day.
Quiet, dear. Please. Gregorian. Repeat. Timeline 3, Sol 3, July 1st, 2177 Gregorian. At the tick, it will be Zone 5, 0945. Tick. Those equipped to receive sonic close correction, wait for the tone.
This ends side 1 of cassette 10. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point. 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 Point.
It started with a low note and squealed up until it hurt my ears. Dora added,
Another time tick and sonic correction will be offered in 5 minutes, ship's time, or Tellus Zone 5 time, which are now matched for local legal time, designated daylight time, for interception point on this timeline. Hazel Hunn, private to you. Yes, Dora. Here are Richard's shoes.
Plunk, they hit the bed.
out of nowhere.
And his other 2 suits.
Plop.
And I packaged the small clothes and stockings with them. Shall I add a couple of jumpsuits? I took Richard's measurements while you slept. These aren't washables. These are Hercules cloth. Won't take dirt, can't wear out. Yes, Dora, and thank you, dear. That's thoughtful of you. I hadn't yet bought him anything but city clothes. I noticed.
Plop. Another package. Dora went on.
We've been loading and unloading all night. The last of the stragglers left at 0900, but I told Captain Laz about your anniversary breakfast, so she refused to let Lazarus disturb you. Message from Lazarus. If it suits your convenience, will both of you kindly get off your dead duffs and report to THQ. End of message. Transmission from the bridge. Live.
Hazel, Captain Laz speaking. Can you 2 leave the ship by 1000? I told my hard-nosed brother that 10 was the departure time he could expect.
Hazel sighed.
Yes, we'll leave for the car pocket at once.
Good. Felicitations to both of you from me and Lore and Dora. Many happy returns of the day. It has been a pleasure to have you aboard.
We were at the car pocket with 2 minutes to spare, me loaded with packages and Cat, and getting used to new shoes. Well, one old, one new. I learned that the car pocket referred to our old friend Gay Deceiver. The end of a short passage led right into her starboard door. Again I missed seeing those space warp bathrooms. Hazel's grandsons piloted us, and we were told to take the back seats. Paul got out to let us get in.
Hi, Grandma. Good morning, sir.
I said good morning, and Hazel kissed both her grandsons in passing, no seconds lost, and we settled down and strapped in. Kaz called out, "Report seat belts."
Passenger seat belts fastened,
Hazel reported.
Bridge, ready for launch.
Laz answered,
Launch at will.
Instantly we were out in the sky and weightless. Pixel started to struggle. I caged him with both hands. I think it was weightlessness that startled him. But how could he tell? He didn't weigh anything to start with. Earth was off to starboard, apparently full, although one can't tell that close up. We were opposite the middle of North America, which told me that Laz was more than a competent pilot. Had we been in the usual 24-hour orbit, concentric with Earth's equator, we would have been over the equator at 90 west, i.e. over the Galapagos Islands. I guessed that she had selected an orbit tilted at about 40 degrees and timed for 1000 ship's time, and made a mental note to check it later, if and when I ever got a look at the ship's log. A pilot can't help second-guessing every other pilot. It's an occupational disease. Sorry. Then we were suddenly in atmosphere, down 36,000 clicks in a tick. Gay spread her wings, Cass tilted her nose down, then leveled off, and we again had weight at 1G. And Pixel liked this change still less. Hazel reached over and took Pixel, soothed him. He quieted down. I think he felt safer with her. With her wings raked in for hypersonic, the only way I had seen her, Gay is mostly a lifting body. With her wings spread, she has lots of lift area, and she glides beautifully. We were 1,000 meters up, give or take, and over farm country on a fine summer day. Clear, save for anvil cumuli here and there on the horizon. Glorious. A day to feel young again. Cass said, "I hope that translation did not bother you. Had I left it up to Gay, she would have put us on the ground in one jump. She's nervous about anti-aircraft fire."
I am not nervous. I'm rationally careful.
Right you are, Gay. She does have reason to be careful. The pilot's precautionary notice for this planet on this timeline at this year states that one must assume AA weapons around all cities and larger towns. So Gay blinks down below the AA radar.
You hope,
said the car, so that we will show up simply as a subsonic private plane on air control radar, if there is any. None, that is, where we are.
Optimist,
the car sneered. Quit bitching. Have you spotted your squat?
Long since. If you'll quit yakking and give me permission, I'll take it.
At will, Gay. I said, Hazel, I had counted on getting acquainted with my new daughter about now. Wyoming.
Don't fret, dear. She will never know we were away. That's the way to handle it until the child is old enough to understand.
She won't know, but I will. I'm disappointed. All right, let's table it. The scene blinked again, and we were on the ground. Cass said,
Please check to see that you aren't leaving anything behind.
As we got out and stood clear, Gay Deceiver disappeared. I stared through the space she had occupied. My Uncle Jock's house was 200 meters away. Hazel, what date did Dora say this is?
Tuesday, July 1st, 2177.
That's what I thought I had heard. But when I thought it over, I decided that I must have been mistaken. I now see that she wasn't fooling. 77. 11 years in the past. Sweetheart, that ratty old barn there is standing where we landed last Saturday, 3 days ago. You wheeled me from there toward the house in Ezra's wheelchair. Hon, that barn we're looking at was torn down years back. That's just its ghost. This is bad.
Don't fret about it, Richard. In time jumping, it feels that way the first time you get involved with a loop.
I've already lived through 2177. I don't like paradoxes.
Richard, treat it just as you would any other place, any other time. No one else will notice the paradox, so ignore it yourself. The chance of being recognized when you are living paradoxically is 0 for any era outside your own normal lifetime, but usually only 1 in a million even if you time jump close to home. You left this area quite young, did you not?
I was 17, 2150.
So, forget it. You can't be recognized.
Uncle Jock will know me. I've been back to see him a number of times, although not recently, unless you count our quick visit 3 days ago.
He won't remember our visit 3 days ago.
He won't, huh? Sure, he's 116 years old, or will be 11 years from now, but he's not senile.
You're right, he's certainly not senile, and Uncle Jock is used to time loops. As you have guessed by now, he's in the Corps and quite senior. In fact, he's the major station keeper for North America in Timeline 3. Last night's evacuation of THQ was made to this station. Didn't you realize that?
Hazel, I didn't even touch second. 20 minutes ago, I was sitting in our stateroom. Dora was parked on the ground on Tertius, so I thought, and I was trying to decide whether to have another cup or to take you back to bed. Since then, I've been running as fast as I can to try to catch up with my own confusion. Unsuccessfully. I'm just an old soldier and harmless hack rider. I'm not used to such adventures. Well, let's go. I want you to meet my Aunt Sissy. Gay had put us down across the road from Uncle Jock's place. We walked down the road a piece, me carrying packages and swinging my cane, Hazel with her handbag and carrying the kitten. Some years back, Uncle Jock had placed a much stouter fence around his farm than was usual in Iowa in those days. It was not yet built when I left home and enlisted in 2150. It was in place by the time I visited in 2161? That's about right. The fence was heavy steel mesh, 2 meters high, and with a 6-strand cradle of barbed wire on top of that. I think the barbed wire was added later. I did not recall it. Inside the cradle were copper wires on ceramic insulators. About every 20 meters, there was a sign. Danger. Do not touch fence without opening master switch number 12. At the gate was another sign, larger. Inter-Bureau Liaison Agency, Bioecological Research Division, District Office. Deliver radioactive materials to Gate 4, Wednesdays only. 7D 9210 3SC. Your taxes at work. Hazel said thoughtfully,
Richard, it does not look as if Uncle Jock lives here this year, or this is the wrong house and Gay missed her clues. I may have to call for help.
It's the right house, and Uncle Jock does live here this year, if this year is 2177, on which I'm keeping an open mind. That sign smells like Uncle Jock. He always did have funny ideas about privacy. One year it was piranhas and a moat. I found a push button to the right of the gate and pressed it. A brassy voice, so artificial that it had to be an actor, announced, Stand 1/2 meter from pickup. Display your clock badge. Face pickup. Turn 90 degrees and show profile. These premises are guarded by attack dogs, gas, and snipers. Is Jock Campbell at home? Identify yourself. This is his nephew, Colin Campbell. Tell him her father found out. The brassy voice was replaced by one I recognized. Dickie, are you in trouble again? No, Uncle Jock, I simply want to get in. I thought you were expecting me. Anyone with you? My wife. What's her first name? Go to hell. Later, don't rush me. I need her first name. And I won't play games. We're leaving. If you see Lazarus Long or Dr. Hubert, tell him that I'm sick of childish games and won't play. Goodbye, Uncle. Hold it. Don't move. I have you in my sights. I turned away without answering and said to Hazel, Let's start walking, hon. Town is a far piece down the road, but somebody will come along and give us a lift. People around here are friendly.
I can phone for help, the way I did from the Raffles.
She lifted her handbag. Can you? Wouldn't the call be relayed right back to this house, no matter where or when or what timeline? Or have I failed to understand any of it? Let's start hoofing it. My turn to carry that fierce cat.
All right.
Hazel did not seem to be troubled over our failure to get into Uncle Jock's place, or time headquarters, whichever. As for me, I was happy, light-hearted. I had a beautiful, lovable bride. I was no longer a cripple, and I felt years younger than my calendar age, if I still had a calendar age. The weather was heavenly in a fashion that only Iowa knows. Oh, it would be hot later in the day. It takes hot sun to grow good corn. But now, at about 10:15, it was still balmy. By the time it was really hot, I would have my bride and the kitten indoors, even if we had to stop at the next farmhouse. Let's see. The Tangays? Or had the old man sold out by 2177? No matter. I was not worried by my lack of local legal money, my lack of tangible assets of any sort. A beautiful summer day in Iowa leaves no room for worry. I could work, and would, spreading manure if that was the sort of work available, and I would soon spread manure of another sort, moonlighting nights and Sundays. In 2177, Evelyn Fingerhut had not yet retired, so pick some new pen names and sell him the same old tripe. The same stories, just file off the serial numbers. File off the serial numbers, change the body lines a bit, give it a new paint job, switch it over the state line, and it's yours. That's the secret of literary success. Editors always claim to be looking for new stories, but they don't buy them. They buy mixture as before, because the cash customers want to be entertained, not amazed, not instructed, not frightened. If people truly wanted novelty, baseball would have died out 2 centuries back, instead of being ever popular. What can possibly happen in a baseball game that everyone has not seen many times before? Yet people like to watch baseball. Shucks, I'd enjoy seeing a baseball game right now, with hot dogs and beer. Hazel, do you enjoy baseball?
Never had a chance to find out. When the drugs against acceleration came along, I went dirt side for my law degree, but never had time to watch baseball, even in the idiot box. I worked my way through law school, and was I busy. That was when I was Sadie Lipschitz.
Why were you? You said you didn't like that name.
Sure you want to know? The answer to why is always money.
If you want me to know, you'll tell me.
Scoundrel. That was right after Slim Lemke Stone died, and what in the world is that racket?
That's an automobile. I glanced around for the source of the noise. Starting about 2150, or a little earlier, I saw my first one the year I signed up. Supreme swank for an Iowa farmer was to own and drive a working replica of a 20th century automobile, personal transport vehicle. Of course, not a vehicle moved by means of internal explosions of a derivative of rock oil. Even the People's Republic of South Africa had laws against placing poisons in the air. But with its shipstone concealed and a sound tape to supply the noise of a soi-disant IC engine, the difference between a working replica and a real automobile was not readily apparent. This one was the swankiest of all replicas, a Tin Lizzie, a Ford touring car Model T, 1914. It was as dignified as Queen Victoria, whom it resembled, and it was Uncle Jock's, as I had suspected when I heard that infernal banging. I said to Hazel, "Here, you take Pixel and soothe him. He's certainly never heard anything like this. And ease well off to the side of the road. These wagons are erratic." We continued on down the road. The replica pulled alongside us and stopped. "Need a lift, folks?" Uncle Jock asked. Up close, the racket was horrible. I turned and grinned at him and answered, mouthing my words so that they couldn't possibly be heard above the noise. "fourscore and 7 years ago did gyre and gimble in the wabe." How's that again? "Billiards will never replace sex, or even tomatoes." Uncle Jock reached down and switched off the sound effects. I said, "Thanks, Uncle. The noise was scaring our kitten. It's mighty nice of you to turn it off. What were you saying? I couldn't hear you over the engine noise." "I asked if you wanted a lift." "Why, thank you." "Going into Grinnell?" "I plan to take you back to the house. Why did you run away?" "You know why. Did Dr. Hubert or Lazarus Long or whatever name he's using this week put you up to it? If so, why?" "Introduce me first, if you please, nephew, and pardon me for not getting down, ma'am. This steed is skittish."
"Jock Campbell, you old goat, don't you dare pretend that you don't know me. I'll have your rocks for castanets. Believe."
For the first time that I can remember, Uncle Jock seemed shocked and baffled. "Madam?" Hazel saw his expression, said hastily,
"Are we inverted? I'm sorry. I'm Major Sadie Lipschitz, Time Corps, DOL, assigned to Overlord. I met you first in Boondock about 10 of my subjective years ago. You invited me to visit you here, and I did, in the year 2186, as I recall." Click. Click, a clear inversion. "Major, I'm happy indeed to meet you, but I'm happier still to learn that I will meet you again. I'm looking forward to it." Hazel answered, "We had a good time, I promise you. I'm married to your nephew now,
But you're still an old goat. Get down out of that toy wagon and kiss me like you mean it.
Hastily, Uncle unclutched his rotor and got down. Hazel handed Pixel to me, which saved his life. After a while, the old goat said, "No, I have not met you before. I could not possibly forget." Hazel answered,
Yes, I have met you before. I'll never forget. God, it's good to see you again, Jock. You haven't changed. When was your last rejuvenation?
5 subjective years ago, just long enough to marinate. But I wouldn't let them youthen my face. When was yours?
Same subjective, about. Wasn't due for it yet, but I needed cosmetic because I planned to marry your nephew, so I took a booster along with it. Turned out I needed it. He's a goat, too.
I know. Dickie had to enlist because they were closing in on him from all sides. An outright lie. But are you sure your name is Sadie? That's not the name Lazarus gave me as a test word.
My name is whatever I want it to be, just as it is with Lazarus. My, I'm glad they moved THQ to your place last night. Kiss me again.
He did, and finally I said mildly, "Not on a public road, folks. Not in Poweshiek County. This is not Boondock." "Mind your own business, nephew. Sadie, headquarters was not moved here last night. That was 3 years ago." Chapter 28. The majority is never right. Lazarus Long. We rode back to the house, Hazel up front with Uncle Jock, Pixel and me back with the packages. As a favor to Pixel, the replica Model T moved as silently as a ghost. Do ghosts really move silently? How do such clichés get started? The gate opened to Uncle Jock's voice, and no lethal defenses were actuated, if there were any. Knowing Uncle Jock, I suspect there were, but not the ones posted. We were met on the front veranda by Aunt Till and Aunt Sissy. While Uncle Jock went inside, my aunts welcomed my bride into the family with all the warmth of country manners. Then I passed the kitten to Hazel, and I was greeted by them much as Hazel had greeted Uncle, but with no time loop to confuse us. Golly, it was good to be home. Despite my sometimes stormy adolescence, the happiest memories of my life were associated with this old house. Aunt Sissy looked older today in 2177 than I recalled her looking the last time I had seen her. 2183, was it? Was this a clue as to why Aunt Till had always looked the same age? An occasional trip to Boondock could work wonders. Were all four, including Aunt Belden, serving 50-year enlistments with the Fountain of Youth as one of the perks? Was Uncle Jock metabolically about 30 while maintaining the face and neck and hands of an old man in order to support a charade? None of your business, Richard. Where's Aunt Belden?
She's gone to Des Moines for the day, Aunt Till answered. She'll be home for supper. Richard, I thought you were on Mars?
I consulted a calendar in my head. Come to think about it, I am. Aunt Till looked at me keenly.
Are you looped?
Uncle Jock came back out just in time to say, "Stop it. That sort of talk is forbidden. You all know it. You all are subject to the code." I said quickly, "I'm not subject to the code, whatever it is." "Yes, Aunt Till, I'm looped. Back from 2188. Uncle Jock fixed me with a look that used to scare me when I was 10 or 12. "Richard Collin, what is this? Dr. Hubert gave me to understand that you were under orders to report to Time headquarters. Just this minute I stepped inside and phoned him about your arrival. But no one goes to headquarters who is not sworn in and ruled by the code. Leastwise, if he did, he wouldn't come out again. You said earlier that you weren't in trouble, but you can stop lying now and tell me about it. I'll help you if I can. Blood's thicker than water. So let's have it. I'm not in any trouble that I know of, Uncle, but Dr. Hubert keeps trying to hand me some. Are you seriously suggesting that reporting to Time Headquarters could result in my not coming out alive? I'm not sworn into the Time Corps, and I am not subject to its code. If you are serious, then I should not report to the Time Corps headquarters. Aunt Till, is it all right for us to spend the night here, or would that embarrass you, or Uncle Jock? Without consulting Uncle Jock, even by eye, Aunt Till answered,
"Of course you can stay here, Richard. You and your darling bride are welcome tonight and as long as you'll stay and whenever you come back. This is your home, and always has been."
Uncle shrugged, said nothing. Thanks. Where shall I drop these packages? My room? And I need to make arrangements for this fierce feline. Is there a sandbox around from the last litter? And while Pixel has had his breakfast, I think he could use some milk. Aunt Sissy stepped forward.
"Till, I'll take care of the kitten. Isn't he a pretty one?"
She reached for Pixel. Hazel passed him over. Aunt Till said,
"Richard, your room has a guest in it, a Mr. Davis. I think this being July that the north room on the 3rd floor would be the most comfortable for you and Hazel."
Hazel? Uncle Jock interjected. That was the test word Dr. Hubert gave me. Major Sadie. Is that one of your names?
"Yes, Hazel Davis Stone. Now Hazel Stone Campbell." "Hazel Davis Stone,"
Aunt Till put in.
"Are you Mr. Davis's little girl?"
My bride suddenly perked up.
"Depends. A long time ago I was Hazel Davis. Is this Manuel Davis? Manuel Garcia O'Kelly Davis?" "Yes." "My papa! He's here?" "He'll be here for supper, I hope. But, well, he has duties." "I know. I've been in the Corps 46 years subjective, and Papa about the same, I think. So we hardly ever see each other, the Corps being what it is. Oh, goodness! Richard, I'm going to cry. Make me stop."
Me? Lady, I'm just waiting for a bus, but you can use my handkerchief. I offered it to her. She accepted it, dabbed at her eyes.
"Brute! Aunt Till, you should have spanked him oftener." "Wrong aunt, dear. That was Aunt Abigail, now gone to her reward."
Aunt Abby was brutal, I commented. Used a peach switch on me, and enjoyed it.
"Should have used a club. Aunt Till, I can't wait to see Papa Manny. It's been so long."
Hazel, you saw him right here, right there, I said, pointing at a spot halfway to the old barn. Only 3 days ago. I hesitated. Or was it 37 days? 39?
No, Richard, neither. By my time, subjective, it's over 2 years."
Hazel added to the others.
"It's all still new to Richard. He was recruited, his subjective time, just last week."
But I wasn't recruited, I objected. That's why we're here.
"We'll see, dear. Uncle Jock, that reminds me. I want to tell you something, and I must bend the code a bit to do so. That doesn't worry me. I'm a loony and never obey laws I don't like. But are you really so regulation that you won't listen to coming attractions talk?"
Well, Uncle Jock said slowly. Aunt Till snickered. Uncle Jock turned to her and said, "Woman, what are you laughing at?"
"Me? I wasn't laughing."
"Nah. Major Sadie, my responsibilities and duties require a certain latitude in interpreting the code.
Is this something I need to know?
In my opinion, yes.
That's your official opinion?
Well, if you put it that way.
Never mind. Perhaps you'd better tell me and let me be the judge.
Yes, sir. On Saturday, the 5th of July, 11 years forward, 2188, THQ will transfer to New Harbor on Timeline 5. You will go along. All your household, I think.
Uncle Jock nodded. That is exactly the sort of loop-derived information the code is designed to suppress, because it can so easily create positive feedback and result in heterodyning and possible panic. But I can take it calmly and make good use of it. May I ask why the move? As it seems unlikely that I would go along, and surely not my household. This is a working farm, no matter what it conceals. I interrupted. Uncle, I'm not bound by any silly code. Those West Coast hotheads finally quit talking and seceded. His eyebrows shot up. No, really? I didn't think they would ever get off the pot. They did. May Day, 88. By the day Hazel and I were here, Saturday, July the 5th, the Angelino Phalanges had just captured Des Moines. Bombs were dropping all around here. You may think today that you wouldn't pull out, but I know that you were about to do so then. I was there. Will be there. Ask Dr. Hubert, Lazarus Long. He thought this place was too dangerous to hang around any longer. Ask him. Colonel Campbell? I knew that voice. I turned and said, Hi, Lazarus. That sort of talk is strictly forbidden. Understand me? I took a deep breath, then said to Hazel, He'll never learn. Then to Lazarus, Doc, you've been trying to make me stand at attention ever since we first met. It won't work. Can't you get that through your head? Somewhere, somewhen, Lazarus Long had had some sort of formal training in emotional control. I could now see him calling on it to help him. It took him about 3 seconds to invoke whatever it was he used. Then he spoke quietly, in a lower register. Let me try to explain. Such talk is dangerous to a person you talk to. Making predictions, I mean, from knowledge gained from a loop. It is an observed fact that again and again it turns out to be a disservice to the person you inform when you tell him something in his future that you have learned in your past. As to why this is true, I suggest that you consult one of the mathematicians who deal with time, Dr. Jacob Burrows or Dr. Elizabeth Long, or anyone from the core staff of mathematicians. And you should consult the Council of Historians for examples of the harm it does. Or you could look it up in our headquarters library. File Cassandra and file Ides of March, for starters. Then see file Nostradamus. Long turned to Uncle Jock. Jock, I'm sorry about this. I pray that you will not let the troubles of 88 make your household gloomy during the forward years till then. I never planned to bring your nephew here, not yet trained in the disciplines of time. I never planned to bring your nephew here at all. We do need him, and we expected to recruit him at Boondock with no need to bring him to headquarters. But he refused to enlist. Do you want to try to change his mind? I'm not sure I have any influence over him, Leif. How about it, Dickie? Want to hear what a good deal of career in the Time Corps can be? You could say that the Time Corps supported you throughout your childhood. You could say it because it's true. The sheriff was about to auction this farm right out from under us when I joined up. You were just a tad, but you may remember a time we ate cornbread and not much else. Then things got better and stayed better. Do you remember? You were about 6. I had some long thoughts. Yes, I remember. I think I do. Uncle, I'm not against joining.
You're in it, my wife is in it, several of my friends are in it, but Lazarus has been trying to sell me a pig in a poke. I've got to know what it is they want me to do and why they want me to do it. They say they want me for a job with the chances only 50-50 that I get out of it alive. With those odds, there is no point in talking about retirement benefits. I don't want some chair warmer in headquarters being that casual about my neck. I must know that it makes sense before I'll accept those odds. Leif, just what is this job you have for my boy? It's Task Adam Selene in Operation Galactic Overlord. I don't think I've heard of it. And now you should forget it, as you don't figure into it, and it has not been mounted as of this year. That makes it difficult for me to advise my nephew. Shouldn't I be briefed?
Hazel intervened. Lazarus, knock it off.
Major, I'm discussing official business with the THQ station keeper.
Pig whistle. You are again trying to chivvy Richard into risking his life without his knowing why. When I agreed to try to do so, I had not yet met Richard. Now that I know him and admire him, he is sans peur et sans reproche. I'm ashamed that I ever tried, but I did try, and almost succeeded. But you barreled your way in, and mucked it up, as was predictable. I told you then that the Circle would have to convince him. I told you. Now you are trying to get Richard's closest relative, his father, in all that counts, to pressure him in your place. Shame on you. Take Richard to the Circle. Let them explain it. Or let him go home. Quit stalling. Do it.
What I had always thought of as a closet in Uncle's den turned out to look like an elevator inside. Lazarus Long and I went into it together. He closed the door, and I saw that where an elevator usually has floor numbers with touch plates for each number, there was a display of lighted symbols, signs of the zodiac, I thought, then changed my mind, as there is no bat in the zodiac, no black widow spider, certainly no stegosaurus. At the bottom, by itself, was a snake eating its own tail, the world snake, Ouroboros, a disgusting symbol at best. Lazarus placed his hand over it. The closet, or elevator cage, or small room, changed. How, I am not certain. It simply blinked and was different. "Through here," Lazarus said, and opened a door on the far side. Stretching from that door was a long corridor that would never fit inside my uncle's house, but views I could see through windows that lined that long passageway did not fit his farm either. The land looked like Iowa, yes, but Iowa untouched by the plow, never cleared for farming. We stepped into this passage and were at once at its far end. "Through there," Lazarus said, pointing. An archway melted out of a stone wall. The passage beyond it was gloomy. I looked around to speak to Lazarus. He was gone. I said to myself, "Lazarus, I told you not to play games with me," and turned around to go back down the long passage, back through Uncle Jock's den, find Hazel, and leave. I had had it, fed up with his games. There was no passage behind me. I promised Lazarus a clop in the head and followed the only available route. It remained gloomy, but always with a light a little farther ahead. Shortly, 5 minutes or less, it ended in a small, comfortable lounge, well lighted from nowhere. A brassy, uninflected voice said, "Please sit down. You will be called." I sat down in an easy chair and laid my cane aside. A small table by it held magazines and a newspaper. I glanced at each one, looking for anachronisms, but found none. The periodicals were all ones that I recalled as available in Iowa in the 70s,
They carried dates of July 2177 or earlier. The newspaper was the Grinnell Herald Register, dated Friday, June 27th, 2177. I started to put it down, as the Herald Register is not exactly exciting. Uncle subscribed to a daily printout from Des Moines, and of course the Kansas City Star, but our local paper was good only for campus notes, local notices, and the sort of news and society items that are published to display as many local names as possible. But an ad caught my eye. On Sunday, July 20th, one night only, at Des Moines Municipal Opera House, the Halifax Ballet Theater will present Midsummer Night's Dream, with the sensational new star, Luana Pauline, as Titania. I read it twice, and promised myself that I would take Hazel to see it. It would be a special anniversary. I had met Mistress Gwendolyn Novak at Golden Rule's Day 1 ball, Neil Armstrong Day, July 20th, a year ago. Never mind that silly time loop. And this would make a delightful reprise of the gala eve of our wedding day, without this time some unmannerly oaf crashing our party and dying at our table. Would a one-gravity performance be disappointing after having seen the Queen of Fairies cutting didos high in the air? No, this was a sentimental journey. It would not matter. Besides, Luana Pauline will make her reputation dancing in one gravity, and it would be a fascinating contrast. We could go backstage and tell her that we saw her dance Titania at 1/3 gravity in the circus room of Golden Rule. Oh, certainly, when Golden Rule does not yet exist for another 3 years. I began to understand why the code had limitations on loose talk. Never mind. On Neil Armstrong Day, I would gift my beautiful bride with this sentimental celebration.
This ends side 2 of cassette 10 of The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 11. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, cassette 11.
While I was looking at the Herald Register, an abstract design on the wall changed to a motto in glowing letters. A stitch in time saves 9 billion. While I watched, it changed to a paradox can be paradoctored. Then, the early worm has a death wish, followed by, don't try too hard, you might succeed. I was trying to figure out that last one when it suddenly changed to, why are you staring at a blank wall? And it was a blank wall. Then on it appeared, large, the world's snake, and inside the circle it made by its nauseating way of eating, letters were chasing themselves. Then they leveled out into a straight line, making order out of chaos. Then, under that, the circle of Ouroboros. This was displaced by another archway. That brassy voice said, "Please enter." I grabbed my cane and went through the archway and found myself translated to the exact center of a large circular room. There is such a thing as too much service. There were a dozen odd people seated around the room on a dais about a meter high, a theater in the round, with me in the leading role, in the sense in which an insect pinned to the stage of a microscope is the star of the show. That brassy voice said, "State your full name." "Richard Colin Ames Campbell." "What is this, a trial?" "Yes, in one sense." "You can adjourn court right now. I'm not having any. If anyone is on trial, it's all of you, as I want nothing from you, but you seem to want something from me. It is up to you to convince me, not the other way around. Keep that clear in your mind." I turned slowly around, looking over my judges. I found a friendly face, Hilda Burroughs, and felt enormously better. She threw me a kiss. I caught it and ate it. But I was enormously surprised, too. I would expect to find this tiny beauty at any gathering requiring elegance and grace, but not as a member of a group that had been represented to me as being the most powerful council in all history and any universe. Then I recognized another face, Lazarus. He nodded. I returned his nod. He said, "Please don't be impatient, Colonel. Allow protocol to proceed." I said, "Protocol is either useful or it should be abolished. I am standing and all of you are seated. That is protocol establishing dominance, and you can stuff it. If I don't have a chair in 10 seconds, I am leaving. Your chair will do." That invisible robot with the brassy voice placed an upholstered easy chair back of my knees so fast that I had no excuse to leave. I sank back into it and put my cane across my knees. "Comfortable?" Lazarus inquired. "Yes, thank you." "Good. The next item is Protocol 2, Introductions. I do not think you will find it objectionable." The brassy voice started in again, naming members, companions of the Circle of Ouroboros, governing body of the Omniversal Time Corps. Each time one was named, my chair faced that companion, but I felt no movement. "Master Mobius Taurus for Barsoom, Timeline 1, coded John Carter." Barsoom? Poppycock. But I found myself standing up and bowing in answer to a gentle smile and a gesture suggesting a blessing. He was ancient, and hardly more than skin and bones. He wore a sword, but I felt sure that he had not wielded one in generations. He was huddled in a heavy silk wrap, much like that worn by Buddhist priests. His skin was polished mahogany, more strongly red than any North American red skin. In short, he looked exactly like the fictional descriptions in the Tales of Barsoom. A result easy to achieve with makeup, a couple of meters of cloth, and a prop sword. So why did I stand up? Because Aunt Libby had striped my calves for any failure whatever in politeness to my elders? Nonsense. I knew that he was authentic when I laid my eyes on him. That my conviction was preposterous did not alter it. "Her wisdom star, arbiter of the 90 universes, composite timelines, code Cyrano." Her wisdom smiled at me, and I wiggled like a puppy. I'm no judge of wisdom, but I am certain that males with high blood pressure and any history of cardiac problems, or TIA, should not be too close to her. Star, Mrs. Gordon, is as tall or taller than I, weighs more, and all of it muscle, but her breasts and that slight layer of that smooths female body lines. She was wearing too little for Poweshiek County, quite a lot for Boondock. Star may not be the most beautiful woman in all her many universes, but she may be the sexiest, in a sultry Girl Scout fashion. Just walking through a room she is in should change a boy into a man. "Woodrow Wilson Smith, senior of the Howard families, timeline 2, code Leslie Lacroix." Lazarus and I again exchanged nods. "Dr. Jubal Harshaw, timeline 3, code Neil Armstrong." Dr. Harshaw raised his hand in a half salute, and I smiled. I answered the same way, and made a note to buttonhole him, back in Boondock perhaps, about the many legends of the man from Mars. How much was truth? How much was fiction? Dr. Hilda May Burroughs, Timeline 4, Code Balax O'Malley. Hilda and I exchanged smiles. Commander Ted Smith, Timeline 5, Code Duquesne. Commander Smith was a square-jawed athlete with ice-blue eyes. He was dressed in an undecorated gray uniform, carrying a holstered handgun, and wearing a bejeweled heavy bracelet. Captain John Sterling, Timeline 6, Code Neil Armstrong, alternate timeline. I looked at my boyhood hero and considered the possibility that I was asleep and having a vivid dream. Hazel had told me and told me again that the hero of her space opera was real, but not even the repeated use of the code phrase, Operation Galactic Overlord, had convinced me. And now, here he was, the foe of the Overlord. Or was it he? What proof? Sky Marshal Samuel Bow, Timeline 7, Code Fairacre. Marshal Bow was over 2 meters tall, massed at least 110 kilos, all of it muscle and rhinoceros hide. He was dressed in a midnight black uniform and a frown, and was as beautiful as a black panther. He stared at me with jungle eyes. Lazarus announced, "I declare quorum. The circle is closed. Dr. Hilda Burroughs now speaks for the circle." Hilda smiled at me and said, "Colonel Campbell, I have been conscripted to explain to you our purposes, and enough of our methods to enable you to see how the job you are being asked to do fits into the master plan, and why it must be done. Don't hesitate to interrupt, or to argue, or to demand more details. We can continue this discussion from now until lunchtime, or for the next 10 years, or for a truly long time, as long as necessary." Sky Marshal Bow cut in with, "Speak for yourself, Mrs. Burroughs. I'm leaving in 30 minutes. Hilda said, "Sambo, you really should address the chair. I can't let you leave until you speak your piece, but if you need to leave, you can speak now. Please explain what you do and why."
Why is this man being coddled? I've never been asked to explain my duties to a raw recruit before. This is ridiculous.
Nevertheless, I ask you to do so.
The Sky Marshal settled back in his chair and said nothing. Lazarus said,
"Sambo, I know this is without precedent, but all the companions, including the 3 who are not here, have agreed that Task Adam Selene is essential to Operation Galactic Overlord, that Overlord is essential to Campaign Boscone, and that Boscone is essential to our Plan Longview, and that Colonel Campbell is essential to Task Adam Selene. The circle is closed on this. No dissent. We need Campbell's services, given fully and freely, so we must persuade him. You need not go first, but if you expect to be excused from the circle in 30 minutes, you had better speak up." "And if I don't choose to?"
"Your problem. You are free to resign. All of us are, any time, and the circle is free to terminate you."
"Are you threatening me?"
"No." Lazarus glanced at his wrist. "You've stalled for 4 minutes against the unanimous decision of the circle. If you expect to comply with the circle's decision, you are running out of minutes."
"Oh, very well. Campbell, I am commanding officer of the Armed Forces of the Time Corps."
"Correction," Lazarus Long interrupted. "Sky Marshal Bow is the Chief of Staff of—"
"It's the same thing."
"It is not the same thing, and I knew exactly what I was doing when I set it up that way. Colonel Campbell, the Time Corps
sometimes intervenes in key battles in history. Histories. The Corps' Board of Historians seeks to identify cusps where judicious use of force might change history in fashions that we believe, in our limited wisdom, would be better for the human race. And this policy strongly affects and is affected by Task Adams-Selene, I must add. If the circle closes on a recommendation by the historians, military action is mounted, and a commander-in-chief for that operation is selected by the circle. Lazarus turned and looked directly at Bow. Sky Marshal Bow is a highly skilled military commander, perhaps the best in all history. He is usually selected to command, but the circle picks the commander of each task force. This policy keeps ultimate power out of the hands of military commanders. I must add that the Chief of Staff is an auditor without a vote. He is not a companion of this circle. Sambo, do you have anything to add?
You seem to have made my speech.
Because you were stalling. You are free to correct, amend, and elaborate.
Oh, never mind. You should give elocution lessons.
Do you now wish to be excused?
Are you telling me to leave?
No.
I'll hang around a while, as I want to see what you do with this joker. Why didn't you simply conscript him and assign him to Task Selene? He's an obvious criminal type. Look at his skull. Note his attitude toward authority. On my home planet, we never use anything as sloppy and unreliable as volunteers, and we don't have a criminal class because we draft them into the forces as fast as they show their heads. There are no better fighters than the criminal type if you catch them young, rule them with iron discipline, and keep them more scared of their sergeants than they can possibly be of the enemy.
That will do, Sambo. Please refrain from expressing opinion uninvited.
I thought you were the great champion of free speech.
I am, but there is no free lunch. If you want to make a speech, you can hire your own hall. This one is paid for by the circle. Hilda, speak up, dear.
Very well. Richard, most interventions recommended by our historians and mathematicians are not brute force, but actions far more subtle, carried out by individual field operatives, such as your gal Hazel, who is a real fox when it comes to robbing a henhouse. You know what we are trying to do in Task Adams-Selene. You don't know what it is for, I believe. Our methods of prognosticating the results of a change introduced into history are less than perfect, whether it's digging in on one side in a key battle or something as simple as supplying a high school student with a condom some midnight, and thereby avoiding the birth of a Hitler or a Napoleon. We can never predict the results as well as we need to. Usually we have to do it, then send a field operative down that new timeline to report the changes.
Hilda, said Lazarus, may I offer a horrible example?
Certainly, Woody, but make it March. I plan to finish before lunch.
Colonel Campbell, I come from a world identical with yours, to about 1939. Divergence, as usual, showed most at the start of spaceflight. Both your world and mine showed a tendency toward religious hysteria. In mine, it peaked with a television evangelist named Nehemiah Scudder. His brand of fire and brimstone and scapegoatism, Jews, of course, no novelty, peaked at a time when unemployment also peaked, and public debt and inflation got out of hand. The result was a religious dictatorship, a totalitarian government as brutal as my world has ever seen. So this circle set up an operation to get rid of Nehemiah Scudder. Nothing as crass as assassination. The specific method Hilda mentioned was used. A high school boy without a rubber was provided with one by a field operative. And the little bastard who became Nehemiah Scudder was never born. So Timeline 2, mine, was split, and Timeline 11 was created. Ali Sami, but without Nehemiah Scudder, the prophet. Bound to be better, right? Wrong. In my timeline, World War III, the nuclear war, sometimes known by other names, badly damaged Europe, but did not spread. North America under the prophet had opted out of international affairs. In Timeline 11, the war started a little sooner in the Middle East, spread to all the world overnight, and 100 years later it was still impossible to find any life superior to cockroaches on the land masses of what had once been the cool green hills of Earth. Take it, Hilda.
Thank you too much. Lazarus leaves me with a planet glowing in the dark to show why we need better prediction methods. We hope to use Adam Selene, supervising computer Holmes 4, known as Mike, the programs and memories that make him unique, to tie the best computers of Tertius and some other planets into a mammoth logic that can correctly project the results of a defined change in history, so that we won't swap Nehemiah Scudder, who can be endured, for a ruined planet that cannot be endured. Lazarus, should I mention the Super Snooper Scope?
You just did, so you had better.
Richard, I'm way out of my depth. I'm just a simple housewife.
A groan went up in that hall. Lazarus may have led it, but it seemed to be unanimous.
Who lacks a technical background, but I do know that engineering progress depends on accurate instruments, and that accurate instruments, ever since the 20th century, my century, have depended on progress in electronics. My number one husband, Jake Burroughs, and Dr. Libby Long and Dr. D.D. Carter are whipping up a little doozy, combining Jake's space-time twister with television and the ordinary snooperscope. With it, you will be able not only to watch what your wife is doing while you are away overnight, but also to watch what she will be doing 10 years from now, or 50, or 500. Or it could let the circle of Ouroboros see what would be the result of an intervention before it is too late to refrain. Maybe, with the unique power of Holmes 4, maybe yes. We'll see. But it is as certain as anything can be in this quicksand world that Mike Holmes 4 can improve the performance of the Circle of Ouroboros enormously, even if the Super Snooper Scope never comes online. Since we are trying hard to make things better, more decent, happier for everyone, I hope that you will see that task Adam Selene is worth doing. Any questions?
I have one, Hilda.
Yes, Jubal?
Has our friend Richard been indoctrinated in the concept of the world as myth?
I barely mentioned it once in telling him how we four, Zeb and Dee, Jake and I, were hounded off our planet and erased out of the script. I think Hazel has done better. Richard?
Not anything I could get my teeth into, nothing that made sense. And, forgive me, Hilda, I found your story hard to swallow.
Of course, dear. I don't believe it myself, except late at night. Jubal, you had better take it.
Dr. Harshaw answered.
Very well. The world as myth is a subtle concept. It has sometimes been called multi-person solipsism. Despite the internal illogic of that phrase,
Yet illogic may be necessary as the concept denies logic. For many centuries, religion held sway as the explanation of the universe, or multiverse. The details of revealed religions differed wildly, but were essentially the same. Somewhere up in the sky, or down in the earth, or in a volcano, any inaccessible place, there was an old man in a nightshirt who knew everything and was all-powerful and created everything and rewarded and punished and could be bribed. Sometimes this Almighty was female, but not often, because human males are usually bigger, stronger, and more belligerent. God was created in Pop's image. The Almighty God idea came under attack because it explained nothing. It simply pushed all explanations one stage farther away. In the 19th century, atheistic positivism started displacing the Almighty God notion in that minority of the population that bathed regularly. Atheism had a limited run, as it too explains nothing, being merely Godism turned upside down. Logical positivism was based on the physical science of the 19th century, which physicists of that century honestly believed fully explained the universe as a piece of clockwork. The physicists of the 20th century made short work of that idea. Quantum mechanics and Schrödinger's cat tossed out the clockwork world of 1890 and replaced it with a fog of probability in which anything could happen. Of course, the intellectual class did not notice this for many decades, as an intellectual is a highly educated man who can't do arithmetic with his shoes on, and is proud of his lack. Nevertheless, with the death of positivism, Godism and creationism came back, stronger than ever. In the late 20th century, correct me when I'm wrong, Hilda and her family were driven off Earth by a devil, one they dubbed the Beast. They fled in a vehicle you have met, Gay Deceiver, and in their search for safety they visited many dimensions, many universes, and Hilda made the greatest philosophical discovery of all time. I'll bet you say that to all the girls. Quiet, dear. They visited, among more mundane places, the land of Oz. I sat up with a jerk. Not too much sleep last night, and Dr. Harshaw's lecture was sleep-inducing. Did you say Oz? I tell you 3 times, Oz, Oz, Oz. They did indeed visit the fairyland dreamed up by L. Frank Baum, and the Wonderland invented by the Reverend Mr. Dodgson to please Alice, and other places known only to fiction. Hilda discovered what none of us had noticed before, because we were inside it. The world is myth. We create it ourselves, and we change it ourselves. A truly strong myth-maker, such as Homer, such as Baum, such as the creator of Tarzan, creates substantial and lasting worlds, whereas the fiddlin', unimaginative liars and fabulists shape nothing new, and their tedious dreams are forgotten. On this observed fact, Richard, not religion, but verifiable fact, is based the work of the Circle of Ouroboros. Hilda? Only a short time until we should break for lunch. Richard, do you have any comment now?
You won't like it. Lazarus said, "Spill it, bub." I not only will not risk my life on wordy nonsense, I will do all that I can to keep Hazel from doing so. If you really want and need the programs and memories of that out-of-date lunar computer, there are at least 2 better ways to get them. Keep talking. One way simply uses money. Set up a front organization, an academic fakery, funnel money into Galileo University as grants, and walk in the front door of the computer room and take what you want. The other way is to use enough force to do a real job. Don't send an elderly married couple to try to Watergate it. You cosmic do-gooders have not convinced me. Let's see your ticket. It was Little Black Sambo, the Sky Marshal. What ticket? The one that entitles you to unscrew the inscrutable. Show it. You are just a lily-livered coward, too yellow to do your plain duty. Really? Who appointed you God? Look, boy, I'm mighty glad that your skin color matches mine. Why so? Because if it didn't, I would be called a racist for the way I despise you. I saw him draw his sidearm, but my cane, damn it, had slid to the floor. I was reaching for it when his bolt hit me, low on the left. As he was hit from 3 sides, 2 to the heart, 1 to the head, by John Sterling, by Lazarus, by Commander Smith, 3 crack gunmen, where 1 would have sufficed. I didn't hurt yet, but I knew I was gut-shot. Bad, final bad, if I didn't get help fast. But something was happening to Samuel Bow. He leaned forward and fell off his chair, dead as King Charles, and his body began to disappear. It didn't fade out. It disappeared in swipes, through the middle, then across the face, as if someone had taken an eraser to a chalkboard. Then he was gone completely. Not even blood was left. Even his chair was gone. And the wound in my gut was gone. Chapter 29. There may come a time when the lion and the lamb will lie down together, but I am still betting on the lion. Henry Wheeler Shaw. Wouldn't it be better, I objected, to have me pull a sword out of a stone? If you really want to sell the product, the whole plan is silly. We were seated at a picnic table in the East Orchard. Manny Davis, Captain John Sterling, Uncle Jock, Jubal Harshaw, and I, and a Professor Rufo, a bald-headed old coot introduced to me as an aide to Her Wisdom, and, impossible, her grandson. But having seen with my own bloodshot eyes some of the results of Dr. Ishtar's witchcraft, I was no longer using the word impossible as freely as I did a week ago. Pixel was with us too, but he had long since finished his lunch and was down in the grass trying to catch a butterfly. They were evenly matched, but the butterfly was ahead on points. The bright and cloudless sky promised a temperature of 38 or 40 by mid-afternoon. My aunts had elected to eat lunch in their air-conditioned kitchen, but there was a breeze and it was cool enough under the trees. A lovely day, just right for a picnic. It reminded me of our conference with Father Hendrik Schultz in the orchard of Old MacDonald's farm just a week ago, and 11 years forward. Except that Hazel was not with me. That groused me, but I tried not to show it. When the circle opened for lunch, Aunt Till had a message waiting for me.
Hazel left here with Leif just a few minutes ago, she told me. She asked me to tell you that she will not be here for lunch, but expects to see you later this afternoon, and will be here for supper without fail.
A damned skimpy message. I needed to discuss with Hazel all the talk and happenings in the closed circle. Damn it, how could I decide anything until I had a chance to talk it over with my wife?
Women and cats do what they do. There is nothing a man can do about it.
"I'll sell you a sword in a stone," said Professor Rufo. "Cheap, like new, used just once by King Arthur. In the long run it didn't do him any good, and I can't guarantee that it will help you, but I don't mind turning a profit on it."
Uncle said, "Rufo, you would sell tickets to your own funeral."
"Not would. Did. Netted enough to buy a round two-wit I badly needed, because so many people wanted to be certain I was dead."
"So you cheated them?"
"Not at all. The tickets did not state that I was dead. They simply called for admit bearer to my funeral, and it was a nice funeral, the nicest I've ever had, especially the climax, when I sat up in my coffin and sang the oratorio from The Death of Jesse James, doing all the parts myself. Nobody asked for his money back. Some even left before I reached my high note. Rude creatures. Go to your own funeral, and you'll soon learn who your real friends are."
Rufo turned to me.
"You want that sword and stone? Cheap, but it has to be cash. Can't let you have credit. Your life expectancy isn't all that good. Shall we say 600,000 imperial dollars in small bills? No denomination higher than 10,000.
"Professor, I don't want a sword and a stone. It's just that this whole silly business sounds like the true Prince nonsense of pre-Armstrong romances. Can't do it openly with money, can't do it safely with enough force to hold the losses down to zero. Has to be me and my wife with nothing but a scout knife. That's a crummy plot. Even a confessions book would reject it. It's logically impossible."
550,000, and I pick up the sales tax."
"Richard," Jubal Harshaw answered, "it is logic itself that is impossible. For millennia, philosophers and saints have tried to reason out a logical scheme for the universe, until Hilda came along and demonstrated that the universe is not logical, but whimsical, its structure depending solely on the dreams and nightmares of non-logical dreamers."
He shrugged, almost spilling his Tuborg.
"If the great brains had not been so hoodwinked by their shared conviction that the universe must contain a consistent and logical structure they could find by careful analysis and synthesis, they would have spotted the glaring fact that the universe, the multiverse, contains neither of logic nor justice, save where we or others like us impose such qualities on a world of chaos and cruelty."
500,000, and that's my last offer."
"So why should Hazel and I risk our necks?" I added. "Pixel, leave that insect alone." "Butterflies are not insects," Captain John Sterling said soberly. "They are self-propelled flowers. The Lady Hazel taught me that many years ago." He reached down and gently picked up Pixel. "How were you getting him to drink?" I showed him, using water and my fingertip. Then Sterling improved on it, offering the kitten a tiny puddle in the palm of his hand. The kitten licked at it, and then was lapping cat properly, curling his dainty tongue down into the spoonful of water. Sterling bothered me. I knew his origin, or thought I did, and thus had trouble believing in him, even as I spoke with him. Yet it is impossible not to believe in a man when you see him and hear him crunching celery and potato chips. Yet he had a two-dimensional quality. He neither smiled nor laughed. He was unfailingly polite, but always dead serious. I had tried to thank him for saving my life by shooting what's-his-name. Sterling had stopped me. "My duty, he was expendable. You are not."
400,000, Colonel.
Are there any deviled eggs down there?
I passed the stuffed eggs to Rufo. Shall I tell you what to do with your sword in a stone? First, pull out the sword, then...
Let's not be crude. 350,000.
Professor, I wouldn't have it as a door prize. I was simply making a point.
Better take an option, at least. You'll need it for the Boff opening when they shoot this as a stereo series.
No publicity. That's one of the conditions imposed on me, if I do it.
No publicity until after. Then there has to be publicity. It must wind up in the history books. Manny, tell them why you have never published your memoirs of the Revolution.
Mr. Davis answered. Mike sleeping, not have people bother him yet. Uncle Jock said, Manuel, you have an unpublished autobiography? My stepfather-in-law nodded.
Necessary. Prof dead, Wyoming dead, Mike dead, maybe. Am only witness true story of loony revolution. Lies. Lots of lies by cobbers not there.
He scratched his chin with his left hand, the one I knew to be artificial, or so I heard. This hand looked just like his right hand. A transplant? Stored with Mike before out to asteroids. We rescue Mike, then publish, maybe. Davis looked at me. Want to hear how I met my daughter, Hazel? Yes, indeed, I answered, and Sterling strongly agreed. Was Monday, 13 May 2075, in El City. Talk in Stilyagi Hall, how to fight Warden. Not revolution, just sad, stupid talk. Unhappy people. Skinny little girl sat on floor down front. Orange hair, no breasts. 10, maybe 11. Listens every word, claps hard, dead serious. Yellow jackets, Warden's cops break in, start killing. Too busy to keep track of skinny redheads. Jackets kill my best friend. When see her in action. Throws self through air, rolled in ball, hits yellow jacket in knees, down he goes. I break his jaw with left hand, not this hand, number 2, and step over him, dragging my wife, Wyoming. Not wife then, with me. Skinny flame top is gone. Don't see her some weeks. But, friends, hard rock truth. Hazel, as little girl, fought so hard and smart that she saved her Papa Manny and her Mama Wyo both. From Warden's Sphinx, long before she knew she was ours. Manuel Davis smiled wistfully. Did find her. Davis family opted her. Daughter, not wife. Still a baby. But not baby when counts. Worked hard to free Luna every day, every hour, every minute. Danger don't stop her never. 4th o' July, 2076, Hazel Meade Davis, youngest comrade, signing Declaration of Independence. No comrade rated it more. Mr. Davis had tears in his eyes. So did I. Captain Sterling stood up. Mr. Davis, I am humbly proud to have heard that story. Mr. Campbell, I have enjoyed your hospitality. Colonel Campbell, I hope you decide to fight with us. We need you. And now, if I may be excused, I must leave. As the Galactic Overlord does not take long lunch hours, I must not. Uncle Jock said, Shucks, John, you've got to have some R&R now and then. Come go dinosaur hunting with me again. Time spent in the Mesozoic won't affect your quest. The Overlord will never know your way. That's the greatest beauty of time jumping. I would know that I was away, but I do thank you. I enjoyed that hunt. He bowed and left. Dr. Harshaw said quietly, There goes real nobility. When at last he destroys the Overlord, he will be erased. He knows it. It doesn't stop him. Why must he be erased? I demanded. Eh? Colonel, I know that this is new to you, but you are, or have been, a fabulist yourself, have you not? Still am, as far as I know. Finished a long one and sent it off to my agent just 10 days ago. Must get back to work soon. Got a wife to support. Then you know that, for plot purposes,
Especially in adventure stories, heroes and villains come in complementary pairs. Each is necessary for the other.
Yes, but... Look, lay it on the bar. This man who just left is truly the character that Hazel and her son Roger Stone created for their series, The Scourge of the Spaceways?
Yes, Hazel and her son created him. Sterling knows it. Look, sir, all of us are fictions, someone's fabulous dreams, but usually we do not know it. John Sterling knows it, and is strong enough to stand up to it. He knows his role and his destiny. He accepts it.
He doesn't have to be erased. Dr. Harshaw looked puzzled.
But you are a writer. A literary writer, perhaps? Plotless?
Me? I don't know how to write literature. I write stories, for printout or 3D or even bound books, but all sorts. Sin, Suffer, and Repent, horse opera, space opera, war, murder, spies, sea stories, whatever. Hazel and I are going to revive her classic series with Captain Sterling in the lead role, as always. So, what's this noise about erasing him?
You are not going to let him destroy the galactic overlord? You should. You must, as the overlord is every bit as evil as Boscone.
Oh, certainly. First 13 weeks. Should have happened years back.
But he couldn't. The series was dropped with both hero and villain still alive. Sterling has been forced to fight only a holding action ever since.
Oh. Well, we'll fix that. Overlord delenda est.
Then what does Sterling do?
This ends side 1 of cassette 11. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
I started to answer, suddenly realized that the question was not inquiry, but Socratic. For each fine cat, a fine rat. A hero of Sterling's stature must oppose a villain as strong as he is. If we kill off the Overlord, then we must dream up son of Overlord, with just as many balls, teeth, just as long, disposition just as vile, and steam coming out of his ears. I don't know, we'll think of something. Age him, maybe, and put him to pasture as Commandant of the Star Patrol Academy, some such. No need to kill him off. A job like that would not require a villain as horrendous as the Overlord.
Wouldn't it?
Harshaw asked quietly. Maybe you would like to take over the series,
Not me. I'm semi-retired. All I have now is The Stonebender Family, a series strictly for laughs, no substantial villain required. Now I know the truth of the world as myth, and I will never again create a real villain. And I thank Clono that I never have, not really, as I have only a limited belief in villainy.
Well, I can't answer without Hazel, anyhow. I'm the junior writer, in charge of punctuation and filling in weather and scenery. She controls the plot, so I must change the subject. Uncle Jock, what was this you were saying to Captain Sterling about hunting dinosaurs? One of your jokes, like the time you sawed off 10 square clicks of the Ross ice shelf and towed it to Singapore swimming sidestroke? Not sidestroke all the way, that's not possible. Come off it. Dinosaurs? What about dinosaurs? I like to hunt them. I took John Sterling with me once. He got a truly magnificent Tyrannosaurus Rex. Would you like to try it? Are you serious? Uncle, you know I don't hunt. I don't like to shoot anything that can't shoot back.
Oh, you misunderstood me, nephew. We don't kill the poor beasties. Killing a dinosaur is about as sporting as shooting a cow, and not as good meat. A dinosaur more than a year old is tough and tasteless. I did try them years back when some thought was being given to using dinosaur meat to quench a famine on Timeline 7, but the logistics were dreadful, and when you come right down to it, there is little justice in killing stupid lizards to feed stupid people. They had earned their famine. But hunting dinosaurs with cameras, that's real fun. It even gets sporting if you go after the big carnivores and happen to flush a bull who is feeling edgy and sexy. It improves your running. Or else. Dickie, there is a spot down about Wichita where I can promise you triceratops, several sorts of pterodactyls, duckbills, thunder lizards, and maybe a male stegosaurus, all in one day. Once this caper is over, we'll take a day off and do it. What do you say? Is it that easy? With the installed equipment, the Mesozoic is no farther away than is THQ, or Boondock. Time and space are illusions. The Burroughs irrelevancy gear will plunk you down in the middle of a herd of feeding and fornicating flapdoodles before you can say 65 million years. The way you phrased that invitation seemed to imply that you assumed that I have closed on Task Adam Saline. Dickie, the equipment does indeed belong to the Time Corps, and it is expensive. How expensive we don't discuss. It was built to support Plan Long View. Its recreational use is incidental. Yes, I implied that. Aren't you going to do it? Manny Davis looked at me with no expression. Rufo stood up, said loudly, "I've got to mosey along. Star has a chore for me. Thanks, and thanks for the last time, Jock. Nice meeting you, Colonel." He left quickly. Harshaw said nothing. I let out a deep breath. Uncle, I might do it, if Hazel insists. But I'm going to try to talk her out of it. Nothing has been offered me that convinces me that I'm wrong about the two options I offered. Either of them is a more sensible approach to recovering the programs and memories that embody Holmes 4 or Mike, and I am glad to stipulate that they should be recovered. But my methods are more logical. Harshaw said, "It is not a matter of logic, Colonel. It's my neck, Doctor, but in the long run I'll do what Hazel wishes. I think. It's just what, Dickie? I hate to go into action with inadequate intelligence. Always have. Uncle, for the past week or 10 days, hard to figure it the way I've bounced around, I've been haunted by unexplained and, well, murderous nonsense. Is the overlord you talk about after me? Does the fact that I'm mixed up in this account for the endless near misses? Or am I getting paranoid? I don't know. Tell me about them." I started to do so. Shortly, Harshaw took out a pocket notebook, started taking notes. I tried to remember all of it. Enrico Schultz and his weird remark about Tolliver and his mention of Walker Evans. His death, if it was his death. Bill, the curious behavior of the management of Golden Rule. Those Rolligons and the killers in each. Jefferson Mao, the muggers at the raffles. Is that all? Isn't that enough? No, not quite. What cargo was Auntie carrying? How did we get chivied into flying a heap that darn near killed us? What were Lady Diana and her fat-headed husbands doing away out there in the wilds? If I could afford it, I would spend endless money on Sherlocks to dig out what was going on. What was truly aimed at me? What was just my nerves? What was simply coincidence? Harshaw said, "There are no coincidences. One respect in which world as myth is far simpler than earlier teleology is the simple fact that there are no accidents, no coincidences.
Uncle Jock said, "Jubal, I don't have the authority."
And I do, yes.
He stood up.
Both of us, I think.
My uncle stood up, too. "Dickie boy, you wait right here. We'll be gone 5 minutes or so. Errand to do." As they left, Davis stood up. "Excuse, please. Need change arm." "Sure, Papa Manny."
No, Pixel, beer is not for baby cats."
They were gone 7 minutes by my Sony-chron, but not quite apparently by their time. Uncle had grown a full beard. Harshaw had a new pink knife scar across his left cheek. I looked at them. Ghosts of Christmas past. What happened? "Everything. Is there any beer left there?" "Sissy," he said, not raising his voice, "could we have some beer? And Jubal and I have not eaten in some time. Hours, days, maybe."
"Right away,"
Aunt Sissy's disembodied voice answered.
"Dear, I think you ought to take a nap."
"Later."
"Just as soon as you have eaten. 40 minutes.
"Quit nagging me. Could I have tomato soup? For Jubal, too?"
"I'll fetch soup and more of your picnic. 45 minutes until your nap. That's official. Till says so."
"Remind me to beat you."
"Yes, dear, but not today. You're exhausted."
"Very well." Uncle Jock turned to me. "Let's see. What'll you have first? Those Rolligons? Your friend Hendrik Schultz handled that one. You can be sure it's thorough. He has turned out to be an Ichiban field investigator. You can forget paranoia on that one, Dickie. 2 opponents, the Time Lords and the Scene Changers, and both of them after you as well as each other. You have a charmed life, son. Born to be hanged." "What do you mean? Time Lords and Scene Changers? And why me?" "May not be their own names for themselves. The Lords and the Changers are groups doing the sort of thing the Circle does. But we don't see eye to eye with them. Dickie, you don't think that in all the universes to the number of the beast or more, we of the Circle would be the only ones to catch on to the truth and attempt to do something about it, do you?" "I don't know anything about it, one way or another."
"Colonel," put in Dr. Harshaw, "a major shortcoming of world as myth lies in the fact that we contend with, and often lose too, 3 sorts of antagonists: villains by design, such as the galactic overlord, and groups like us, but with different intentions, bad in our opinion, perhaps good in theirs, and the third and most powerful, the myth-makers themselves, such as Homer and Twain and Shakespeare and Baum and Swift and their colleagues in the Pantheon, but not those I have named. Their bodies have died. They live on by the immortal corpus of myth each has created, which does not change, and therefore does not imperil us. But there are living myth-makers, every one of them dangerous, every one of them casually uncaring, as he revises a myth and erases a character."
Harshaw smiled grimly.
"The only way one can live with the knowledge is to realize, first, that it is the only game in town, and second, that it does not hurt. Erasure. Being X'd out of the story."
"How do you know that it doesn't hurt?"
"Because I refuse to entertain any other theory. Shall we get on with our report?"
"Dickie boy, you asked, why me? For the same reason Jubal and I left a pleasant lunch to work our tails off and to set many others to arduous and dangerous investigation in several timelines. Because of
task Adam Saleen and your key part in it. Near as we can tell, the Time Lords want to kidnap Mike while the Scene Changers want to destroy him. But both groups want you dead. You're a menace to their plans. But at that time I had not even heard of Mike the computer. Best time to kill you, wouldn't you say? Sissy, you are not only beautiful, you are pleasant to have around, besides your hidden talents. Just put it down, we'll serve ourselves.
Blagueur et grand menteur. You still must nap. Message from Till. You are not to come to the dinner table until you shave off that beard.
Tell that baggage that I will starve before I will be henpecked.
Yes, sir. And I feel the same way she does about it.
Peace, woman.
So I volunteer to shave you, and to cut your hair.
I accept.
Right after your nap.
Begone. Jubal, did you have any of this jellied salad? It is something Till does exceptionally well, although all three of my owners are fine cooks.
Will you put that in writing?
I told you to disappear. Jubal, living with three women takes fortitude.
I know. I did so for many years. Fortitude plus angelic disposition and a taste for lazy living. But a group marriage such as our Long family combines the advantages of bachelorhood, monogamy, and polygamy, with the drawbacks of none.
I won't argue it, but I'll stick with my three graces as long as they'll let me hang around. Now, let's see. Enrico Schultz. No such character. So? I answered. He made some horrid stains on my tablecloth. So he had another name, but you knew that. Best hypothesis makes him a member of the same gang as your friend Bill, who was a smiling villain if one ever smiled, as well as a consummate actor. We call them the revisionists. Motivation had to be Adam Saleen, not Walker Evans. Why did he mention Walker Evans? To shake you up, maybe. Dickie, I didn't know about General Evans until you brought the matter up, since that debacle is still in my future, my normal future. I can see how it weighs on your mind, will weigh on your mind. Remember, I didn't know that you had been invalided out of the Andorran Contract Crusaders until you told me. Anyhow, all of the friends of Walker Evans are dead, except you and one who went to the asteroids and can't be found. This is as of July 10th, 2188, 11 years forward, unless you want to talk to any alive on some date not quite so forward. Can't see any reason to. So it seemed to us. Now, Walker Evans himself, Lazarus handled this, and a spot of world-changing, partly to show you what can be done. No attempt was made to revise the battle. It would be difficult in 2177 to revise a battle in 2178 without utterly changing your life. Either kill you that year or not lose your leg, and you stay in the service. Yes, I now know about your leg, although it's forward from here. Either way, you don't go to Golden Rule, you don't marry Hazel, and we aren't sitting here talking about it. World-changing is touchy, Dickie, best done in homeopathic doses. Lazarus has two messages for you. He says that you should feel no personal guilt over that debacle. To do so would be as silly as a subordinate of Custer feeling guilty over Little Bighorn, to which, he adds, that Custer was a far more brilliant general than Evans ever was. Lazarus speaks as one who has held every rank, from private to commander-in-chief, in experience spread over many centuries and 17 wars. That's the first message. The second is this. Tell your nephew that, yes, it horrifies nice people, but it happens. Only those who go out beyond the end of streetlights and of pavements know how such things can happen. He says that he is certain that Walker Evans would not hold it against you. Dickie, What's he talking about?
Had he wanted you to know, he would have told you.
Reasonable. Was General Evans a man of good taste?
What? I stared at my uncle, then answered reluctantly. Well, no, I would not say so. I found him tough and a bit stringy.
Now we have it out in the open.
Yes, damn you.
And I can tell you the rest, the world changing. A field operative hid a couple of ration packs under the general's body. When you moved the body, you found them, and it was just enough that none of the friends of Walker Evans ever reached that degree of hunger necessary to overcome the taboo. So it never happened.
Then why do I remember it?
Do you?
Why,
you remember finding jettisoned field rations under the body, and how good you felt.
Uncle, this is crazy.
That's world-changing. For a time you have a memory, then a faded memory of a memory. Then, nothing. It never happened, Dickie. You went through one hell of an ordeal and lost a leg, but you did not eat your commanding officer.
Uncle went on.
Jubal, what do we have left that's important? Dickie, you can't expect to have all your questions answered. No man can expect that. Oh, yes, those diseases. You had 2 of them. The rest was hype. You were cured in about 3 days. Then they kept you in a controlled memory field and put a new leg on you and did something else. Haven't you felt better lately? Brisk? More energetic?
Well, yes, but it dates from the day I married Hazel, not from Boondock.
Both, probably. During the month they had you available, Dr. Ishtar gave you a booster. I learned that they shifted you from the rejuvenation clinic to the hospital just the day before they let you wake up. Oh, they really swindled you, boy. They gave you a new leg and made you 30 years younger. I think you ought to sue them.
Oh, knock it off. How about that heat bomb? More hype?
Maybe, maybe not. Not decided. Just the time tick spiked. The thing is...
Harshaw intervened.
Richard, we think now that we may be able to finish Task Adam-Selene before a heat bomb would be necessary. There are some plans, so the heat bombing right now is in the status of Schrodinger's cat. The outcome depends on Task Adam-Selene, and vice versa. We'll see.
These plans. You're assuming that I'll come around.
No, we're assuming that you won't.
If you are assuming that I won't, why are you two bothering to tell me all this? Uncle said in a tired voice.
Dick, you boy, thousands and thousands of man-hours have gone into satisfying your childish demand to have the veil lifted from the unknown. You think we are simply going to burn the results? Sit back down and pay attention. Stay out of Luna City and Golden Rule after June of 2188. There are warrants out for you for 8 murders. 8? Who? Tolliver, Enrico Schultz, Johnson, Oswald Progant, Rasmussen. Rasmussen? Do you know him?
I wore his fez for 10 minutes. I never laid eyes on him.
Let's not waste time on these murder charges. All they mean is that someone is out to get you, both in El City and in Golden Rule. With 3 time-jumping groups after you, that's not surprising. You want them cleared up? They can be cleared up later, if needed. If you don't, just go to Tertius and forget it. Oh, yes, those code groups. Not a message, just a prop to get you to open that door. But you didn't let yourself be killed quietly the way you were supposed to. Dickie, you're a troublemaker.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
Any more questions?
Go take your nap.
Not yet. Jubal, Now?
Certainly.
Dr. Harshaw got up and left.
Dickie.
Yes, Uncle.
She loves you, boy. She really does. God knows why, but that does not mean that she will tell you the truth or always act in your interest. Be warned.
Uncle Jock, it never does any good to warn a man about his wife. Would you accept any advice from me about Sissy?
Of course not, but I'm older than you are and much more experienced.
Answer me.
Let's change the subject instead. You don't like Lazarus Long.
I grinned at him. Uncle, the only thing that persuades me that he might be as old as he is reputed to be is that it would take more than one ordinary lifetime to grow as cantankerous and generally difficult as he is. He rubs me the wrong way every time, and the bastard makes it worse by putting me under obligations to him. This foot from a clone of his. Did you know that? And that dust-up you heard about this morning? Lazarus shot that bloke, what's-his-name, who tried to kill me. But Captain Sterling and Commander Smith did too, and probably quicker. Or maybe not. Either way, I had to thank all three of them. Damn it. I'd like to save his life just once to balance the books, the bastard.
No way to talk, Dickie. Abby would have trounced you.
So she would have. I take it back.
Besides, your own parents were never married.
So I've often been told, colorfully.
I mean it, literally. Your mother was my favorite sister, much younger than I, pretty child. I taught her to walk, played with her when she was growing up, spoiled her every way I could. So naturally, when she was in what used to be called trouble, she came to her big brother, and to your Aunt Abby. Dickie, it was not that your father wasn't around. It was that your grandfather disliked him as intensely as, well, as you dislike Lazarus Long. I don't mean Mr. Ames. You got his name, but he met and married Wendy after you were born, and we took you and raised you. Your mother was going to come for you after a year. She said Ames deserved that much, but she didn't live that long. So Abby was your mother in every way but biology.
Uncle, Aunt Abby was the best mother a boy could want. Look, those peach switchings were good for me. I know it.
I'm pleased to hear you say so. Dickie, I love all your aunts, but there will never be another Abby. Hazel reminds me of her. Dickie, have you made up your mind?
Uncle, I'll fight it all the way. How can I okay letting my bride risk a caper that she stands only a 50-50 chance of coming out of alive, especially when nobody has even tried to show me why my ways aren't better?
Just asking. The mathematicians are testing another team, since you're unwilling. We'll see. Your father was stubborn, and your grandfather was stubborn. It's no surprise that you are stubborn. Your grandfather, my father, said flatly that he would rather have a bastard in the family than Lazarus Long. So, he had one, you, and Lazarus went away and never knew about you. Not surprising that you and your father don't get along. You're too much alike. And now he's going to take your place on the team for Task Adam Saline.
Chapter 30. Our revels now are ended. William Shakespeare. Dying isn't difficult. Even a baby kitten can do it. I'm sitting with my back to the wall in the old computer room of the Warden's Complex in Luna. Pixel is cradled in my left arm. Hazel is on the floor by us. I'm not sure Pixel is dead. He may be asleep. But I am not going to disturb him to find out.
He's a badly hurt baby at best. I know Hazel is still alive because I'm watching her respiration, but she is not in good shape. I do wish they would hurry. I can't do much for either of them because I don't have anything to work with, and I can't move much. I'm shy of one leg, and I don't have a prosthetic. Yes, that same right leg, Lazarus's leg, burned off just about at the transplant line. Guess I shouldn't gripe. Being a burn job, it's cauterized, not much blood. Hasn't really begun to hurt much yet, either. Not that white pain like a blowtorch. That comes later. I wonder if Lazarus knows he's my father. Did Uncle ever tell him? Hey, this makes Maureen, that wonderful, beautiful creature, my grandmother. And maybe I had better back up. I'm a bit lightheaded. I'm not even sure this is being recorded. I'm carrying a battle recorder, but it's a tiny Tertius type I'm not familiar with. Either it was on and I turned it off, or it was off and I turned it on. I'm not sure Pixel is dead. Did I already say that? Maybe I had better back up. It was a good team, the best, with enough firepower that I felt that our chances were good. Hazel was in command, of course. Major Sadie Lipschitz, strike team leader. Brevet Captain Richard Campbell, XO. Cornet Gretchen Henderson, JO. Sergeant Ezra Davidson. Corporal Ted Bronson, a.k.a. W.W. Smith, a.k.a. Lazarus Long, a.k.a. Lafayette Hubert, M.D. Additional duty medical officer. Manuel Davis, civilian special field operative. Lazarus insisted on being called Ted Bronson when he was designated a corporal for this task force. It's an insider's joke, I think. I was not let in on it. Cornet Henderson had been back on duty several months after having her baby boy. She was slender, solid, and tan, and beautiful, and the combat ribbons on her pretty chest looked at home there. Sergeant Ezra always did look like a soldier once he had legs, and his ribbons showed it too. A good team. Why was I brevetted to captain? I asked that question right after Hazel swore me into the Corps. Got a silly or reasonable answer, depending on your bias. Because, said Hazel, in every history book in which this was mentioned, I had been second in charge. The histories did not name others, but they did not say that we acted alone, so she decided on more firepower and picked her team. She decided. She picked. Not Lazarus. Not some THQ brain trust. That suited me. Gay Deceiver was manned by its first team, too. Hilda commanding. Dee Dee, XO and astrogator. Zeb Carter, chief pilot. Jake Burrows, co-pilot, irrelevancy gear. And Gay herself, conscious, sentient, and able to pilot herself. Not true of any other irrelevancy craft except Dora, who was too big for this job. The skipper of the car, Hilda, was under the command of the strike force team leader. I would have expected a hitch here, but Hilda had proposed it.
Hazel, it's got to be that way. Everybody must know who's boss. When it hits the fan, we can't stop to chat.
A good team. We had not trained together, but we were professionals, and our CO made everything so clear that we didn't need drill.
Attention to orders. The purpose of this force is to capture items selected by Davis and to return them and Davis to Tertius. There is no other purpose. If we have no casualties, fine. But if all of us are killed while Davis and his selections reach Tertius, our task is accomplished. This is the plan. Hilda places us at the north wall, starboard side to, on the tick,
After THQ advises that warp is ready to activate. Leave car in this order: Lipschitz, Campbell, Henderson, Davidson, Bronson, Davis. Place yourselves fore and aft in the bathrooms to exit in that order. The computer room is square. Lipschitz to southeast corner, Henderson to southwest corner, Campbell to northwest corner, Davidson to northeast corner. Diagonal pairs cover all 4 walls, so 2 such pairs doubly cover all walls. Bronson is bodyguard to Davis. No fixed post. As Davis works, filled boxes will be placed in car. Henderson and Davidson will move items to car as directed by Davis, and assisted inside by Dee. Car commander and pilots will remain ready to scram, and will assist only by passing items back. Bronson will not, repeat, not move baggage. His sole task is bodyguard to Davis. When Davis tells me task is finished, we return to the car with all speed, in reverse order: Davis, Bronson, Davidson, Henderson, Campbell, Lipschitz. Hilda, you will give order to scram any time after Davis and the stuff he came for is aboard, depending on tactical situation. If there is trouble, don't wait for anyone. Use your judgment, but your judgment must tell you to save Manny and his items, no matter who gets left behind. Questions?
How long have I been doping off? My Sonicron was an early casualty. The team Hazel picked was... No, I said that. I think I did. What happened to Treeson? The time tick selected was right after Hazel left the computer room on Saturday, July 5th. The group, picking the tick, reasoned that if they were laying for us to arrive at the raffles, then that antagonist, Time Lords, would not be looking for us in the computer room. No way to do it earlier than that. Hazel had reported that Adam Celine was in the computer room when she was there. We cut it mighty sharp, almost too sharp. When Hazel was getting out of Gay, she stopped suddenly with me right behind her, waited briefly, then moved out. She paused because she saw her own back leaving the room. I must get word to Aunt Till that Hazel and I can't make it home for supper. My head aches and my eyes bother me. I don't know how Pixel got aboard Gay. How that baby does get around. Jubal Harshaw says, the only consistent thing in these shifting fairy chess worlds is human love. That's enough. Pixel moved a little. It's been nice to have both feet for a few days.
Richard?
Yes, beloved?
Gretchen's baby. You his father.
Huh?
She told me months ago.
I don't understand.
Paradox.
I started to question her about it. She was asleep again. The compress I had placed on her wound was seeping, but I didn't have anything more, so I didn't touch it. Won't see Aunt Belden this trip. Too bad. What happened to my files? Still in my other foot? Hey, tomorrow is the day we're all dead, if Tolliver isn't. The first hour went by with no incident whatever. Manny worked steadily, changed arms once, started filling boxes. Gretchen and Ezra carried them to the car, passed them in, resumed their posts between trips. Most of this seemed to be programs that Manny was bleeding off into his own cubes, using equipment he had fetched. I could not see. Then he started filling boxes more quickly, loading them with cylinders. Adam Celine's memories? I don't know. Maybe I watched too much. Manny straightened up, said, "Does it. Done." I heard an answering, "Blurt." And they hit us.
I was down at once, lower leg gone. I saw Manny fall. I heard Hazel shout, "Bronson, get him aboard! Henderson, Davidson, those last 2 boxes!" I missed the next, as I was firing. The whole east wall was open. I traversed it with my heater at full power. Somebody else was firing on our side, I think. Then it was quiet.
Richard?
Yes, dearest.
It's been fun.
Yes, love, all of it.
Richard, that light, end tunnel.
Yes?
I'll wait there.
Honey, you're going to outlive me.
Look for me. I'll...
When that wall opened, I think I saw what's-his-name. Could the bloke who erased him write him back into the story? To clip us? Who was writing our story? Was he going to let us live? Anyone who would kill a baby kitten is cruel, mean cruel. Whoever you are, I hate you. I despise you. I dragged myself awake, realized that I had fallen asleep on watch. I had to pull myself together because they might be back. Or, glory be, Gay Deceiver will be back. I couldn't figure out why Gay wasn't back. Trouble spiking the right time tick? It could be anything. But they won't just leave me here. We saved Manny and the stuff he picked out. We won! Damn you all! Had to see what weapons ammo were left. I didn't have anything more. My beam gun was exhausted, I knew. But my sidearm? Don't remember firing it. All gone. Must look around.
Dear?
Yes, Hazel? She's going to ask me for water, and I haven't got any.
I'm sorry people were eating.
What's that?
I had to kill him, dearest. He was assigned to kill you.
I placed the little cat on Hazel. Maybe he moved, maybe not. Maybe both of them were dead. I managed to pull myself up onto my foot by holding onto a computer rack, then let myself down again. Despite long practice in hopping at 1/6 G, I found that I was neither strong enough, nor did I have good balance. And I was separated from my cane for the first time in years. It was, I thought, in Gay's forward bathroom. So I crawled, careful of my right leg. It was beginning to hurt. I found no weapons with charges. At painful last, I was back with Gwen and Pixel. Neither stirred. I couldn't be sure. A week isn't a long honeymoon, and it's an awfully short married life. I explored her handbag, which I should have done earlier. She had carried it slung over one shoulder to the other hip, even into battle. That handbag was much bigger inside than out. I found 12 chocolate bars. I found her little camera. I found her deadly little lady's gun, that Miyako, fully loaded, 8 in the clip, 1 in the chamber. And down in the bottom, I found the dart projector that had to be there. I almost missed it. It was styled to look like a toilet kit. 4 darts were still in it. If they come back, or a fresh gang, I don't care. I'm going to get us a baker's dozen.
The end. You've been listening to The Cat Who Walks Through Walls by Robert A. Heinlein, narrated by George Wilson. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, also by Robert A. Heinlein, and narrated by George Wilson. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, call us, toll-free, nationwide, at 1-800-638-1304. You can order by phone with Visa or MasterCard, or by writing to us, or by faxing us at 410-535-5499. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader. 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 Reader.